We are live. Wow. Trade deadline stream. It's here. Let's go. All right, let's get this sent out. If you're on the replay, hit that subscribe button. I really appreciate the support. Make sure you guys spread the word of the channel. Appreciate all the love. But this is crazy. Right when we wake up, we're going to talk about the Rantanen potential deal here. We're going to talk about the Brock Nelson trade. A lot of stuff happening here. Let's see who the first few people are in the chat. We already got 53 people in here. Jeez. What's up, Bronze? What's up, Logan? Edited. Jeff, Profit, Shesty, what's going on? Hey, I said I'd be live before or by 8 o'clock, 8:30. BTD, what's up? Hey, James with the first Toto of the day with the 2. Let's go, James. Appreciate it. Let's go, Amrit. Appreciate you being here. Hex, good morning, everyone. We're here. But guys, I was so, what's the clean way of saying it? I was so pissed. I was so cheesed last night. Like the fact that I could, rookie mistake, shutting it down at like 11 o'clock. I was just so tired and I was like, you know what? Gonna get a good night's sleep. Then the Brock Nelson trade drops and I'm like, oh my God, maybe I should get up. And then after all of it kind of fizzled, I'm like, okay, I'll focus on talking about the Brock Nelson trade in the morning. That will be my point to talk about in the first hour. And then the Rantanen thing comes out and I was just like, this is nuts. So I want to talk about it kind of first thing here. Not gonna bury what kind of went down. To me, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, guys, if you could, please share the stream out. Get your friends in here. It always helps to grow the channel in terms of getting your friends. Even if it's just one pal, get them in here. Let's share the stream out. Beauty. All right, we already got 100 people in here. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate it. 5:53 a.m. for you, bringing the energy. I appreciate that. You're a legend. So yeah, let's go over what happened last night, guys. Let's not bury what happened, but keep in mind there's some Mikko Rantanen stuff coming out. We're gonna talk about this because it seems like Drager's saying there's no deal between Dallas and Carolina for Mikko Rantanen. It appears Carolina may have to go back to the drawing board. Doesn't mean a deal extension with Dallas can't materialize, but it's not there as of now. Nuts. So yeah. I mean, if you go back to like last night, it was actually insane what was out there. So Pegs had kind of quote tweeted. Did he actually delete it? Did Justin Brazeau get traded last night too? I missed that. Oh, wow. I did not see Justin Brazeau get traded to the Wild. I want to make sure I'm following Michael Russo. Oh, I did not see this trade. That's a crazy trade for the Bruins. That's such a good, I mean, that's pretty good for the Bruins. That's pretty good value. That is pretty good value. Okay. I see you, Bruins. We got 120 in the chat, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. All right. That's the one I guess I missed. I guess just in all the chaos of me trying to figure out what was going on with the Brock Nelson deal, I missed that. But, yeah. So, let's talk about this stuff here, guys. So, got to talk about these trades. And maybe a trade with Mikko Rantanen. We'll talk about that. But this was the big deal that happened last night. The New York Islanders received Callum Ritchie, a 2026 or 2027 first-round pick, a conditional 2028 third-round pick, and then they get Oliver Shillington, who they immediately flipped to the Anaheim Ducks for future considerations. And then the Colorado Avalanche receive Brock Nelson and William Dufour. Dufour hasn't really panned out to the way the Islanders have expected, but I think 23 years old, he's still got some room to grow. But Brock Nelson's the big add here, like 30-goal scorer, a guy that can really move the needle as the second-line center for the Colorado Avalanche, and we saw what they did with Nazem Kadri behind Nathan MacKinnon, so that's massive. But I will say, guys, I am all aboard saying this is a New York Islanders, I don't want to say fleece, but absolute home run. Such a great return. If you don't know much about Callum Ritchie, guys, this guy's going to be a first-line stud. I was talking about it on the Hot Take Hockey Twitter, or X. This guy is dynamic. He's 6'3", got the size. I think just in terms of a highlight reel package, I think a lot of us that follow the NHL, you could just look earlier what he did in preseason with the Avs and that shootout move, kind of the fake, like, this guy's ridiculously talented, but also like the size, the physicality, he kind of brings it all across the board. I actually rewind back to like 2 years ago when I was watching Callum Ritchie prior to him to be drafted in the NHL. So it was his actual NHL draft eligible year, and dominating the game. And then he goes out and fights Quentin Musty, who at the time was the guy he was competing with for the draft, the NHL draft. So he's got that dog in him. The New York Islanders fans are going to love this guy. I know they're pretty hurt about losing Brock Nelson, but the fact that you got a first-round pick, a third-round pick, and then on top of that, Callum Ritchie, who I believe is the best asset in this trade, is ridiculous. And the seller's market, again, this is why I talk about the Buffalo Sabres and a lot of other teams. What are you doing? You should be trading. You should be 1,000% trading if you're near the bottom of the standings, because this is the seller market right now. You are getting a first, a third, and Callum Ritchie for a pending UFA. Again, Brock Nelson's legit. A huge ad for the Avs. But that is a massive, massive get. And here's the thing. It must... Like I said this for the Mikko Rantanen to Carolina thing, but this must come with an idea that they're going to be able to re-sign Brock Nelson, because that's a crazy return. So credits to the Islanders, credits to Lou. I tweeted out this is the year of Lou because he's so quiet, and then he comes out with just an absolute huge trade for the Islanders' future. And honestly, Callum Ritchie could be a difference maker as soon as next season for the New York Islanders. So that's a massive get. And then all this stuff with the Mikko Rantanen thing, let's just quickly talk about it. So last night, I'm in bed, half asleep, and I see Frege drop this. So this was 12:39 a.m. Eastern time. So I was planning to be in bed, sleeping by midnight. And for some reason, I'm just kind of chatting with some people, texting back and forth, trying to see if there's anything else going to go down. Didn't think there was. So, but here's the thing. This doesn't seem like it's the case yet. Darren Dreger tweets out this morning, 7:45 a.m. Eastern time. There is no deal between Dallas and Carolina for Mikko Rantanen. It appears Carolina may have to go back to the drawing board. Doesn't mean a deal extension with Dallas can't materialize, but it's not there as of now. So does another team jump in? It was going from Frege saying the talks are intensifying to the talk of an extension is gaining momentum to boom, it drops. So my opinion, I think there's a couple different lenses here. One, Dallas was only trading a certain player if they got to a certain number with Mikko Rantanen on the extension, because Carolina has given permission, it sounds like, for Mikko to talk to Dallas. Maybe that changes for another team, but this is crazy on so many factors here, because there was some buzz that Logan Stankoven could be traded. That's my guy. I don't want to be talking about him in a trade, but Jordan Schmaltz put that out there. I was getting some speculation before that tweet as well. Even my brother and I were talking about, like, Stank could be in this. And then there's also that speculation that Wyatt Johnson was floated around if it meant like a 1-for-1 Mikko Rantanen extended. Kind of similar to what was going around with Matthew Nyes and the Toronto Maple Leafs, maybe trading him if it meant a Mikko Rantanen extension. That's the similar value. I mean, I think Wyatt Johnson is the more established player at this point, just based on what he's done in the playoffs too. But I think it's crazy that this deal seems like it's fallen apart. I think maybe based on the number, whatever it is, we expect Rantanen to get over that 12 million mark, maybe even as much as 13 per year. But yeah, this seems like it could be back on at any point, but right now Drager's saying it's not on. So that was crazy. I literally couldn't sleep last night knowing that Mikko Rantanen was potentially going to the Dallas Stars. But the Brock Nelson trade's huge. Justin Brazeau to the Minnesota Wild. It seems like that one was the one that kind of trickled through because these two big deals and big players were talked about. But that New York Islanders return is massive. But we'll see if Rantanen gets traded. But these are massive moves. I'll be live, as I said, all day NHL trade deadline day, guys, here on the channel. And excited to be live here with you guys, as always, right? Always a good time. So let's get your comments going. We got 200 people in the chat. We just, we went live 10 minutes ago? Let's get going, guys. W's in the chat. It's trade deadline day. Yeah. Let's go. We're going to be scrolling through. Let's go. You know what? Hey, it's almost St. Patty's Day. I want to get some good luck going. Let's wear my lucky Dogs hat and hope for some big moves today. Let's go. All right. I need to stay hydrated. Good morning. Good morning, Gabriel. Let's go. All right. Let's pull up some stuff here. I'm just going to upload that. Hey, Camden, I'll say this again. There's got to be some incentive. If someone throws like a fire dono or just like a hot take or a trade prediction correctly, I'll throw their jersey in the background or their team's jersey. But I can't be doing that because then I'll just be cycling jerseys all day. But Camden, appreciate you being here. Yeah, actually, I'll be live all day. We're going to pop off for Bleacher Report, but I'll have some special guests on too. Man, this is crazy. I can't believe the Dallas Rantanen trade might not happen. Let's see. Oilers are cooked. Why are Oilers cooked? It's actually crazy. Honestly, I can't believe this is the stuff that's happening right now. Nothing will happen with the Leafs. I don't know about that. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to upload this and then we'll chat. Because I just figured, I was like, you know what? Why am I going to record a video when I could be live with the great people, right? We talked about it live. So I think that was kind of my vibe. Why am I going to just make a video, not be live, when I could be talking to the great viewers? But, yeah, there's a couple stuff out there right now. So, like I said, this was out there last night, guys. So, Chris Johnson's pretty confident that Marchand could get traded now. I think it's nuts. I mean, I got to get the coffee going here. We got 250 in the chat, guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Rant has honesty issues. What do you mean, Jay? Elaborate. I'm curious what you mean. But yeah, like the tough part here, for this trade deadline is, again, are we going to get the massive moves today under the pressure? We'll see. But a lot's changed. Like, the Rantanen deal is going to go down today, I think. Here's the thing. Carolina cannot not trade him now, in my opinion. Like, you've already made it public that they're talking to Dallas. You gave him permission to talk to a team. I think they have to trade Rantanen today. It's just a matter of to who and at what extension. I still think it's going to be Dallas. Yesterday, I was predicting pretty heavily that it's going to be Dallas or Florida. I still believe that. I think the only team that could swoop in here and change it would probably be Florida. Or actually, I mean, Vegas is one of those teams that would do something like that. But Marchand getting traded seems very likely now. Braden Shen seems like it was ramping up yesterday, but for example, the Leafs did not like what St. Louis was asking for. Based on what I'm hearing, guys, and again, I think this is a pretty good indication based on what we just saw Brock Nelson get. I believe St. Louis's ask is a first-round pick in Cowan. I had been saying that since like 2 weeks ago. I had a couple buddies kind of asking me at the start of the week what the price was, and I had been saying that. So I'll tell the viewers now, I'm pretty confident that was the ask. Again, could that change? Could St. Louis change their ask and maybe, I don't know, meet in the middle a little bit? Sure. But I think the latest ask from St. Louis for Brayden Schenn, especially if there's retention involved, is Easton Cowan in a first-round pick, which is crazy. I think it's crazy. But I'll say this, and I'll type it out for you guys on the stream. So say, well, I don't need to type it out actually. I'll just say it out loud. So say the top 6 doesn't change. Maybe Bobby McMahon gets a promotion into the top 6 consistently. If you do get Brayden Schenn, and I do think that they have a good chance of acquiring Brandon Tanev today, if I had to make a prediction, there's 2 trades I think the Leafs could make. It's with St. Louis and it's with Seattle. I think that, again, that could change. Yeah, Brayden Schenn, Brandon Tanev, that would make a lot of sense for the third line. Yo, RR Cops, appreciate the 5. Says, is a Leafs game at the Scotiabank Arena a good date idea for a couple who don't really know much about hockey but eager to learn? It'd be 300 level seats. Comps, big shout out to you. I might be there at the game. I spent a lot of time there. So if you're there, let me know. I'll try to maybe toss you a shirt or something. But yeah, I mean, it's all right. Like in terms of learning, I don't know if there's ever an arena. Like, here's the thing. I think 300 is a great spot for like your first time because it's just the 100s can be a little bit more corporate business level where the 300s are just going to be in good vibes. A lot more people that are just open to like whoever's there. Where I feel like 100s, you're going to get your weird looks if like you're cheering or like maybe if you're asking, like, I just feel like the 300s is just like good, genuine, diehard fans across the board. I feel like that's kind of the stereotype, but something that I see, I would say across the board as well. Yeah, Leafs haven't done anything yet, but, I think they have to. Again, from what I've heard is there's kind of a bit of a urgency to get a deal done after that Tampa deal. So we'll see. But thank you, Logan, for being here. We got 320 in the chat. RR, thank you so much for the dono. Yeah, Richard's saying Leaf fans will not accept excuses this year. Fair. I think a lot of Leaf fans are there. But yeah, it's almost like I should put Mikko Rantanen back on the best available because who knows if he's actually getting dealt. But yeah, guys, make sure you hit that subscribe, hit that like. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, this is kind of what I've been hearing. I already saw that from Pegs this morning, but yeah, I mean, I've been hearing Tanev and Luke Kunin a lot as well. I think where the Leaf fans will be disappointed is if this is the only outcome, right? Like, I think they're pursuing Brayden Schenn. I think they're pursuing a couple other big names still, but I think they might revert to this. And Leaf fans in the chat are like, I don't know, I don't think many Leaf fans are happy with this, to be honest. But I honestly think there's a realistic chance they revert to this. Because I think they think that Luke Kunin can be a good third liner. Play right shot center if need be. He can also play the wing. And then Brandon Tanev, I think, great energy guy. Great locker room guy. And obviously his brother's already in Toronto. So Thomas with the 2. Thank you so much for the dono. Says Sai. Looks like the bandwagoning for the Leafs started. It started, eh? Where did it start? Thank you so much for the dono. We got 340 in here. Let's go. Road to 500 here before 9 a.m. Let's do it. Let's run it. Appreciate the dono. Really appreciate the support. Will, that's a weird comment because they're showing support to a hockey channel. There's not many out there. Fiat says, I'm a Blues fan, and Schenn ignited that second line with Kyrou and Holloway, helped pull them into the playoff picture again. Yeah, I mean, I think B. Schenn does a lot more than just, like, production. I think there's, like, a little bit of a morale thing, leadership. M.E., what's going on? Devin says Tanev better, but we need more moves. Michael says Pettersson to Buffalo for Power and Cousins. I don't know about Power. Well, Jacob, get more into the NHL. Princess says force Marta to waive his no movement clause. Habs are winning it, says Ron Burgundy. What's up, Lucas, Luke Kraft? What's up, Shelby? What's up, C-Boys? What's up, Kyle Mercer? Appreciate you guys. What's up? What's up? What's up? Grant Clarkson, what's going on? Chris, what's up? Leaf fan from Detroit. Love to see it. Yeah, I've heard this many, many times. That's the Mulas and trade rumors. So we'll see. Catherine, we'll see. We haven't got the update yet. Like, it's crazy. Last night, Friedman said he was traded, and then, where's the Dregs update? We got to get the Dregs update going here. Let's see. Dregs. Yo, Jose with the 10. Appreciate the dono, Jose. Says, come on, Leafs, make some trades. Jose. Appreciate you, Jose. Let's go. Let's go. What a legend. What a legend. Appreciate you, Jose. Let's go. Let's get some Jose hype. Let's go. Yeah, the Leafs got to make some trades. Thumbs up on that dono. Appreciate you. But yeah, this is the update we got this morning from Dregs on Mikko Rantanen. Oh yeah, Trevor, this channel will be live all day. I'm pretty confident this channel will be live until at least like 4 o'clock today. There's going to be like an hour and a half. We have some guests on. You guys are going to love these guys. Great guys. But yeah, like for most of the day, it's going to be just me shooting the shit, running it. Let's see. I'm going to read some comments. Michael, what pieces do the Leafs need? I've been saying third line center, top 4 defenseman. I think that's pretty standard. Beantown says, you think Marchand is traded today, and to what team and what to expect for return? Thanks, bro. Yeah, Beantown. Like I said, I never thought Marchand was going to get traded. More I hear from people, and here's the thing. Sometimes when people are just shooting the shit and just talking, it could be rubbish. It could just be hypothetical speculation. But Chris Johnson putting it out there, like, Chris Johnson for me is one of those guys I actually do really trust. Like, I think Chris is very like reserved when he puts something out there. I think the fact that Chris Johnson's putting that out there, I think there's a real chance Marchand gets traded today. I never thought that was the case, and I still am reserved to say that it's the case, but I feel like when Chris Johnson put it out there, I was like, wow, I feel like this is realistic if he's putting it out there. Grant. What's up, Ryan? Appreciate you. Hey, Pugs with the 5s. This nice Columbus hoodie. Go Jackets. There you go, Pugs. Repping for my buddies in Columbus. Appreciate it. Let's go, Pugs. Let's get some Pugs hype in the chat. Yes. Let's go. Yeah, there was like a couple people throwing Middlestat out there after the Nelson trade. I wonder if a team, I mean, New Jersey was brought up, but I wonder if a team like Vancouver would look at Middlestat. If they were to deal Pettersson in another trade, I mean, I've been talking about that a little bit. Kyle, what's your hot takes for Elias Pettersson, Brad Marchand, and Braden Shen as far as what teams they go to? Yeah, Kyle, so I've been kind of on the same lens. I'll say Braden Shen, Vegas or Toronto, Marchand, Colorado. The hot take for Marchand, and again, I don't know if this is realistic, but I don't even know if I want to say it, but because it's like very hot take-ish. But the team I was hearing a little bit is the Minnesota Wild, a little bit, but that's only because of the LTIR. I don't think Minnesota and Boston are going to trade again. They actually just traded together. Brazeau from Boston to Minnesota. So I think that's probably the deal that Minnesota and Boston make together. But if I had to make a prediction, it's probably Colorado. And then I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that could be a fit for Marchand. No, like Vegas maybe. I like because the Cassidy thing. I guess I'll throw Vegas in there. Maybe Colorado or Vegas for Marchand, and then Pettersson probably New Jersey still, and I still think Buffalo's got something up their sleeve. They've got to, right? Like, surely Buffalo's got to have something up their sleeve. Yeah, Marchand for Middlestat would make a lot of sense for both teams, Trevor. I mentioned that when I was talking about Marchand to Colorado maybe a few weeks ago. Again, that was before they made the Nelson trade, so I think I had both. Did I have Coyle going? I don't know. I had one of the centers going to Colorado as well. There was a conversation that was had, I think, about a combo trade from Colorado and Boston. And it wasn't even necessarily Marchand. I think Coyle may have been in that conversation before they made the Nelson trade. I think Boston's been in talks with a lot of teams, but I was going to say, I think Colorado's been reviewing all options. Like, I'm sure they were talking to Vancouver. I'm sure they were talking to St. Louis. That probably didn't last long. I'm sure that they were talking to Buffalo. So we'll see. I think a lot of teams have checked in on the Dylan Cousins thing with Buffalo. I do want to throw that back out there because I don't think that's been talked about recently as much. But I think that's been still a conversation for sure. Yeah, so Flyers being patient when it comes to Scott Laughton. Trade market thin at sea. They will be a popular call today. Don't have to move them. Toronto and Winnipeg among the teams in the mix. Apparently, Winnipeg's pretty disappointed that Brock Nelson didn't go there. There's also a few comments I've been getting that Brock Nelson had a say in this trade, which I think is also crazy because they got like a nuts return from the Islanders. Sorry, what was I saying? The Islanders got a nuts return. So the fact that Brock Nelson kind of had a say there is to me is crazy. We got 400 in the chat. Can we get some W's and some 400 hype in here, guys? 400 people. It's not even 8:30 in the morning. Let's go. Let's go. Avs need to shore up the D now. Yeah, I wonder if they try to look at David Savard. I said before, I was like, the Avs' perfect target would be like a Joel Armia, David Savard combo edition. But Montreal, they're kind of in the mix again. So, Aquatic, what's going on? W from Lucas. Jeremy, what's going on? Jeremy, that ain't happening. But there is some speculation Luke Schenn could still get flipped from Pittsburgh today. Trevor says the rumor is Colorado wanted Coyle and CARLO. I wouldn't be surprised by that. I didn't know about the CARLO thing, maybe. Or maybe I did. I forgot. But the Coyle thing I've heard. The Coyle thing I've definitely heard from different people. Frank, Raquel. Yeah, I think Raquel could get dealt. I do think Pittsburgh's wanting a lot, though. Like, you just saw what Brock Nelson got, and I know he's a center, but Raquel's also under contract for a couple more seasons at $5 million. Like, $5 million is crazy for Raquel. That's really good value. So, I would say keep an eye on Raquel for, like, a first-round pick and a really good prospect, especially if Jake Wallman just went for that. So, yo. Is that real? That's crazy. Let's see. Jamie says if the Avs get CARLO and Marchand, that team is so loaded. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'd make that deal. I think they already gave up a lot for Nelson. I wouldn't be surprised if they get Marchand, though. But you're right. Like, if we're talking about two moves that would really just boost Colorado as the Cup favorite, it would be that. I don't even know if they have the assets to make a deal like that, though. I think Middlestat would 100% be going the other way. I want to look at the Avalanche top prospects at this point. Because Guliev is their top defensive prospect. It would probably have to be like Guliev. Yeah. I would think it'd probably have to be Guliev, another future first, and Middlestat for them to Boston to even consider, I think. Maybe a little Ivan action. XL, I think Middlestat's ceiling is a really good 2C. I think he still has more to offer. Honestly, guys, I've watched some Colorado games where Middlestat's really stood out, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it led to production that night, but I just think his skill set, he has good puck control, he has good hockey sense, he has really good vision. I think there's just some aspects with Middlestat, whether it's confidence or just team fit. I think he's a really good second-line center at his best form. So, for me, I think that would be good value for Boston if they could get a package like that for Marchand. Like, if they could get Middlestat back and a prospect, I think that's golden, especially since they're in a kind of a rebuild or retool potentially coming forward here, which is crazy to say. I can't even believe I'm saying that about the Boston Bruins. Like 6 months ago, I was saying, the Bruins are still going to be a playoff contender. Nah, that changed really quickly, obviously. Let's see. Milan, imagine trading Cowan for a rental of Brock Nelson. That's basically what Colorado just did. So, yeah, I want to reference that for other fan bases here. So, again, I see, there's a lot of Toronto fans in here. I'm seeing a lot of other Eastern fans. So, that's probably, your best reference point here. What the Islanders and Avalanche just pulled off, it'd be like Montreal, and I don't even think Owen Beck is to Cal Ritchie level. So, I'll say it like this. It'd be like Montreal trading for Brock Nelson and trading away a first-round pick, Keep in mind, Colorado's first round pick is going to be later in the first round potentially, but it's future years. First round pick, probably like a second in Owen Beck. For Toronto, it would probably be a first round pick in Easton Cowan. That's what just happened there. That's what Colorado just traded. So anyone thinking Brock Nelson was going to be less than that, I mean, it just shows that it's not. Like, I made some takes that for Brock Nelson or for Braden Shen, and Braden Shen's got term, so that's a different story. I said it was Easton Cowan in a first, and I had people laughing. I never said that that's what I wanted to do or what I would do. I was trying to relay the message of what the market is and what it would take for a team like Toronto to get one of these guys. The Flyers are laughing right now. I'm telling you right now, if Scott Laughton was to get dealt, just accept it's more than a first-round pick. It is 100% minimum a first-round pick. Anyone at this point that still thinks Scott Laughton's not getting a first-round pick, you need to wake up and smell the daisies. It's 1,000% a first-round pick. There is no debate about it. The only chance it would not be is if it's an equivalent prospect. So like an Easton Cowan. Plus. It's not just that piece anymore. It's plus. So it'd be like Easton Cowan and Robertson. Or a first round pick and Robertson for Laughton. That's what Philly wants. And that's what Philly's going to wait for. And if Philly doesn't get that, I don't know if they're making that trade. The one sneaky team that I think for Laughton is the Sens. I know that Pierre LeBrun only names Toronto and Winnipeg here, but the Sens have had a lot of interest in Laughton in the past. So I would keep an eye on that. Yeah, Jamie. I mean, that's why we were. I was pushing. I know a lot of people are pushing the Crosby to the Avalanche narrative because you want to see Sid win, right? And I think Sid winning with Nate Mack, that'd be so sick. But yeah, Marchand to the Avs would be kind of also another cool Nova Scotia story. But yeah, I feel like this is the main story out there right now. Irvine says Mantha for Vrana. No, wait. How old is Laughton? I'm going to take a guess. 32? 31? That would be my guess. Let's see. 30. I was close. He turns 31 May 30th. So he's about to turn 31. Hey, Sam, what's going on? Good morning, everyone. We got almost 500 people in here. Let's get rowdy in the chat. Let's go. Okay, so Mike, I had someone ask me this. So there was a lot of conversation around Matthew Nyes. Would you guys do Matthew? I would not do this. I'm just putting it out there. But I was asked this, and I was told that the Leafs should do this if it was up in the air. Would you trade Matthew Nyes for Noah Dobson with an extension? So if Noah Dobson and Matthew Nyes were to make the same amount of money, would you do that? My answer was no. But I had some people pushing, saying that the Leafs need a right shot offensive guy. Riley's not enough. You got to do it. So I would not do that. But again, you know that right shot young defensemen are hard to come by and expensive. I wouldn't do that. I'm making it very clear. I would not do that. But I honestly, I wanted to see if anyone would. Yo! Flyers update. Big ask on Ristolainen. First prospect and a player. Decent chance he stays in Philly. Hard to replace. Teams that missed on Nelson are circling on Laughton, and the price is a haul. Bro, this market is crazy, man. A first prospected player for Ristolainen? Like, what are we even on about? Oh my, bro, Dregs, man. See, I don't want to get on anyone's case, but Dregs. I just feel like the last 24 hours, Dregs, he actually came out with a good bomb this morning with Rantanen, so I got to give him creds. But, like, either he's being fished some crazy info or just like, man, the reality is nuts. Like, we got to chill with this market. Also, I still saw some people, and I'm seeing a comment right now in the chat from Lucas. Craziness that people are actually questioning the Sharks moving Wallman. Are you out of your mind? The fact that the Sharks got a first-round pick plus for Jake Wallman, are you kidding me? You think they shouldn't have done that? Anyone that thinks they shouldn't have done that, bro, they got it first and second, as I said, for free. Like, they literally got a first and second for free. They got gifted a second-round pick to take Jake Wallman. The Oilers, the Red Wings were like, take Jake Wallman, get him out of here. And then the Oilers like, we'll trade a first-round pick for Jake Wallman, who you took as a cap dump. Again, Jake Wallman's had a great year, and I don't blame Edmonton for targeting him. But a first-round pick plus? Are we out of our mind? And then Ristolainen's ask is a prospect and a player? Nuts. Yeah, Princess, I guess under those standards, Danford first, Timmins to Flyers for Ristolainen. Yeah, I mean, if it's not Cowan, it wouldn't be horrendous, but, or Minton. Yo. Are you kidding me? Ryan Donato might get extended. Crazy. We got over 500 in the chat. Let's get everyone spam 500. Let's go, guys. It's not even 8:30, and we surpassed 500 people. We've been live for only like 30 minutes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Garrett says, fire me up. Let's go. Fire me up. Fire me up. Let's go. It's a big day. It is a big day. Guys, we're 1 like away from 100 too. Oh, baby. We're going to get 1,000 likes on this stream. Let's go. Let's go. There's a lot of chatter right now, man. It's nice to keep X going, though. Yeah, craziness. Hey, Paul Sandell, I hope you subscribe. I do this stream every year. I know a lot of people always come back to the stream every year, which I'm very grateful for, and it's still early in the morning. A lot of people probably join by 9:30, usually Eastern time. But yeah, I do this every year. I'm live throughout the year for different events, different hockey, big days, trade deadline, free agency, big news, breaking news. I also post a lot of videos. So, Paul, if you're a hockey fan, welcome. Hope you subscribe. It's free to do so. Just gets you notified when I do post or go live. But yeah, guys, definitely get a little welcome going for Paul and all the great people in the chat. Also, oh my God, I forgot to post that video. I'm a dum-dum. I'm a dum-dum. I am a dum-dum. Quick upload. But yeah, guys, if you could make a prediction in the chat right now, we got 500 great people in here. Make a prediction on one trade you think is going to happen this morning. Could be any player. It could be any team. Get your comments going in the chat. Make your predictions. Who's going to get dealt? Let's see. I think that looks good. Get your predictions going. I'm going to say, I think we see... I think we see a Buffalo trade finally. I'm going to say Jason Zucker. I'm going to say Buffalo finally wakes up and comes to their senses, and we see a Jason Zucker trade. Ardo says Zegras to Montreal. Ooh. Yeah, Rascal. I think Donato, that's what would be the that's what would be the ask and potentially the return. I think the Blackhawks are not trading Donato unless it's like a first plus. Yeah, which again, I think this market's nuts, but that's the reality. Like people just have to accept it. And I just posted that video. Let's go. Let's get some more comments rolling. Gaming says Tanev to Ottawa. Brendan says, I say Toronto gets Cunnin, Ferraro, and B. Tanev. Maybe they poke at Dylan Cousins too. Yeah, Brendan, it sounds like the Luke Cunnin to Toronto thing is gaining momentum. I'm sure they've been trying to push for Mario Ferraro. Oh, did I miss a dono? Thank you so much, Rick. So sorry. Let's see. Thank you, Rick, for telling me. Loud Collector with a 420. Thank you so much for the dono. Let's go. Sorry, I missed it originally. Do you think Laughton would be good on my Sens team? Loud Collector, thank you so much for the dono. Yeah, as I said, I think the Sens are the underrated piece. Yeah, so sorry, Loud Collector. I was trying to set up that video, but thank you so much for the dono. I apologize for missing it. Once the chat rolls, it's easy to miss one, but I promise I'll try to be the better and the best going forward. But yeah, I don't want to miss any donos. Sens fit for Scott Laughton would be great. Let me pull up the lineup. What it would look like for my guy, Loud Collector. So, first line, Tkachuk, Stützle, Giroux. This is where I'd be looking. Does Josh Norris get traded today? So, what they could do, though, is Scott Laughton's been playing a lot of wing this year. I think people forget that, right? I think a lot of us want to go, okay, the center market is thin. Scott Laughton, he is a third-line center, but the Flyers and Tortorella have been utilizing him as a wing. I want to make that very clear to everyone. Do not forget that. Flyers fans know this. I don't got to tell them that because they've been watching the games. Scott Laughton's been playing a lot of wing. So what I think could happen here is maybe they keep Norris. Maybe they dump Perron because he hasn't been as productive this year, or they have a third line of Ridley Gregg, Shane Pinto, and Scott Laughton goes maybe here. Or Ridley Gregg slides over. And then their fourth line could be Gregor, Gaudette, and Amadio. Something like that. But I think that would be kind of the fit for Laughton. Probably the second or third line wing. So either here or somewhere here. Yo, my guy Zeta. That's interesting. Teddy Bluger. Yo, Hog with the $1 dono. Appreciate the donation. Let's go. Yes, Rick. Thank you for everyone being here. Live Collector, appreciate you. Tool says Peterka Cousins to the Hawks for Donato. So, I got to actually pull something up. Sorry, I forgot, guys. I got to pull something up here. I gotta make sure I'm following him. I am. Okay. So there was a tweet he sent out, which I think was nuts. Look at this. Like, are you like? That's crazy. That's like that went under the radar. Sorry, I should have brought that up sooner. When I saw that last night, I was actually like floored. Hey Zeta, thanks for being here. I just pulled up one of your tweets. But that's nuts. So Buffalo could be making a trade. Maybe one I disagree with, but oh my God. Crazy. Bryson says, yo, do you think the Owls can land Brant Clark? Maybe flip Avs first, trade Palmieri or Pajot? Ooh, that's interesting. So you're saying kind of like a reverse or like I don't know. That's like an awkward seller perspective, right? Like you're a seller, but you're trading a first to get like a young player like Brant Clark. It's like you're still acquiring a great piece for the rebuild. I'm curious about that. How about this? How about they trade Noah Dobson today? And Noah Dobson's new replacement is a different trade for Brant Clark. So what if they trade Noah Dobson to one team? Maybe say Vancouver. They trade Noah Dobson and Jean-Gabriel Pajot to the Canucks. Get Pettersson. Then they send Palmieri and the first from Colorado and another prospect for Brant Clark. Oh, the Islanders could be cooking. Pettersson and Brant Clark in one day? Woo! After they got Cal Ritchie and a first for Brock Nelson? That'd be crazy. Let's see. Yeah, Dominic, hey, buddy, what's going on? You can do what you want. We don't get that chatter going in the chat, but hopefully you're doing well. OG says Peterka trade would be a terrible idea. I agree with you. Jacob with the 2 says, can Dallas afford Rantanen and Johnson extensions? Thank you so much, Jacob, for the dono. So that was the conversation last night. I guess you probably just joined, so I'll talk about it again. Thank you so much for the dono. The conversation last night, and I don't want to throw guys that I love into the trade conversation, but Jordan Schmaltz, I'll just reference him. He brought up Logan Stankoven. I was hearing a bit of that last night. You don't want to say that players are getting dealt before they do. I don't think Dallas should be trading Stankoven. But if it meant getting Rantanen, then I can understand why they do it. But exactly your point. There was a conversation, I think, last night that maybe Wyatt Johnson was the sole piece going the other way because they didn't feel they need to trade like a Maverick Bourque or Stankoven when those guys are going to be cheaper in the cap hit picture for them. And at the same time, yeah, the Wyatt Johnson extension is going to be pretty pricey. Like I think in the $8 million or $7 to $8 million if they're signing him long term. So, yeah, we'll see. Thank you, Rick, for dropping the merch in the chat. We got 550 people in here. Thanks for being here, guys. Let's keep growing the channel. Let's keep growing the stream. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. But yeah, I don't think Dallas should be trading Wyatt Johnson to answer. Let me address that. I don't think they should. But if I had to make a prediction, yeah, it's probably one of those equivalent guys. Like Maverick Bourque or Stankoven, it does make sense to move one of those guys in terms of that deal. I would trade Maverick Bourque. I think Stankoven's kind of, I mean, I'm a little biased. Like, I love Stank, but I just think also he's kind of turned it on again recently. So, what's up, Blended? What's up, Jordan? What's up, Talon? What's up, Elliot? Good to see you guys in the chat. Trying to say hi to everyone. Make sure you guys say hello in the chat or say something. Yeah, Frederick, it could be something like that, but it would have to be more, I think. Yeah, Stankoven's so much fun to watch. What's up, Princess? Joshua. Yes, we saw that update. The Lawton update and Ristolainen update. Seems like he's going to require a lot. Yeah, Zora, I'm honestly so done. Like, if John Gibson doesn't get traded, I don't even know what to say anymore. Yeah, all on the table for Steve Staios in Ottawa. And then Cam, here we go. This is an opinion from Cam. We'll read it, though. Money hasn't been the issue in extending Rantanen. I believe Carolina offered over 12.5 times 8. Dallas will too. Been saying that. Once he left Colorado, which was a shock for him, he may just want to take his time and pick his forever spot more carefully. It's a massive decision where you're going to be for the next 7 to 8 years, the remainder of your career, the rest of your legacy. $104 million over 8 years or $98 million over 7 years. Yeah, I mean, I guess from a human perspective, it's understandable. I don't know. Like, my perspective, for this is like, you're always going to be open to request a trade. If he really hates it in Dallas that much or whatever team he gets traded to and extends with, you can always, like, voice your opinion and try to get out after. But I get it. Chad, what's going on? Says, do you think with where the Blues are at and how they've been playing, do you think they will add? Honestly, Chad, based on, the Blues, and this is why I think it's such a seller's market too, is because there's such a limited teams selling right now. Teams like St. Louis, Montreal, Columbus, they've put themselves back into the playoff picture or right there. So, yeah, I mean, I would have said, like, I don't know, a month ago that Provorov could have been dealt by Columbus, that Braden Shen was definitely going to get dealt by St. Louis, that David Savard, Joel Armia, Jake Evans would get traded by Montreal. Of course, now Jake Evans is re-signed and extended with Montreal. So we'll see. But yeah, some of these teams, they put themselves back into the picture, and I don't know if they're going to do anything. Calgary's another team that's in there. Michael's getting rowdy and frustrated. I'm in that middle stage right now where I need to, like, hydrate, but I also, like, need my espresso going. So I don't know. But we got 600 people in the chat. It's 8:40 in the morning Eastern time. Let's get some hype going. Let's go. 600? Are you kidding me? You guys are the best. You're the best. Let's go. We're going to get fired up today. I feel it, man. There's going to be some big trades. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Any decent goalies available? What's decent to you? I mean, Peter Mrazek's available. I would say John Gibson's available at the right price, but I don't know. Anaheim's been so weird with that situation. So has John Gibson. Beyond those two guys I just listed, like I said, Peter Mrazek makes some sense. I mean, you always got to wonder what Buffalo's doing. I don't think Buffalo, like, James Reimer's kind of a depth piece if he was to get traded. So just keep an eye on that maybe. I mean, you really got to wonder about Pittsburgh and Philly. Like, those two teams, Pittsburgh's got, like, 3 goalies they can play, but the Jari thing has been such a disaster. Past that, I think the ship has sailed on trading Binnington. I think that was a potential earlier in the season. Vanacek already got traded. Try to think if there's anyone else that's kind of been on my radar. One name that's been popping up, again, I don't believe it, but the Kevin Lankinen extension definitely makes me think about it, is the Thatcher Demko rumors. Like, imagine Thatcher Demko gets traded today. Like, that would be nuts. That would be pretty crazy. I do think Vancouver's considering some of these big moves, but is it a little bit too rash, like, down to the wire here before deadline, especially when you're pushing for a playoff spot. But Thatcher Demko could go crazy. Like, that Kevin Lankinen extension really made me think about it. Because I was hearing that before the Lankinen extension. So then when that happened, I was like, ooh. Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at Igor Zamula's numbers. I've been hearing that the Leafs are pushing for a Flyers combo and a couple teams. Like, they're pushing for a combo in general, is what I'm getting at. But, yeah, this would be like a classic Trey Living. I don't know if I'm on this lens, but let's pull up his numbers. So, here we go. So, as you see here, guys, in 45 games, 14 points. He's a -10. There's his card, 6'3", 24 years old. So, for the chat, this is why we're pulling it up. So, interesting. Got some good size. I think he's still got some potential. He's only 24 years old. We'll see. Leaf fans are going to be really disappointed. If the ads today are Cunnin, B. Tanev, and Zamula, I don't know if there's going to be a good reception to that. But Laughton and Zamula, it depends. Like I said, if it's Laughton and Zamula, I expect it to be a first and maybe Cowan going the other way, which is so much, man. And I've heard Flyers fans really complain about Zamula too. So that's not a good thing when a fan base is complaining about a defenseman sometimes. Yo, Ashley with the 5. Let's go. Appreciate the donos. Good luck to all the teams. Just a quick stop by for a daily dono. Go Canucks, like and sub. Thank you so much, Ashley. Appreciate always when you're here. And guys, we have 700 in the live stream. 700 height. Let's go. Yo, the hat. Let's go. 700 people in here. Let's get fired up, guys. It's going to be an awesome stream today. Craziness. Let us know if you guys are a new viewer to the channel. Let us know if you're new. Let us know where you're watching from, especially if you're new. We want to know your hometown. Give it a shout. And by the way, guys, we are 10 subscribers away from 54.5. If we could get 55,000 subs today, that would be ridiculous. I'd lose my mind. But, yeah, we're 10 away. We are 10 away from that goal. I know there's 10 people in here that haven't subscribed, so that would be great. Welcome. Hockey Sniper, welcome. Hockey Sniper's new. Tori Jones from Calgary. Vitchus from Stockholm, Sweden. Logan's Hockey, I'm new and I'm from Canada. What's up? Phil at work, just listening. Hey, there you go, Phil. It's perfect stream to be listening in, especially from work. Let's go. Yeah, I gotta put my, I just realized. Gotta put my out of office. There we go. What's Monday? March 10th? Monday, March 10th. Yeah. Let's go. All right. Ooh, we got some smoke. Let's go. Hey, we got a membership for Brandon Secura. 45 months. That's wild. What an OG, guys. Let's get some major hype for Brandon. Says, wonder what's going to happen with Mrazek. You think contract termination is an option? Hoping a few Hawks get traded. Maybe buy a few pieces from Buffalo. Nah, I don't think termination. I think he gets traded probably. Thank you so much for being here, Brandon, as always. Colin says, what would it take to keep Rantanen in Carolina? Eesh. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I was literally saying that earlier. I think it's done. I think even if it's not Dallas, I think you have to trade him now because of the public kind of conversation around it. We are 1 like away from 200, by the way. Someone's saying that in the chat. Let's go. Thank you so much for the donos, guys. Appreciate you and the support. Todd's in here. Mike says, I think that Carolina Rantanen is just a distraction for competitors to lose out on other trades. Genius on their part. Yeah, Mike, I was talking about that yesterday. I mean, here's the thing, though. I feel like it's gotten too legit, though. Unless you're saying Elliot Friedman got played. Chat, what do we think? Is that possible? Did Elliot Friedman get played here? Because, like, Elliot putting that out there is not nothing. Like, he basically was saying it was locked and loaded, ready to go. What's my hot take for Rantanen? I don't know. I think one of Stankoven and Maverick Bork has been the conversation. I do think it's going to be like a hefty number. I'd say 13 mil probably. Yes, we're almost at 200 likes, or maybe we passed it, and we got over 650 people in the chat, guys. Stick around. We're going to go through breaking news all day. We're going to be here. It's a reliable kind of way to go about it. We go on X, get some guests in here. Let's see what we're not saying. Contract negotiations between the Dallas Stars and Mikko Rantanen's clan were put on hold last night. They should resume this morning. If there's an agreement, the trade with the Canes will be concluded. Does Carolina have a plan B with another team if the trade with the Stars does not work out? Ooh. Florida. David, as he reported Thursday, the Owls have offered a 2-year extension to keep Palmieri. The two sides are speaking later this morning, upon which a decision will be made. Sign him or move him. There's been trade interest in Palmieri as well as J.G. Pageau and even Anders Lee. Wow! Anders Lee, captain, gone. But J.G. Pageau, I think they'd get a lot for Pageau as well. Right shot center. Playoff guy. What's up, Minka? What's up, Chris? What's up, Loki? Good to see you guys. Sports Beard says, I guess Robertson, but I'm going back to bed. Just wanted to drop a like and shout at the stream. Hey, Sports Beard, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here as always. Chat, make sure you share the stream out. Make sure you guys go subscribe to the Sports Beard. Great guy. Also does a live show 10 p.m. Eastern time throughout the week on his channel. So make sure you guys go support him. Another great hockey person. Like I said, when you see a good hockey person or good hockey channel on YouTube, they're hard to come by. Make sure you guys support everyone. Right? It's always good to support people, and obviously I'm super thankful you guys are in here to support this stream and follow along. I think it's a good way to kind of keep up with the trade news, right? It's not even 9 a.m. yet, so we're not expecting like anything crazy, but here's the thing. In past trade deadlines, in my experience, there's always one big move that happens in the morning, so you guys are going to want to stick around for that and a lot of the speculation that kind of comes up. But almost 700 people in here pretty consistently. Laboratory says, what would the Bruins need to give up to get Brandt Clark? CARLO, Coyle, and plus? Yeah, that's interesting. I would say, I don't know if Boston makes that move, though, because, like, in the situation they're in. But, yeah, you're right. Like, I think it would probably have to be CARLO, Coyle, and, like, a draft pick or prospect, probably. Like, Brandt Clark, for me, is a legit piece. Like, I think that guy is going to be a top-pair defenseman for a long time. So, if you're getting Brandt Clark, yeah, you got to pay to get. I would definitely say CARLO, Coyle, and first, probably. I would think. But again, that's going to be a high first-round pick, potentially. Like, if Boston misses the playoffs, LA is getting a top 15 first. But I guess, hey, for Brandt Clark, I mean, he was a, 8th overall pick? He was up there. Let's see. Lawton, Ferraro, I think, are what the Leafs get today from Bill. We'll see. Like I said, I would not be surprised if they get a combo deal. Keep an eye on Brandon Tanev, guys. I think Brandon Tanev and Luke Cunnin are more likely for Toronto today. So Rantanen will not move? No, that's not what we're saying. Rantanen's probably still going to move. Jeremy says, John, do you think the Avs fleece the Canes with that trade? At this point, Yeah, I guess. I mean, here's what I'll say. It depends on what Carolina gets back for Rantanen, but I'll say this very clearly. The reason why I was so high on that trade for Carolina day one is because I thought if you're making that trade, you're 100% confident you're going to be able to get him extended, and they just didn't. So it was a bit shocking on my end. I definitely got to get a charger. We got to do that at some point. Jackie says I would love to see Tanev in a Jets jersey again. Sorry. Wait, have I missed something? Sorry, I gotta. I am tired. Let's see. Leafs Nation, Connor Murphy half retained. Sounds like Mikko was shocked. He definitely was shocked. Yeah, bro. I forgot Brandon Tanev played with the Jets. Oh my god. That's crazy, bro. Brandon Tanev was like with the Jets for like 3 years. I kind of forget that. That's crazy, guys. My mind, I was like thinking, Brandon Tanev played with the Jets. And then I was like, wait, no, my mind's screwing with me. For some reason, I'm only recognizing Brandon Tanev with the Kraken and Penguins right now in my head. But like when I think about it, I'm like, oh no, he was with the Jets for at least 3 seasons. So yeah, I guess with the Jets could make some sense. I feel like the Jets bringing Tanev back could make some sense for sure. We got 700 people in here. Jeremiah Maxwell, 47 months. Says, I guess Robertson from Dallas, just an FYI. Also, nobody made Canes make the trade. Should have had the extension signed. They could have come out better. That's what I'm saying, Jeremiah. Big shout out to Jeremiah. What a legend. I can't believe that this is the scenario where clearly Colorado knew something. Clearly Colorado knew that, like, whether Rantanen was struggling with something or, like, they just didn't get, like, a good indication from his mindset on signing an extension anywhere. So they're like, hey, we're not going to talk to the Hurricanes about this. We're just going to make this deal and make them think that they can sign him to an extension. I don't know. I don't know what happened there behind the scenes. All I'll say is that Carolina really sold not having an extension in place, or at the very least, as I said yesterday, a verbal agreement. So it's a little tough on that aspect. But hey, 700 people in here, guys. What do you think? Can we get 1,000 people in here at some point? That would be unreal. Let's try to do it. Let's go. I'm trying to see if anything else. So, guys, just to give a bit of a recap, Rantanen's not traded yet. He could be. Igor Zamula, it looks like he's on Toronto's radar, so that could happen. So there's a lot of stuff cooking right now. You think the Panthers would do anything else? I think so. I think they're going to make a move for a forward. My prediction was Jared McCann. Let's bring up my predictions from that latest video. Let's see. Actually, I'll pull it up right here. I think I had it downloaded. Yeah, I'll pull it up so you guys can see it. But, so I made my updated predictions. Like, it was kind of, it's just the crappy thing that happens with trade deadline. Is like you make your predictions and then trades like happen right away. But let's go through it. The updated predictions I had. I think I posted this on Wednesday on Bleacher Report. And we'll be live on Bleacher Report later with a great crew. But let's, yeah, here we go. I have it here. There we go. So it's funny. I had, oh, nope, not meaning to do that. All right, you guys see this? Maybe you don't. Let's see. Okay, that's not going to work. Let me just pull up the... Give me a sec, guys. Let's see. I'm trying to read comments. Apparently the trade deadline ends at 3 p.m. It does end at 3 p.m. Here we go. I don't know why I was trying to pull that up. Way easier to get this going. Here we go. Okay, so this is exactly what I had. So Brock Nelson in Minnesota, that obviously didn't happen. He went to Colorado. Scott Laughton stays. I still think the Scott Laughton thing is so expensive. I had Riley Smith to Winnipeg. Obviously, that didn't happen. He went to Vegas. He returned to Vegas. Brandon Tanev to Toronto. Luke Cunningham to Toronto. Carson Soucy to Calgary. Another fail for me. Palmieri to New Jersey. I think that could happen. Joel Armia to Colorado. I think that could happen. Brock Besser to Carolina. Here's the thing. If Carolina trades Rantanen, I think they go after Besser. So I'll put that out there. Zegras to Montreal or New Jersey. I still believe in something like that. Brazeau got traded to Minnesota, so another one wrong on my part. But hey, Yanni Gourde to Tampa. I was right on that. Peter Mrazek to Edmonton. I think that could still happen retained. We'll see. Jared McCann to Florida. I think that's very realistic. Alexiak to Calgary. I think Calgary's trying to acquire a defenseman, so they missed out on Soucy. We'll see. I think they could be in on Alexiak. Bjorkstrand, Tampa happened. Murphy to Edmonton. Zucker to LA. Ristolainen to Dallas. I think Ristolainen to Dallas is less likely if Rantanen deal happens, but we'll see. Donato, Edmonton. Braden Shen, Vegas. Dumoulin ended up going to New Jersey, not Minnesota. And then, yeah, those haven't happened yet either. So that's where we're at. We got 730 in the chat. Rick Smith, thank you so much for putting the merch shop in the chat. I was looking for my Hot Take Hockey thing, but my hat, it's over there. So Cam says, I do believe Chicago's first choice has been to retain Ryan Donato and reported as much a couple weeks ago. That said, teams are swirling now. Everyone is looking for someone to kiss before the ball drops. Kevin says, if there weren't many teams calling on Ristolainen earlier, and as I reported a couple times, there weren't, hard to imagine he's going to be moved now. So it looks like Ristolainen might be staying in Philly, but the Laughton one could happen. Michael says, new viewer from Jersey. Let's go Rangers. Hey, there you go, Michael. I got the jersey in the background. Hopefully you hit that subscribe button. We're so close. We're so close to 44.5. I think we're like 2 subscribers away. Let's see. Yeah, guys, we are 54.5. Sorry, we're 2 away. We are 2 subscribers away. We need 2 people to clutch up and get 54.5. Let's go, chat. Let's go. Zegras is not going anywhere? Okay, we'll see. Let's go. Yeah, Damien. I'll actually be live with Grav at 12 o'clock on Bleacher Report. We're going to do an appearance on there together, so that'll be cool. But yeah, guys, I posted that video, Mikko Rantanen, Brock Nelson update. We're also live here all day on this channel. And thank you so much to everyone that just subscribed. Let us know if that was you. Let's go, chat. You guys are the best. We got almost 800 people in here. Thank you so much, Carlos, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Con, thank you so much. Can we trade Murray? You're talking about the Leafs? I don't know. We'll see. Iceman says, let's go, brother. Yeah, Joshua, Luke Cunningham is 2.75, and the Sharks have used all 3 retention spots. So it'd have to be a third team or like a Calle Yarncrow or Kampf going the other way. Let's see. Toady says, do you expect the asking price to drop an hour or so before 3 p.m.? Not on a lot of guys, but like certain guys maybe. Like I'm trying to think of a good example. Like, for example, like Laughton, Braden Shen, even Donato. Like, I think, here's the thing. Donato, guys like that, and even a guy like Palmieri with the Islanders, like an extension would have to be in place today. I don't think that those guys will stay if there's not just like a signing situation. So, yeah, I mean, the Donato ask could definitely go down. If by 2 o'clock there's no extension in place and the teams know that he's not going to get extended, then Chicago's leverage goes down on that. Garfield, thank you so much for subscribing. Any movement on a right-hand shot to Dallas, like a right-hand D? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like They've talked to Montreal. It sounds like they talked to Philly. I think the ask is just way too much for those guys, so we'll see. They might go for a left shot. Maybe a reunion with Jamie Alexiak, a third time the charm. But it sounds like the Rantanen deal might happen here. And here's my hot take. Imagine, and again, I'm not saying this is realistic, but it kind of is. I feel like it would make sense. Imagine Rantanen and Brent Burns to Dallas. I had been saying for such a long time Brent Burns would be a perfect fit in Dallas. I feel like he's just like the beard, the vibes, the kind of camper vibes. I feel like he's just like maybe I don't know, good Dallas, Texas guy. I don't know. That'd be like a little bit of a stereotype shout, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Brent Burns would be perfect in Dallas. I was saying that before we got traded to Carolina when he was in San Jose. So here's the thing. If Rantanen and like Dallas are going to figure out an extension and Dallas and Carolina are going to pull off that deal, throw in Brent Burns in there. Maybe Carolina can get even more value if they take a shot with Matt Dumba. Dallas will give even more prospects. Maybe they'll get both Maverick Bourque and Logan Stankoven. Tim says Habs can have Zegras. Yeah, Hog. I was trying to describe Brent Burns. I've seen Brent Burns in person a couple times, and like, guy actually fits that stereotype because. So, I forget if it was like a Hummer or like what he pulled up in, but it was crazy when I saw him in San Jose. Like this guy literally had like a full out like camp backpack, and like he was wearing like one of those like flat hats. It was hilarious. Let's see. You guessed Brock Nelson to Colorado, and I thought Cal Ritchie was always in play. Good get for the Isles. Yeah, Jeremiah. I remember you giving that shout that if Brock Nelson or one of those guys was a good trade to Colorado, Cal Ritchie. But yeah, I think overall, like I always thought it was going to be Cal Ritchie or a first. To get both is crazy. Let's see. Leafs, Brennan, what's going on? We got 750 in the chat, on the way to 1,000 concurrent live viewers. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Yeah, my prediction for the Leafs, like I said, I think they're going to make 2 moves with 2 different teams, maybe 3 additions, a combo trade and a single trade. If I had to make a prediction, Brandon Tanev, Luke Cunnin as the forward additions, and then maybe a defense addition in there. Igor Zamula's rumored right now, but again, I think the perfect fit would be Alexiak and Tanev from Seattle, and then maybe Cunnin as another depth forward. John with a $10 dono. Thank you so much, John. Says, as a Flyers fan, I don't think Danny B does anything today, so bad news. Laughton is probably still in the team after 3 years of being on the block. Good news. Brazzers is free. Yeah, Brazo. Oh, wait. What? Oh. Thank you so much, Don, for the 10. Appreciate it. What a comment, bro. That dono's crazy. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. I think, so Brazo got traded to the Wild. I'm just going to assume it's hockey related, that comment. Thank you so much, guys. Hit that subscribe, hit that like. Let's go! Thank you so much for the dono, John. Yeah, so what I was also going to get at is I think the Leafs should make a bigger move, but like so relating it to John's comment, and I actually want to talk about Daniel Briere for a second. I think Laughton should be the get, but it seems like it's going to be so expensive. Like it seems like a first Cowan. We don't know what's going to happen, but I don't think you should make that trade. I will say, guys, though, and if you guys didn't know this, you see the Bulldogs logo. I hosted the Brantford Bulldogs. Daniel Briere's and Keith Jones have been at the Bulldogs scouting probably 3 or 4 times. And it's not like a secret. It's not like I have to keep that a secret because it's just like the public eye. Like anyone in the stands could see Daniel Briere just sitting and scouting. He's been there probably 3 or 4 games. So, hey, maybe he's scouting Jake O'Brien in the draft. Maybe he's scouting, I don't know. Maybe he's scouting for a trade. Who knows? But he's been around the Bulldogs a lot this season. Tom says, can't wait for Nick Lardis here in Chicago. Man, Nick's the best. You guys got a good one with Nick. Shout out to Tom. You guys got a great one with Nick Lardis. Unreal. Stud. But hey, 770 people. We're almost at 800 live viewers. It's not even... Actually, sorry. It just turned 9:05 a.m. Nick Mahoney with the 2. Thank you so much, Nick, for the dono. Says, never can miss a Hot Take Hockey trade deadline. Let's go, Nick. My guy. Let's go, Nick. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get some Nick hype in the chat. All right, let's see if there's any other updates. Let's see. Yeah, expensive. Like these, like a second round pick plus for Lindgren, a second round pick plus for Dumoulin was crazy. What could a Marchand package look like, Joe? I was saying it earlier. For Colorado, for example, probably middle stat and maybe a prospect like Guliev or something. That's expensive, but I think it's going to be a big package. It's a seller's market. And I honestly think that's more so why Boston started to consider it, to be honest. I think they're so, like, in the air with this Marchand situation extension-wise. Like, I think they've ideally wanted Brad Marchand to retire a Bruin. But because of what the market is spilling here, like, I mean, you see it on the board right now. Ryan Lindgren got a second plus. Dumoulin got a second-round pick. Brock Nelson just got a legit top NHL prospect. The Islanders, I don't know what I said. The Islanders got a top legit prospect from Colorado and a first-round pick for Brock Nelson. So, ridiculous. Do I think Brock Besser gets traded? Potentially, yeah. I mean, I could add that to the list as well. But I think Brock Besser could get dealt. I think Minnesota's in that. If I had to throw another team, I would not be surprised to see Washington in that conversation. There's been a lot of rumors that the Caps are looking for a right winger. I thought maybe they were going to go a little bit more low-key, just not to mess with the chemistry in the top six. But, I mean, Brock Besser would be a legit ad. I had talked about him being an ad with Washington last offseason. So, and we got over 800. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's go! Let's go! Over 800 in the chat. It's not even 9:30 a.m. Let's go. I was about to say it's not 9 again. Tom says Merrick Van Acker doesn't get mentioned enough, but has been a huge for the Bulldogs since returning from injury earlier this season. Oh, yeah, Tom. 100%. His points don't, like, show, but that guy is, like, his speed is, like, coming out of a rocket, man. When he gets the puck, he's gone. His like, foot speed with the puck on his stick is, like, very rare. Like, any guy can skate fast, but with the puck is a huge factor. That guy is a freaking rocket, man. Leaf Nation says, do the Leafs go after a tough guy after letting Reeves go? I think them letting Reeves go down to the minors, or not letting. I think them signing Reeves was always like a character thing in the room and all that stuff. They still want that. I think them sending Reeves down is strictly because they want to create the space for today. So I would not be surprised if one of the bigger trades the Leafs make is like after 2 p.m. today. Yeah, Jeremiah, I'm with you. The Caps should not trade Ryan Leonard under any scenario. Andrew Cristall, I agree. And Cole Hudson. I'm always forever going to be salty the Leafs didn't draft Cole Hudson. Again, I don't want to... Got to give Ben Danford his creds, but Cole Hudson would have been a bit different. Steven, what's going on? Says, what could Romanoff to the Leafs look like? I don't think it looks like anything. I don't think that happens. But if you're asking me my genuine opinion, it's probably like maybe the guy I just mentioned, Ben Danford in a draft pick. Probably a legit defense prospect in a draft pick. Maybe not even from the Leafs. Maybe it's another team. But Clay with the 5. Thank you so much for the dono, Clay. Says, think the Wings do anything significant today? Also, much love. Have a good stream, man. I'm tuning in from work right now. Hey, Clay, I really appreciate you. We got over 800 in the chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for being here. Shout out to all the folks at your work. Tell them the Hot Take Hockey live stream's on. But yeah, the Red Wings, I don't think they're going to do anything major. My prediction was like a depth piece for them. Maybe like a Michael McCarron, Michigan boy. But hey, I mean, Steve Yzerman's always the interesting one and waiting in the weeds. So I think there's no in between for Detroit today. I feel like they're going to make maybe 1 or 2 depth moves, or they just go in for like a Pettersson. I don't know. I think that's where my mind's at with Detroit. I just think they're kind of in the middle there. They could make the playoffs, but do they really want to give up big assets? In this seller's market, I don't think they should be doing anything crazy. Hope that helps. Ari with the 7. Thank you so much for the dono. Says Habs trade for a 2C. Middlestat or Zegras, those would be the 2 guys I'd be looking at. Imagine, guys, clip it. I talked about this 2 years ago. 2 years ago in terms of a Buffalo-Montreal trade. What if it's a Montreal-Colorado trade now? David Savard, Joel Armia to Colorado, Casey Middlestat, and another piece, maybe pick prospect package to Montreal. Montreal gets their 2C. Obviously, Kirby Dach's out for the year. Sucks. I hate seeing that stuff. Wishing the best to Kirby Doc. Casey Middlestat to Montreal. David Savard, Joel Armia to Colorado. Obviously, Montreal needs to get more value in that, I think. But yeah, Casey Middlestat could be a huge fit for Montreal. I think that'd be a perfect fit. And Colorado, they want to get a little bit meaner for sure. David Savard would be a perfect fit for the right shots top four. Then you could have a top four of Devon Taves, Cale Makar, Sam Girard, and David Savard. That would make perfect sense. So keep an eye on that. Jeremy, so the over-under, we'll bring it up again this morning, guys. So we haven't had a trade yet this morning. That's actually broke this morning, but the over-under is 23. The over-under is 23. So chat, that was the number from last year. Give me over-under. I'll be right back, guys. Stay in the chat. I'm just going to get my charger. Count to 10 seconds. I'll be back in 10 seconds. But give me your over-under 23. All right, I'm back. Hot Take Hockey merch, let's go. Hot Take Hockey merch. All right, I got my charger, we're good. All right, let's see what chat's saying. Let's see what chat's saying. All right. Okay, YouTube rolling here. How many people we got in here? We got 820 people in the YouTube chat. You guys are amazing. Let's go. The over-under is 23. It was 23 trades last year on trade deadline day. Let's see. A lot of people are saying under. Wow. Well, I will say it's easy to say under right now with a lot of people kind of disappointed a trade hasn't happened yet, but it's 9. Guys, it's not even 9:15. There's very rarely a trade that happens that early. You have to think half the league's GMs might be still sleeping. I'm not saying that's the case, but I wouldn't be surprised. Gotta make sure that's charging. Yes, sir. All right. Yo! Dom says when 3 different teams don't want to give you $14 million, maybe you're not a $14 million player. Bro, that's crazy random shout. You don't even know. Yo, is that true? Sorry, Gregory. I'm not trying to discount you, but who are you here? Oh, so legit. Yo, gotta give Gregory a follow, maybe. Yo. So Friedman's like, I don't care what no Darren Dreger says. The Rantanen trade's done. Yo! Yo, Friedge is like, I don't care what anyone says. Darren Dreger. Guys, just get some good laughs going in the chat. We almost got 300 likes in here. Friedge, first Darren Dreger, book the boxing match. We're 15 likes away from 300. I'd love it if we could get there. Let's do it. Dregs versus Friedge. Boxing match. Locked. What's up, Thier? Leaf Nation says, our team's not interested in D'Angelo as a rental. Putting up good numbers on a light contract as right-hand D. I think there's a lot of D'Angelos out there, though. But we'll see. Yeah, someone could get him cheap. I don't think he would require a lot. Elias Pettersson to Sportsnet for Friedman. Let's see. Just trying to jinx the under. There you go, name. I like it. The reverse jinx. Hey, 4 more likes to 300. We got 850 in the chat. Guys, when we surpass 1,000 live viewers in here, I'm going to go nuts. I might do a backflip. Let's go. Winnipeg has the best goalie, Hellebuck. Fair. Yeah. But, okay. I mean, then there's no... you know, okay, this is what I just make... People make me laugh. So, there absolutely is a trade done. But it's hinged on the extension being worked out. No extension, no trade. So the trade's not done. Or the trade's done. There's no... It's done. But... It's either done or it's not done. You know what I mean? Chat, I think we're in the business of it being done or not done. There's no... Well, it's done, but... I know, Jeremiah. I was down at the dumps. Andrew says, goalies go at work listening. Let's go. There you go, YouTube. Yeah, Jacob. No, I understand what's happening here. I understand the trade framework is in place. Let's see. Really looking forward to the Canadiens' day with the playoff race alive and well. Will Kent Hughes be tempted to trade a player who becomes a UFA on July 1st? With the team's recent success, that would be surprising. With the market being very expensive right now, I would be very surprised if the Habs were a buyer. Still, if bargains presented themselves between now and 3 p.m., why not? We'll see. I still think if Montreal could get a first plus for David Savard, you'd do it. They should be doing it. That's crazy, bro. Shout out to Gregory. Bringing us the news on 680. Craziness. We got 840 in the chat. Legends. Hey, Timothy, thank you so much for being a sub. New sub. Timothy Borman, big shout out to you. Let's see. I agree that the Leafs don't need another guy like Rantanen. I mean, I didn't say that, but someone else may be in the chat. Keep the young core in Toronto. That's how you win championships. Zegers to the Jets? I don't know about that. We'll see, though. Don't need me on IR today? Okay, I'll try not to go on IR today. But let's go. The fact that we have so many legends and we have over 300 likes. Thank you so much, guys. Oilers fan, elite member. Let's go, Oilers fan. Let's get some Oilers fan hype in the chat. I appreciate you becoming a member. Yeah, Oilers make a big trade for Jake Wallman. So there you go. Sounds like nothing has changed for the Columbus Blue Jackets as of this morning. And I trust Aaron Portzline for Blue Jackets News. Looking to add a top 9 forward, but prices remain too high for the Blue Jackets' liking for both rentals and trades. If they don't drop considerably before the 3 p.m. deadline, it's possible GM Don Waddell sits this one out. Yeah, I would not be surprised. Like I said, I think Columbus is one of those teams that could be quiet today. I think rightfully so. You don't want to mess what's in that room and to give up like big assets. I think that's smart from the Jackets. Yeah, Jeremiah, I'm with you. I think Rantanen going to the Stars, I had talked about that. Like, it's just, it makes too much sense. The Stars were never going to get him from Colorado. So right when he went to Carolina, the Stars were just licking their chops. So many phone calls between GMs. Loki says, Daniel says Brad has been GM for 2 years. Failed. Well, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, you want Brad to do more on this deadline. Like I said, I will be personally pretty disappointed if he doesn't do something pretty significant. Like, when I mean significant, I mean either a third-line center that's legit or a top 4 defenseman. Noah says on a cruise ship, but still always here for the deadline with Hot Take Hockey. Are you kidding me, Noah? You are a legend. You are a legend, Noah. Where are you headed? Let us know. Or you don't have to. But, hey, that's awesome. That's legendary stuff, guys. Like I said, let us know where you're watching from. You could be like Noah watching from a cruise ship, or I know some people are watching overseas in Europe. I know some people are watching out west in Vancouver or California. Let us know where you're watching from. Legends. What's up, Brandon? Xylix is in class. David says Myrtle Beach. Ryan says on the shitter. There you go, Ryan. What a legend. Love it. We're watching from all different locations on the Hot Take Hockey live stream. Cool for Hockey's from Texas. Adam, Sweden. Cam Law, my guy. What's up, man? Long time. We'll have to catch up soon. Cam, if you got one for us, drop a little hot take trade. Give us what you're feeling for the Leafers. Tin, what's going on? Keenan from Australia. Holy. Robert from Nova Scotia. Nick from Philly. Monique from north of Quebec. Jed from Helsinki. Oh my god, I can't read. Helsinki, Finland for Jed. It's too early. I haven't drank the coffee yet. Calgary, Alberta. Man, the chat's moving quickly. Helsinki, man. People are going to think I'm on some good shit. Ben from Hamilton, Ontario. Mason from Utah. Saskatchewan, Mr. Isaac. Or Isaiah. Oh, my. Yo, Cam. My guy Cam with the hot take. The Rantanen trade in Dallas is going to fall apart, according to Cam. Rantanen in. Bobby. Cowan. First, second, third out. Woo! That's hot. Steven, let's go. Poutineville. St. Thomas from Caden. Gregory, working from home, watching from Oshawa, Ontario. Big shout out to Gregory. Welcome if you're a new subscriber. Camden, Long Island. Bolts fan, Tampa. Garrett, Oklahoma. Big shout. Stars fan from Oklahoma. I love it. Yeah, that was something I realized when I was when I was traveling a lot down south. Was I didn't realize Dallas is so close. For people that are like I know a bunch of people that are OKC, not a bunch. I shouldn't say a bunch. I know a couple people that are OKC fans in NBA and then are Stars fans in hockey. There's probably not that many of them, so me saying a few. I know a couple. We gotta change it. All right, Pierre. I trust you. Pierre. I trust you. All right, guys, let's make the prediction. Where's the new Marchand landing spot? Gonna change the thumbnail. No, honestly, I honestly had that thumbnail ready to go last night. And then I just this morning, I was so tired. I'm like, okay. Brock Nelson trade happened last night when I was half asleep. I don't really want to change the thumbnail and delay going live, but where is he going? Chat, where's Marchand going? Get your takes going in the chat. He's probably going nowhere, but what are we thinking? Vegas, maybe? I feel like Vegas, Bruce Cassidy, that connection's interesting to me. I would not be surprised at all. That would be very interesting to me. It would definitely be very interesting. Man, I think there's going to be a couple of big trades that happen here before noon. More speculation that comes out. I think so. So, let's see. Marchand to the Canes. Oh, imagine. Hey, we almost got 350 people. Thank you, again, to the over 800 people that are currently in the chat. You guys are awesome. Let's keep her going. Once we get over 1,000 people, we're just going to go crazy. The screen won't move. Well, there's no really updates right now. This is the latest update. That was 2 minutes ago. That's the latest update. I think that's fair. Let's go. All right. I think Marchand to Vegas is what I'm going to go with. I think that makes the most sense. Oh, shit. I just sold. But yeah, I think Vegas could make some sense. But yeah, you know what's so funny? I had some Leaf fans reaching out to me about oh, Marchand to the Leafs. I was like, okay, you gotta chill. It ain't happening. But I do think Vegas is one of those teams that could do something like that. It does make a lot of sense. When you think about teams that are aggressive enough to do something wacky like that, it'd be Vegas. And here's the thing, they haven't really made a big move yet. And Vegas is always one of those teams that you got to watch out for making a big move. So, I don't know, we'll see. I think it's very possible. I think it's definitely very possible something like that happens. Well, we'll see where it goes. The fact that LeBron's bringing it up, though, too, is like an indication that it's not a nothing thing, in my opinion. The fact that these guys keep bringing it up, I think Marchand could get traded. The more and more that this kind of stuff rolls around, I think that it could happen. Okay, I think let's get a little update here. Oh, Giordano, a little TSN. I gotta get TSN broadcast going so you guys can hear it and I can watch it with you guys. All right. All right, guys. Also, let's get a prediction going here. So I like this conversation. Pick a prediction. So the Lightning made the big forward ads with Yanni Gordon Bjorkstrand. I want predictions in the chat right now. A big forward you think the Leafs will get, and a big forward the Panthers will get, or you could say you don't think either team's gonna get a big forward. Like, I guess if you think the Leafs are just gonna settle for a B Tanev or Cunnin, then that's a fair prediction. But let me know what you think in the chat. Yo, Pugs with the 2 says watch Rantanen go to Columbus to play with Monahan. Thank you so much, Pugs, for the dono. Let's get some Pugs hype in the chat. Chachi says Pedersen to Buffalo. We're going crazy. And please, guys in the chat, let me know when the thumbnail changes. I think I just fixed it. Hopefully I didn't botch it. Yo, why is that thing behind the camera? I just realized that. There we go. Okay, I gotta move that somewhere else here. Right there. Yeah, next time someone subs, hopefully it's not over my face or under my camera. All right. But yeah, this is the latest big news, I'd say. We got 850 to chat, guys. We are 150 away from 1,000. Jeremiah, the new one is just with Marchand with the Vegas background. Trade alert. Lord, no fake trades. But yeah, I think the Rantanen trade's going to happen. What's going on, David Cross? Machine says Pedersen is not a Boston-style player. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Pedersen's getting traded to Boston. Let's see. Ice says if I had mod powers, I would delete fake trade news. There you go, Ice. Hey, I like the self-shout. Thompson's Mrazek to the Panthers. They need a backup desperately. Hawks get a low round pick in return. Didn't the Panthers just trade for Vanacek? Yeah, Tom, the Panthers just traded for Vanacek like yesterday, the day before. I'm losing track of the days. But no, the Panthers do have Vanacek. We'll go to the Panthers' updated lineup for you guys, so you can kind of see where they're at. So, Panthers' top line as it stands: Verhaeghe, Barkov, Reinhart. Samoskevich, Bennett, Rodriguez, Luosterainen, Lundell, Boquist, Greer, Noshek, and Gadjevich. They just traded for... why am I forgetting? Nico? Oh my god, am I dumb? This is why I gotta go to my guy NHL Trade Alert. Why am I drawing a blank? This is why I gotta have the trades on the screen. I'm a seller for that. What was the other trade that... Nico Sturm. Oh my god, thank you. I thought it was Nico, but I was like, what was the other trade? It was Nico Sturm, wasn't it? Yeah. It was Nico Sturm for like a fourth and sorry. I think the Sharks got a 4th round pick from Florida, and then it was a 7th and Nico Sturm to San Jose. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Sorry, Nico Sturm and a 7th to Florida. But yeah, I was trying to, man, there were so many small trades that kind of trickled through the cracks yesterday. Like this trade. Like this was so random. I don't know if you guys saw it. But Florida now has like 3 goalies that can play now. They traded Drieger to Winnipeg, who's, I believe, from Winnipeg, right? There's a Winnipeg connection there with Drieger. And maybe he played there, maybe. And then Kaapo Kähkönen to Florida, which now creates a 3-goalie situation for Florida after Bobrovsky. So they've got Bobrovsky, and then they have Vanacek and Kähkönen. So that's why I was saying, I don't know why Nico Sturm's not in here. But anyways. So they have Seth Jones in there as the 2 top right shot defensemen with Ekblad. And then right now they have Bobrovsky and Vanacek lined up. And then, of course, Matthew Tkachuk's injured. But my hot take was this. If it's not Rantanen, what if they go after a big fish then? Because I thought, okay, Verhaeghe could be part of a Rantanen trade. But if they're not going for Rantanen, what if the hot take trade could be like Sam Waskevich? Maybe one of their later picks, like a 2nd and another prospect. And imagine they got like a Scott Laughton in here. There'd be shit disturbers and on every line in this team, man. But I don't know. I don't know if Florida's going to do anything else. I thought maybe they go for Rantanen. I just don't think Boston's going to trade Marchand in conference. I think it's definitely Western Conference if they trade. And then past that, I mean, what else could Florida go after? Maybe Braden Shen? I guess that's possible. Here we go. Little update from Chris Johnson. We got 900 in the chat. This is a big one from Chris Johnson. Here's the Mikko Rantanen situation as it stands now. Step 1 was Dallas and Carolina agreeing to the framework of a trade, which happened. So that's already happened. Step 2 is Dallas reaching a contract extension with Mikko Rantanen, which hasn't happened. There's no trade without step 2 being satisfied. It sounds like other avenues are now being explored on the Rantanen front. This is crazy, bro. Friedman, man. You can't be doing this. What is done, bro? Hey, what is done? Done ain't done until it's done. Guys, if you can guess who this bobblehead is, you're going to earn some bonus points on the Hot Take Hockey live stream. Yeah. But, yeah, I'm trying to create some space so I can freaking turn on this other monitor so we can get the TSN broadcast rolling. Get on the phone! Get on the phone! Yo, Brad Trey Living. Get on the phone. Yo, I'm Brad Trey Living. I gotta make a move. Probably sometime soon. Would be nice. It'd be nice if you made a move sometime. But hey, it's all good. We're having a good time. But we got 900 people in the chat. And yes, Platna, hey, we gotta share love. I hope I can have Friedman on Hot Take Hockey at some point. That'd be great. Big shout out to Frank Saravalli as always. Coming on to chat with Jeremiah and I on HTH. I'll say this. We got to be on Freeman's case a little bit last night. We love him being on the news first and giving us the breaking news, but I lost sleep as well. I was going to start the stream earlier. I started the stream at 7:45? I was going to start earlier. I was in bed at 11 o'clock, ready to go to sleep, and freaking Brock Nelson trade happens. And I'm like, oh my God. So then I was like, I'm just going to let this be the thing I talk about in the morning. That was my mindset. Why I didn't get up and go live and post was like, okay, the Brock Nelson trade is going to be the thing I talk about first thing in the morning. When there's no trades happening, I'm going to post a video first thing in the morning, talk about it in the first hour, just kind of go through Callum Ritchie's stats, all that stuff. Then an hour later, or more than that, I think it was what we looked at it was 12:45 in the morning. I was literally half asleep at 12:30, and then my phone starts going buzz, 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 buzz. And then 12:45, bomb! Mikko Rantanen to Dallas is done. What's done, man? It ain't done. What Chris Johnson's telling me right now, it ain't done. There's got to be some more specific wording here, man. Framework of a trade, somewhat completed. Doesn't sound like it's done to me. And here's the thing. I still think he's going to get traded to Dallas. Don't get me wrong. But this quote right here from Chris Johnson doesn't sound like it is done. I can tell you that for free. We got over 900 people in the chat. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Hit that like button. Let's go. AJ says Drieger was born in Winnipeg. Okay, so I was right. Guys, if we get 1,000 people, as I said, I'm going to lose my mind. We are 20 likes away from 400. Let's get there. Let's go. Penty says Rantanen's starting to look like a clown. Damn. Super Surfer says, what do you want Brad to do ideally? Third line center, right shot defenseman, top 4. If my perfect deadline, I said it yesterday. I know Braden Shen, it'd be a lot to trade a first in Cowan. I would try to get 50% retained from St. Louis, get Braden Shen's cap it down to the 3s. Then that's a magical number for a third line center in terms of Braden Shen. Playoff experience, Stanley Cup winner. My dream scenario would be 3 additions for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Brandon Tanev, Braden Shen, Luke Shen. Tanev and Shen brothers on this team screams passion. Imagine that, guys. That would scream passion. I would be so amped up. If the Leafs got the Shen and Tanev brothers in here, Keith, thank you so much for subscribing. Let's do it. I want to see it. I want to see the Shen brothers. I want to see the Tanev brothers wearing the blue and white, wearing the maple leaf. Let's see it. That screams passion. Cowan in the first, pish posh, man. I want a Stanley Cup. That's what I want. All chemical. I will show you. Yeah? All right. Challenge accepted. Challenge accepted. I know you're baiting me. I think you are baiting me. Challenge accepted. We're doing it. All right. We're doing it. I'm just going to call this roster the Passion. All right? You want to challenge me? Challenge accepted. All right. Someone asked me, what does Trey Living need to do today? This is what Trey Living needs to do today, all right? First trade with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Said Matt Benning. Little magic happens. You know Dubas loves his guys, right? You know Dubas loves his guys. So a little David Kampf action and a little bit of Robertson and Timmins. Dubas loves his guys. He just loves his guys. Pittsburgh for a little Achari and Shen. All right, and if you need a little bit of a sweetener there, you throw in a little third-round pick for a sweetener. All right. Boom, boom. All right, that's trade number 1. Trade number 2 with St. Louis. And again, is it a lot to give up? It is a lot to give up. But I'm telling you guys what the price is. I'm telling you what the price is right now to acquire these kind of guys. Sorry, not St. Louis. St. Louis. What am I saying? So first and Cowan for Shen, 50% retain. We're doing that now. I'm showing you guys what Brad Trey Living could do today. If he has the kahunas, he could. And then the trade with Seattle to get Brandon Tanev. Again, I want to make the record known. I do think the Leafs might acquire Luke Cunnin today. So I'm making that very known. Then Yarncrow back to Seattle. Even though I don't think he liked it there. But sorry. Hopefully you don't have him on your modified no trade clause. Brandon Tanev, 50% retained. Submit. All right, so the Leafs currently in this situation are 2.2 over the cap, right? And this is what you got to do. So you go depth chart. These are the 3 moves. Braden Shen, 50% retained for Cowan in a first. B. Tanev, 50% retained for Yarncrow in a second. Achari Shen reunion to Toronto. Leafs trade a package led by a third-round pick and Nick Robertson and Connor Timmins. And this is where the bottom 6 gets a lot better. So Domi slides to the wing. Braden Shen is the third line center. And this is your fourth line. Holmberg could probably slide down. You could probably do something like this. You could probably have McMahon up here. You could have B. Tanev here and then Holmberg here maybe. You could do something like that. So the top line would be Nyes, Matthews, Marner. Second line would be McMahon, Tavares, Nylander. Tanev, Shen, Domi, Lorentz, Holmberg, Achari. Then your defense group. Riley, Shen, McCabe, Tanev, Ekman Larson, Myers, Benoit, fourth defenseman. And then going down, you're setting Reeves down. And Pacioretty on LTIR out the rest of the year. He'll return in playoffs with Hakanpää. And you could also trade out Dewar. But in this scenario, say you sauce Dewar out. Dewar's gone. Steves gets the call up. So with a roster size of 22, you could have only 20 and still be fine, right? But I'm just making the argument. 22 and the Leafs have 100,000 of cap space with LTIR with Pacioretty and Hakanpää on LTIR. Can we get W's in the chat? That would be a great day for Brian Tree Living. It's a lot to give up for Braden Shen, but 50% retained. Look at that bottom six. You got to admit, that bottom six is a lot better looking. That's some grit. That's some snot, as Trey Living said. See, that's cap compliant. That wouldn't be bad. Hey, fitness, I told you. We can do it. We're doing it. Positive vibes. Yo, some donos. Yo! Pugs with the 10! Says, I remember 2022 free agency. I was in your stream and called the Gaudreau signing before it happened. You said I was crazy. You were set on him going to Jersey. And then Johnny signed with Columbus. Hey, respects. I'm wearing the Blue Jackets sweater. Yeah, you know what? When Johnny signed to Columbus, that was a big day for Columbus. And, yeah, we're forever going to be affected by obviously losing Johnny and losing Maddie. Thank you so much, Pugs, for the dono. I really appreciate it. And, wow, we got a 20 bomb! A 20 bomb from Jakes is just hopping on into the pod. Can I get your take on the wild move from Brazeau? Is this Billy wanting to add some size and power play improvement for the playoffs? I would say definitely size. I don't know if it's necessarily for the power play, but I thought that was a lot to give up for Brazeau. But again, this is a seller's market, and that's kind of what's been happening. So, retweeted by Pagnota, Tanev, Cunnin on the Leafs radar. So I could see it being Cunnin. So let me just go back to this here for a second. Let me cancel this one. Oh no, that's another one for another day. Let me cancel this one. Let's see. Yeah, let's cancel this one. This Pittsburgh one. I think a lot of Leaf fans would be happy with these two moves. Getting B. Shen. Again, that's a hefty price, but 50% retained. And then getting B. Tanev. And then the third move is get Luke Cunnin out of San Jose. So maybe it would be Cunnin. And the Leafs send over Kampf. And then maybe it's like a couple thirds. Luke Cunnin hasn't done anything crazy this year, but I think it could be something like this. A couple of draft selections. So these are the three moves I got, guys, for Toronto. First move, B. Shen for Cowan in a first. B. Tanev for Yarncrow in a second. 50% retained for both B. Tanev and Shen. And then Luke Cunnin to Toronto for Kampf in 2/3. Scroll down here. Robertson can go third line with B. Shen and Domi. And then the fourth line is something like this. B. Tanev, Cunnin, Lorentz. Then you got Holmberg and Steve as the extra forwards. And then you probably have to still make a defense improvement there somewhere along the line. So, is it great? No. But that's cap compliant. That was the 3 moves they want to make. But no addition on the defense. That's the problem. So then, maybe it's not Shen. Maybe not. We got 850 people in here. Thank you so much, Jake, for the dono. I really appreciate it. The passion lives here. Let's go. And again, the reason we're talking about the Leafs a lot right now, guys, is they're one of the major contenders, playoff contenders, I'll say, that have not made a move yet. And David Pegg notices Armia and Savard are still in play for Montreal. BTD, I play NHL 25. I got PlayStation 5. Yeah, Charlie. The lot and price is expensive. Let's go, Mike. Says Leafs get Cousins and Shen. Dubas gets his guys back. Michael says, I'm not even a San Jose fan, but what Greer did was robbery. Yeah, I mean, Mike Greer's been awesome. Let's go, guys. Let's go. We got to get 1,000 people in here. Let's go. We got to go. Hey, Micah says, yo, let's go. 4th year in a row. Tune in for the deadline day. Thanks for streaming. Hey, Micah, I appreciate you big time. Thanks for being here. Yo, Alan Walsh. Interesting timing, eh? Interesting timing. Let's go. Let's see. Trying to make sure the guests are lined up, all that good stuff. All right. You think Columbus will make the playoffs? They're my team. I think the Blue Jackets will make the playoffs. Yeah, based on what I've seen. Chris, Lucci, what do you mean slowest deadline? How is that? Chris, are you kidding me? Guys. Chris, are you kidding me? You think this has been a slow deadline? Okay, I'm going to give you a few factors here. I promise you, there's usually never any big trades before like 10 a.m. That's 1. 2, have you been asleep this week? Mikko Rantanen, Brock Nelson last night, Jake Wallman yesterday too. Like, do we got to pull up the trade history here? Like, there's some massive trades that happen. I don't know if you've been sleeping. But there's some massive trades that happen here. So, Brock Nelson. Brazo got traded a minute. Like, this is all yesterday. Look, you guys just keep saying March 6th, March 6th, March 6th. Carson Soucy to the Rangers. The Drieger Kakinen trade. Riley Smith back to Vegas. Nico Sturm to Florida. Dumoulin to New Jersey. The Vanacek trade to Florida. This is all in the last couple days. Bjorkstrand Gord to Tampa. This is the biggest lead up ever. The Shen Bunting trade. Frederick and Jones to Edmonton. Seth Jones. Spencer Knight. Gustav Nyquist. Ryan Lindgren. That's all happened in the last few days. Nuts. We got 900 in the chat. Let's go. I think Peterka to the Rangers seemed like it was gaining momentum. Let's go, guys. We're almost at 500 likes. That's crazy. Let's go. Okay, why isn't this working, man? I want to get TSN rolling here. Let's go. Let's get it rolling. Let's get it rolling. Let's go. There we go. We got it up on the big screen, guys. Let's go. W's in the chat. Steve Stais is on TSN right now.
You guys have been streaky the last couple of months. You had a 5-game losing streak where it looked dicey, but now
W's in the chat. Let's go. What's up, Andrew? What's up, Marty? What are people talking about in the chat? Chat, are they on to something? Is something happening? Let's see. What's up, Camden? What's up, Gregory? What's up, Martin? We're less than 100 live viewers away from 1,000. Pugsy, shout out. But I was going to say, should I add any other trades to the board up top? Yeah, I mean, I think leave it because I don't want to fill it up too much. Hey, Darkness, good morning. Logan, good morning. Nothing from the Penguins. Nothing, frankly, this morning, but everything that happened last night, we talked about. Brock Nelson to the Colorado Avalanche. Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars is gaining momentum. We still don't know the deal. A lot of stuff happening. And there's a lot of other small deals that happened yesterday. Smaller deals. I mean, they weren't small, but... but this is kind of the guy that's being talked about right now. JJ Peterka. Will he go to the New York Rangers? Will he go to the Minnesota Wild? There's a lot of rumors that this guy is going to get dealt. For what reason? I don't know. I don't know what Buffalo's doing. They could have got Pettersson, but they're like, all right, we'll trade Peterka somewhere else, maybe? I don't know. I think it could also be Peterka to Vancouver. Imagine Peterka and Cousins to Vancouver. What's up, Nugget? We got 900 in the chat, guys. Oh, we keep beating around the bush on that 1,000. Once I see 1K in here, I might go insane. People are teasing me in the chat. Let's go. Okay. I'll pull this up, but I don't know what you guys are on about. Am I getting baited? Ooh, that's kind of a big tweet. Thank you for telling me, guys. I thought you guys were baiting. Andrew said, hearing the Island's last offer to Brock Nelson before trade to Avs was 3 years for slightly more than 7.5 per. Oh my goodness. I think it's been clear for a while Nelson felt his smart play was to set his value via free agent market. The money was good, but Nelson likely looking for more than 3 years. Wow. Andrew says, also hearing Isles Lou Lamoriello still working to try and re-sign Kyle Palmieri to a contract extension. Why they would do that, I have no idea. That's why I'm saying Lou Lamoriello makes a genius move like that, and then he's trying to, like, re-sign. I just don't understand. Crazy. Let's go. Yo, where's Marchand going? I think Vegas is the favorite for Marchand right now. We will see, though. Yeah, guys, hit up that merch shop. We almost got 500 likes. Scar says, why would the Isles extend Palmieri? They're not going to make the playoffs. All right, guys, I have a great question. I have a great question for the chat. Who do you think is going to make the playoffs? You have to pick one. Islanders or Rangers? Get it rolling in the chat, guys. Islanders or Rangers? Who's going to make the playoffs between those two teams? Rangers. All right. Perfect timing to do an NHL standings check. So Atlantic Division. Panthers. 2 points ahead of the Leafs, but the Leafs have a game in hand. Leafs, Lightning, Sens, Red Wings, Canadiens, Bruins, Sabres. Crazy to see the Bruins that low. But again, there's only like 2 points that separate them from the Red Wings, 3 points that separate them from the Sens. Then if you look here, after Devils, bit of a drop-off, but hey, the Devils' Jack Hughes injury could be a big, big difference. But here's the thing. While there's a 4-point gap between the Rangers and Islanders, the Islanders have a game in hand. But that's the crazy part is, like, Islanders are still kind of there. But here's the thing. The massive difference I'm looking at right now is, if you guys look at this, is the goal differential. Islanders have a negative 14 goal differential, where the Rangers have a positive with the Blue Jackets. And then look at the jump. Devils 31, Hurricanes 27, Caps 60. And then you also look at the Atlantic. The Sens are at 67 points with a negative differential. And then the Lightning differential, I couldn't believe this when I saw this. 59. Bro, that's actually insane. The Leafs have only 18. The Lightning have 59. Like, that's insane. That's why I'm saying the Lightning, I'm telling you guys have to take the Lightning seriously as a contender. Because the fact that they're like, they haven't been talked about, I feel like that's when they're scariest. They just got Bjorkstrand and Gord, and this has been their performance and their record this year without those two guys, and those two guys are massive additions. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if Brad Treliving and the Leafs go quiet today, it's going to be disappointing for a lot of fans because they see what Tampa's been able to do this year. They've won 9 of their last 10 games. The Leafs have won, I think, 7 of their last 10. So, like, here's the thing. The Leafs have had a couple rough losses, but they've won 7 of their last 10. But the Lightning have won 9 of their last 10. The Panthers have won 8 of their last 10. So those 3 teams are hot. I mean, the Leafs can't have a fall here. And frankly, they probably need to make a move. Hey, Sherlock, thank you so much for subscribing. We got 900 people in the chat, guys. We are 50 likes away from 500. We're almost at 45. 55. I said 45 again. I don't know why I was saying 45. We're almost at 55,000 subscribers. So if you could hit that subscribe button, every sub counts. It's free. Ooh, Bruce Garrioch saying the Sens are still on Seattle's Brandon Tanev. Kraken are willing to retain money depending on the return. Crazy. Crazy. Let's see. Yeah, Blackhawks will try to trade Peter Mrazek. We're aware of that. Crazy. Hey, Pugsy with the 2. Thanks to chat for letting me know. It says Columbus wins the cup this year. This one is for JG. Let's go, Pugs. Let's get some Pugs hype in the chat, everyone. Show some love. Hey, Enor, good to see you in the chat. Thank you so much. Big shout out to Rick. Logan says Tampa's differential inflated by a few blowout games. Still being underrated, though. Top 5 offense and defense. Agreed, Logan. Yeah, I know they've had a couple blowout games, for sure. Let's see. Evan says if Leafs don't make a trade, I have zero belief in the team. Damn. Michael says plan B is Donato and Murphy. We'll see. Michael, good to see you in the chat. Matthew, good to see you in the chat. Anthony, good to see you. Like I said, we got 900 people in here. We're beating around the bush of 1,000 people in here. Darren, what's going on? Marty, what's going on? See if this phone's charged. Oh my goodness, bro. What is up with this charger, man? What is up with this charger? Nice. Let's go. Yeah, I think this is crazy. This part's crazy. Are the Penguins going to be aggressive today? I think the Penguins make a couple moves. The Raquel one's interesting. Both Raquel and Russ, they have trade protection. So I don't know if they're going to get moved for sure. What's up, Casey? How do you become a member? I think there's a link. But you can also click there's a membership thing. I think this should work. Member? Maybe? Maybe you can't do it on an iPhone. I kind of forget how it works. There you go. There's the link. Boom! If you want to become a channel member, easy way to support the channel. But, I mean, even easier is just hitting that like, hitting that subscribe. Free. But T-minus 10 hours till the trade deadline. Our guy Peg Noda on it. What's up, Ken? Good to see you in the chat. Diesel says Leafs should get Shen. Grant says Bruby loves Shen. Yeah, that's why I think the Leafs are pushing for Braden Shen. You, Tom, what's going on? Yeah, so this was kind of the mock thing I had going for the Leafs. The 3 moves. The 3 steps for Toronto today. I honestly should have made a video talking about this, but it is what it is. We can do it quickly right now. So, looking at these 3 moves, Braden Shen for counting a first. People are going to think it's crazy. I don't necessarily agree with it, but as people are saying, Bruby loves Shen. I think the Leafs are looking at it. They have to blow them out of the water with an offer. This would be Shen 50% retained, though, for counting a first. He's got term. $3.3 million for Shen would be unreal as a third-line center. B. Tanev for Yarncrow in a second. You get B. Tanev, 50% retained. Brandon Tanev, Chris Tanev reunited. And then Luke Cunnin. The only problem with these 3 trades, there's no defenseman in there. So I still think that they're looking at Alexiak, Ferraro. The one that they could make that's also a separate trade would be Igor Zamula. That's rumored to Toronto right now. But the roster with this scenario, at least the forward group, the defense group's question marks. They could also look at like a Luke Shen to complement Morgan Riley again. But Knies, Matthews, Marner, McMahon, Tavares, Nylander, Robertson, Braden Shen, Domi, Brandon Tanev, Cunnin, Lorentz, Steves, Holmberg. Lots of depth options there. But here's the thing. That depth, guys, that bottom 6 looks a lot better. I'll tell you that for free. Shen, Tanev, Cunnin. Leaf fans got to be happy with that. If that was the scenario, if the Leafs were able to get Braden Shen and then at least one of Brandon Tanev and Cunnin for the 4th line, you make a great addition on the 3rd line. You make a great addition on the 4th line. I think that'd be huge for the Leafs. And there's incentive for Brandon Tanev to stay also because his brother's here. So Braden Shen and Brandon Tanev for me would be my 2 ideal targets today. I think if you have to give up a first and count, it's tough. But again, you're only going to have your core for so long. And I think that's the perspective for Toronto and why they would do something like this. Yo, Pugs, another donation. You're a legend. Says, who is your favorite retired player of all time? Mine is Scott Niedermayer. He's the reason I'm also a Ducks fan. This is for everyone in the chat, too. Let's go, Pugs. I love this interaction period. Let's go. We're almost at 1,000 live viewers when Pugs dropped it. Guys, we're 15 live viewers from 1,000. We're about to hit 1,000 live viewers. Let's go, Pugs. My favorite retired player of all time, non-Leaf, is probably Nick Lidstrom. Leaf, probably Slendiner Cabriolet. Oh, Wild might not do anything else. So Chris Johnson's talking about it on TSN. Oh, Dylan Cousins or Ryan O'Reilly for the Winnipeg Jets. Yo, what happened? We were so close. People love teasing me. We were so close. We were at like 980 and then it dropped to like 950. We're also 20 likes away from 500. I just can't talk about it. I gotta wait till it happens. People are teasers. Tony says, did anyone ever tell you? Wow, Tony Martin. That's tough, man. That is tough. I'll soak it, man. You're watching me. I'll soak it. I got a little loud there. Maybe my mic is acting up. Jeez, people got mad that I got loud. All right, damn. I'll be quiet if you want. I can be whispers ASMR if that's what you want. But yeah, maybe my mic acted up. Maybe the volume went way louder because it didn't seem like the levels were that loud for me. Family says I loved Cabriolet, but he frustrated me because I had a great shot but rarely used it. Fair. Blinded said if he's too loud, turn your volume down. Pretty easy to do. Fair. Casey says, how dare you celebrate 1K views? Oh, maybe that's when I got loud. I guess it's my fault people left. To be honest. It probably is my fault. I probably went a little too crazy, so I'll chill. Is Ehlers dealt today? I don't think so. I don't think so, to be honest. Crazy. Kepner, what's going on? I've been hearing more of the Devils this week. Can you simulate a trade that sends Pettersson and Brandt Clarke to the Islanders? Yeah, we can do that. I'm trying to think. Isles next move. Jeez. 8 Finns on Dallas is crazy. That would go nuts. All right. Isles next move. Drager's saying Leaf fans want all in. What do you think, Leaf fans? All right. Trade 1. LA Kings. Someone asked me. Okay, what could the LA Kings want from the Isles? Let's see. So what could the Kings want? Maybe Pajot and Palmieri? Palmieri 50% retained. I think the Islanders have one more spot. Maybe they have 2. I don't know. And then they use that first round pick they just acquired from Colorado. Maybe they got the third. Well, second, third action. Then they get some guys from LA. Maybe they get Brandt Clarke. And they get, we'll say, they get Francisco Pinelli. Francisco Pinelli. Let's go. So that's one trade. Massive. Kings get Pajot, Palmieri, and a first. Islanders get Brandt Clarke. So Kings get deep. And then the Islanders' second trade, you're saying they go after Pettersson? That means they're trading Dobson. Or imagine they traded Barzal. Oh, imagine. Elias Pettersson. And Islanders trade Dobson and another piece. Who do they trade? I feel like they'd have to trade a center in that deal, right? But they don't really have any centers left. That's the problem. So it's got to be Barzal, maybe. Imagine this, Barzal and Dobson for Pettersson and Besser, though. Imagine. Besser comes with an extension. Besser, Pettersson, and Horvat reunite Long Island. We're doing it! Someone asked me to go crazy. Duclair, Horvat, Besser, Pettersson, Holmstrom. Engvall maybe gets dealt somewhere else. But then your top The defense group, I think, is what you wanted me to focus on more. So Romanov, D'Angelo, Pelech, Clark, Mayfield, Pullock. Interesting. I think they might trade Mayfield. New tweet? What's the new tweet? Been beer o'clock since 8 a.m., Steven says. Love it. Domi's only got 4 goals. Is crazy. Pat Maroon. Guys, get your predictions going. Where's Pat Maroon going to get traded? Did I miss a dono? Sorry, I didn't want to. Hey, Brandon, thank you so much for the 2. I think I did read that, but yeah, I don't think Ehlers is going to get dealt. Yeah, that was a crazy haul for the Islanders for that Brock Nelson trade, for sure. But thank you, guys. We are 5 likes away from 500. I really appreciate it if we get there. JD, good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, Becca, this channel will be streaming all day. We'll be live right into the evening. So you guys are going to get all the breaking news. You're going to get all the latest. And I'll keep X going. We're watching the TSN broadcast right now. But thank you so much, guys. But, yeah, as I said, guys, we're going to have some cool also collabs today. And I'll keep you guys updated on that. Let's go. It's unreal to have 900 people in here. So thank you guys so much for being in the chat. Let's go. Did we hit 500 likes? Aw, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. What do the Penguins do, if anything? I think they could flip Luke Shen. I think the Raquel and Russ things are interesting, but again, we'll see the value. Bro, interact with chat. Am I not reading chat right now? That's a crazy comment. I could promise you, I interact with chat way more than a lot of other people. So I'm going to tell you that for free. I've been reading comments the whole time. Any news on the Red Wings front? I don't think so. I think they're going to be pretty quiet. Oh my, bro! Pugs with the 5s has got to get back to driving. Truck is finished with getting loaded. I'll still be listening, though. Thank you so much, Pugs. Big shout out to Pugs. And Jose! 50 bomb! Bro, screw all the people that say I can't be loud. I'm going to get hyped for that 50 bomb. Let's go, guys. I'm going to appreciate a donation. Wake up trade. Make a big trade. Thank you so much, Jose. Big shout out to Jose in the chat. I really appreciate that dono. So have the Kings made a trade yet? No. But they're going to. Jose, let's go. Get loud. Let's go. Hey, Jose, if you want me to put another jersey in the background, let me know, because that's a massive dono. When someone throws a massive dono like that, if they put in the dono a jersey swap or something like that, I want to do it for the viewer. So big shout out to you. I appreciate you, Jose. Jose broke the chat. We got hundreds of legends in the chat. I was going to say 100. We got more than 100. We got hundreds of legends in the chat. Trade deadline day, you're allowed to be loud. Thank you, Tommy. Yeah, bro. People left chat and we're tripping. People left the stream. Matthew, thank you so much for subscribing. I don't know. I understand, though. Like, and again, I respect all of you guys in here. I love all my viewers. But I do understand that there's some viewers that watch me more for, like, the analysis and more just for my hockey takes. And then there's some that, like, definitely have followed me over the years for, like, my chaos and craziness and reactions. So I get it. I understand. Every viewer has their different tastes. I don't blame them. I do definitely try to, like, just be passionate and be genuine. I think that's, like, isn't that, like, the least Like, I feel like that's like bare minimum of what I can do for you guys, right? Like, just give a genuine presence for you guys. I think that's the best way I can kind of put it. Hey, Jose, I appreciate you big time. Mick Pasta says, appreciate the deadline stream. Keep up the hard work, bro. Thank you so much, man. Mark says, can you see the Sens adding to the top 6? Maybe Besser or Raquel? I could see it. I don't know. I feel like they've been going for a center. Like, they've been talking about Braden Shen, Scott Laughton. But yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if the Sens go after a different name like that. The Ricard Raquel one, again, is very interesting. Yeah, Michael's saying the same thing. Yeah, Matthew, I think we're going to have a few bombs today. Thank you so much for subscribing. Big shout out to Matthew Martell. Who are the Kings trading for? Brandon, I'm not sure. I do think they might make a move with the Islanders. I like actually that connection. I think that's very possible. Like I said, guys, it's very rare to get a trade before 10, 10:30. So, like, usually by 11, it starts heating up. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for being here, Joshua, as always. Anthony, sorry, I missed your last comment. I'm going to read it now. HCH with the Panthers making a trade for Seth Jones and having to put Marty Tkachuk on LTIR. Do you think they make a trade for an offensive player? I'm going to imagine it auto-corrected. You mean Matthew Tkachuk? But if that's a nickname, that's the first time I've learned of it. But, hey, Perlo, big time. Let's go. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here. Big shout out to Perlo, guys. I got another great member of the Sports Beard. Make sure you guys go subscribe to the Sports Beard channel on YouTube. Keaton says St. Louis Blues trade coming. I think they're going to have to get the big offer for Braden Shen. First and Cowan maybe from the Leafs. But sorry, Anthony. Yeah, I think the Panthers should still go for a forward. My prediction on my video, hopefully you went to go watch, it was Jared McCann from Seattle. Crazy Dog, good to see you in the chat. We got 860 great people in this live right now. All matchups as I can see it now. The Canucks will trade for Brad Marchand. That'd literally break, man. That'd be hilarious. Okay, I'm trying to put the... All right. Leafs trade plan for today. I'm going to post that clip, guys, for all the people that are missing out. But, guys, give me your predictions right now for the top goalie that's going to be traded today. I can't speak. The top defenseman that's going to be traded today and the top forward. Give me your picks in the chat. I'm curious to hear from you guys. Get your predictions going in the chat. I'm going to read all of them. I'll give you guys like 20, 30 seconds. Get your comments rolling. Oh. Toronto and Florida will play 3 times? Why did I not know that? Crazy, man. Crazy. Bobby McMahon, unreal, stud. All right. Yeah, why not now, guys? Why not now to go after Braden Shen? Why not now? All right, let's look at chat. What chat's saying right now. So let's read some comments here. Kevin says Gibson, Rantanen, and Risto. Let's just put let's put the great chat that we have in here on the screen here. Plata says Rasmus Anderson to Dallas. Seaver says Donato stays. Taylor says Mikko, Gibson, Dobson. Joshua says Binnington, Ferraro, Byram, Rantanen. Ooh. Bowen Byram, Pat Maroon. Brandon says mock trade. JG Pajot, Pollock to Toronto for Kampf, Cowan, First, and Benoit. Some sort of retention from the Islanders on Pajot. Look at my last mock trade dono. Thank you so much, Brandon. Yo, I missed this. Thank you so much for the 20, Robert. Says favorite hockey moment. Mine to see Sittler have his 10-point night as a 10-year-old kid at the Garden. Also, what do you think of Brant Clark from LA? I think this kid could be good. Pick him up in the summer for Toronto. Robert, thank you so much for the 20. Yeah, that'd be unreal. Thank you so much. I think Brant Clark would cost a lot. But, hey, I mean, if the Leafs were willing to flip some guys to LA, like real assets, like First and Cowan maybe, that'd be crazy. Thank you so much, Robert. I really appreciate you. Legend. Shen stays. You can't afford him. We'll see. We'll see. I'm trying to be positive. So, Wilson, Rylander says Scott Laughton, Pajot, Coyle. Would be pretty disappointed if the Leafs don't walk away today with one of these guys. How about B. Shen? Man, B. Shen would be unreal, man. I'm still pushing for B. Shen. People are like, oh, why do you want B. Shen? Why not? Why not? Waiting. That's how I feel. Big shout out to my guy Zeta. That's how I feel. That's definitely how I feel for sure. Yo, that's a crazy pull. Look at that stat. That's crazy. Yeah, I agree with what McClellan's saying. Like, McClellan's saying. Sorry, I'm trying to listen. But yeah, like, some of these guys haven't proven anything in playoffs. So I get the whole thing where the Leafs just need guys. But Stoller's also, like, sometimes just being in the room with Stanley Cup winners. Like, I just feel like it's just different. All right, let's read comments in the chat again. We got 850 people in here, guys. Thank you so much for being in the chat. Thank you so much for the donos. You guys are awesome. If I missed the dono mods, please let me know. Kolosov to the Phantoms. We want a big trade, man. It's almost 10:30. Come on. Leafs may grow on trees, but talent doesn't. I like this from Shayna. Leafs may grow on trees, but talent doesn't. Sometimes the team has to look outside to grow, but the trade market waits for no one and the clock is ticking. Maybe Maple isn't so sweet when the stakes are so high in Toronto. Creative. I mean, I don't like it on the Leafs perspective. I think it's creative, though. But here's the thing. I will say if the Leafs don't make a big move today that's significant enough, it's going to be very, very disappointing. Like, I'm going to have some problems with it, to be honest. Like, to me, the Leafs should be going after Laughton or Braden Shen. And there's a lot more than the production there. Like I said, there's a lot more. And they just showed clips. I mean, that shit gets me hyped. Laughton, just like absolute shit disturber potential. Braden Shen too. I don't know what happened, but that's where I'm at. I think you just got to make a move like that. It doesn't matter. To me, the cost is the time is now. Cowan's not going to be a regular for another 3 years. The time is now. You guys remember when Sheldon Keefe said, "The time is now"? The time is actually now, though. What's up, Greg? Thanks for being here. And guys, just to let you know, I mean, you guys are legends. We've had over 10,000 people join the stream today already. We have 900 currently in here. Like, you guys are the best. And I just want to share my appreciation again. Thank you so much for being in the stream and for supporting every year. Let's go. And make sure if you guys haven't yet, please share the stream on X. I got my phone out right now. If you share it, Hot Take Hockey on Twitter, if you guys at me and share the stream, I will retweet it. I'm always super thankful for anyone sharing the stream. It's easy for me just to retweet it. I'm going to pull up the Chris Johnson thing again, though. Which one, Shen or Laughton? I don't know. I think Shen would probably require more just because of the Blues' mindset. But at the same time, it feels like Philly wants a haul for Laughton. I don't know. You're 4 in a row. Nerful, thank you so much for being here. You're so legendary, bro. Leave Nation, let's go. Long right, what's up? Astro, appreciate you being here. Yeah, Michael, it's always good to donate to the charity. I've donated now a few times, or we've donated a few times to Sick Kids. It's tough. Like, the charity conversation is always, like, tough what to donate to, right? Like, I think some people have, obviously, some causes more personal to them. Because, yeah, once you start getting into the weeds of it, you could donate in so many different directions to so many different causes, right? Sick Kids, though, I've done. I also went to Sick Kids when I was younger, so maybe that is the personal connection. I'm not sure, but... King Carl, hope everyone is doing great. It's been too long. Hey, King Carl, appreciate you being here. What a legend. It's been, yeah, it has been too long. Ed, what's going on? Thank you so much for being here, Ed. Welcome if you're a new subscriber. We got 900 great people in the chat, on the way to 600 likes. Will the Ducks move strong? Potentially. Leafs can't afford Murphy even with a cap retention. Whoa. Are we live? What happened there? Anyways, I think we're good. Shen Faxoletti. Okay, I gotta close. Fifth deadline on this channel. Hey, Spank, let's go. Legend. Any news on the Leafs? Nothing right now. Ed, thank you so much for the 5. Let's go, guys. Let's get some Ed hype in the chat. Ed, what a legend. Yeah, Anthony. Oh, a reunion with Nick Bukestad. It's been a while since he was on the Panthers. That could make some sense. That for sure could make some sense. Let's go. Yeah. Again, guys, it's going to take that one trade. Ooh, see where it goes, but I'm confident the Dallas Stars were willing to go upwards of $12 million per to extend rent, and a big number for the Stars given the contract challenges moving forward. Unless something changes, that's well short. Oh my goodness, that's well short. Does Rantanen think he's getting $14 million? Guys, does Rantanen think he's getting $14 million? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rico, happy deadline day, legend. Let's go, Rico. Hey, Rico, if you're down, I was going to say we can talk offline, but I was going to say if the Leafs do something, or don't, I think either way, I'd love to do like a little post-game or post-trade deadline thing with you, man. I'll focus on the Leafs. Rico, make sure you guys go subscribe to the Sports Beard channel on YouTube. Rico, one of the legends that hosts on there. Big Leafs guy from Barrie. Let us know if you guys are Ontario native in here, or let us know where you're watching from in general. Love knowing where everyone, in terms of city, state, country, let us know where you're watching from. Who's the 36-year-old that they would be giving up Cowan for? Big shout out to Garrett. Domenico says, I hate the playoff structure. Got to go back to 1v8. I'm with you. I'm with you, Domenico. Welcome to the channel if you're a new subscriber. Yeah, Amrit. Raybro reached out recently. I think he was in the chat for one of the last streams. But, yeah, reach out to him. Tell him to get in here. Hey, Zora, you just followed on X. Appreciate that. What's up, Evan? I see Zora and Sal followed on X. And Alfredo, thank you so much for sharing the stream. You're the best. Let's go. I see that. I'm retweeting that. And I'm following back. That's a follow back and a retweet. Appreciate you. Always really appreciate people sharing the stream. Piff from Helsinki. Tyler from Ajax, Ontario. Baby Yoda, welcome back. We got 935 in the chat. Toad says Calonese, Ontario. Keaton says Blues could flip Texier to another team for 7th or future considerations. Tyler says do something, Devils. Ed, watching from Corpus Christi, Texas. Love that. See? There you go, guys. That's a retweet from Hot Take Hockey. And Alfredo's following the following the burner account. Yo. Does anyone know the burner account? Let's see. Let's see. Someone's just gonna... We'll see if people find the burner. Can people find the HTH burner? What's up, Dominic? What's up, McDiesel? Yes, Joshua. Giving us the latest. Yeah. Peg noticed that the Leafs were tied to Luke Cunnin and Brandon Tanev the most. Who's going to find the burner? But yeah, that's the latest from Drager on the Rantanen situation. We're waiting. We're playing a waiting game, everyone. Oh, Doyle rules. Big shout out to you. Yeah, I don't think Rantanen's going to Montreal. But I will say, I think Armia and Savard could be going to Colorado or another team. Yeah. I think Armia Savard could still get dealt today. Yeah, Jamie, it's crazy that Rantanen doesn't want anything... Doesn't want to look at anything less than $14 million per year, it seems like. Houston does deserve a hockey team. That'd be great. Hey, Robert with the 10. Thank you so much for the dono. Says, as a Leaf fan for over 50 years, I've seen a lot. Tired of people saying can't trade this guy or that guy been 9 years, how many cups. Can have all the talent. If it don't work, it don't work. I'm with you, Robert. Big shout out, guys. Everyone give Robert some hype in the chat. We want to share some love to the great supporters. Big shout out to Robert. Aliska from Hamilton. Let's go. Aliska, fast forward. Make sure you have the stream refreshed because it looks like you're behind. Newest Devils defenseman Brian Dumoulin out there on the ice. There you go. JD, big shout out. Well, Victoria, yeah. I mean, the Blackhawks could go after Rantanen in the offseason, but that's if Rantanen doesn't get an extension. The speculation is Rantanen will only get traded here to Dallas with the extension. So, I don't know. I'm torn. I'm really torn. I think he needs to get traded regardless at this point. Carolina cannot let this go. Clearly, the guy's head is not in it, and they've already made it public that they're talking trade with Dallas. If this Dallas trade falls through, I think they got to trade him somewhere else. Matthew, yeah, I've heard Zegras. Anaheim's one of those weird situations where I've heard so much around Anaheim, around Zegras, around John Gibson. So I don't know. Hey, Shelby, thank you so much for sharing the stream. And B. Sakura, thank you so much for sharing the stream. That's a retweet, and that's a follow back. Let's go. Charlie says it's about, yeah, it is about percentage of the cap. But the cap's not up yet. The cap's going to be going up in a couple years, or these next couple years. Sticking what's going on. It is crazy that it's going to be $14 million plus for Rantanen potentially in the open market. He's going to be the highest paid player in the league for a hot minute if he goes to the open market. I think that's his logic, truly. Victoria says absolutely. Natchez is killing it in Colorado. Rantanen isn't doing it well in Carolina. No. Yeah, Jamie. The West is tough. The West is packed. If Rantanen goes to Dallas, like, I'll ask the chat. I think that's a good... Jamie, thanks for bringing that up. All right, everyone. If we can make the assumption Rantanen goes to Dallas, say it finally gets resolved, somehow they meet in the middle, $13 million per year, long term. Say they figure it out, all right? With Rantanen on Dallas, make that assumption. Who is your favorite in the West with no other moves? Obviously, there's going to be other moves that happen today. But with no other moves, who is your favorite out of the West? Dallas need Heiskanen back. Yep. Hey, Zeta, what's going on? I'm seeing a lot of Dallas in the chat. Some Jets. Craziness. Marchand to Vegas. Yeah, I mean, that's my speculation if he does get traded. That's crazy, man. Like, so this is how I feel with Kevin saying that. Like, how does it feel? How does it feel for the guys in the room if Brad doesn't make a bet on them? Like, it's so tough, man. Anyways, I just got a crazy text about a rumor. Should I reveal on stream? Should I reveal on stream? Or should I put some more confidence in it first? Anthony says, discussions being had, but it could be a quiet day for the Flames. They won't be selling as they don't want to send the wrong message to the team that remains in a playoff race. If anything, maybe adding on the margins. All right, we got to get 1,000 live viewers. I'll drop the bomb. I will drop the bomb on what I'm hearing if I see 1,000 live viewers in here. I don't want to yell because it scared off the people last time. But I see it close to 1,000. You gotta whisper. You can't scare them off. We don't want to scare them off. People want the breakings. People want me to spill the beans. Guys. Guys. All right, we didn't scare them off. We went crazy. We didn't scare them off. W's in the chat. Yes! W's! Yeah. Let's go. Hit that subscribe button. The people want the rumor. The people want the rumor. Philip, thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. No, it does. I'm sharing. I'm sharing right now. Thank you so much. Please hit that subscribe button if you're new. So, I just got a text. Dylan Cousins has been really struggling lately. Unnamed source. Somebody thinks there's a trade on the table that could send Dylan Cousins and Peterka out of Buffalo today. or 2 separate deals. That's massive, bro. That's a bomb. Imagine Buffalo just stays quiet, and I've been kind of chirping them. Hey, Blaze, thank you so much for being here. Imagine Buffalo just waiting in the weeds. Imagine. Francesco says that's the news. F off. What did you want me to? You want me to break a trade? I'm not Elliot Friedman. Did this guy want me to be an Elliot Friedman for a hot minute? I'm telling you what I'm hearing. I'm sorry that I'm not Elliot Friedman for you. So make your predictions, guys. If Paterka and Cousins were going to get traded, whether it's one deal or separate deals, get your predictions going in the chat. If I had to make a prediction, I'm going to go, yeah, Paterka to the Rangers. Apparently, there's a lot of heat around that. So Paterka to the Rangers. I would say the second one after that could be the Canucks. And then Cousins, I don't know, man. I still think Calgary could be in there. They want a right shot center. I just think that Buffalo's been so stubborn that they want one of Calgary's right shot defensemen, like Weegar or Anderson, primarily Anderson. The other guy for Cousins, or the other team for Cousins, and I'm very curious about this, is what if, hot take, this is like steaming hot, but what about a potential return of Middlestat back to Buffalo? What about Cousins to Colorado? Maybe a little Middlestat action with like a prospect pick, send him back to Buffalo, Cousins in Colorado? I don't know, that's a little spicy. Cousins to Detroit. Ooh, that's interesting. Matthew thinks that deal would be separate. Or those 2 deals would be separate. Jimmy Murphy, what is Murph saying? Ooh. Ryan Donato extension is heating up. How about Mike Greer right now? He's going off. Thank you for the shouts to pull up this tweet, guys. Always appreciate that. Chris Johnson linked Leafs to Middlestat too. Yeah, but here's the thing, Charlie. You want the Leafs to give up a first for Donato? Cried NHL says Batherson and pick to the Sabres for Cousins. Oof, I don't know, man. Michael says breaking news today is trade deadline day. Cried, the only reason I'm hesitant on that is just like Sabres trading a division, they'd have to get blown out of the water with the deal. But I appreciate you guys being in here. We got over 1,000 live viewers. You guys are legends, actual legends. Appreciate every single one of you in this chat. Wow. Do you guys see this, though? This is the crazy part. And again, I don't want to keep throwing guys out there, but just like, I have a strong feeling I know who's getting traded in this deal. And it's unfortunate because I don't want to keep like beating the same drum and talking about it when exactly this. Like, these guys haven't even been notified yet. So I have a good idea on what the deal is. I can tell you guys what I think it's going to be. I just don't want it to be one of those things where I'm saying it's the case or I'm saying guys are getting moved. I don't want it getting like getting out there too much. And I think that's kind of why the insiders are being a little bit reserved on predicting anything, because you don't want to say a player and then they're not dealt. But yeah, I think I have an idea. I think I have a good idea. But yeah, Ryan, what's going on? I can talk about it if you guys want. I mean, to me, it's obvious that it's one of these two guys. But I think the perspective here is like when the Wyatt Johnson rumors were happening last night, I never actually thought it was Wyatt Johnson. But I think there was a scenario where it's like, okay, if you're going to get Rantanen, this is what I was talking about earlier. If you're going to get Rantanen extended, and for Dallas, they love their prospect depth. They love their pool. They want to keep building up that prospect pool while being a great contender. The Wyatt Johnson for Rantanen 1-for-1 kind of makes sense for both teams. Like, it kind of does. But at the same time, I just love Wyatt Johnson. I think he's a stud for the Dallas Stars. I don't think you should trade him. The next two guys after that, like I said, are fairly obvious. So if I'm Carolina, I'm looking at two names. It's Maverick Bourque and Logan Stankoven. Do I think it could be both those guys? Sure. It's tough. It's tough. I think Carolina probably would take either one of them and then a defense prospect plus a first-round pick plus a roster player. But it's tough because, like, here's the thing. Dallas is also not wanting to trade roster players either. But Jacob, yeah, my kind of prediction was like, hey, why not make that deal bigger? Ryan, thank you so much for subscribing. We got 1,100 people in the chat. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for being here. Please comment in the chat if you're new and where you're watching from, especially if you're a new viewer. We want to hear from you and give you a shout out. Are you serious, bro? Guys, it might be a Sabres rant. Are you guys ready for a Sabres rant? Are you out of your mind? Ed, thanks for subscribing. Oh my goodness, bro. Zucker has indicated he wishes to stay. Yeah, you know what? I've also indicated to you, Buffalo, that if you could have got a first-round pick for Zucker and you're not trading him, you are out of your mind. Like, you are completely out of your mind. What are we doing, Buffalo? What are we doing? We are in the basement of the National Hockey League, and you're keeping guys. Like, what is going on? Seriously, what is going on? Am I missing something, guys? Am I new? And I get the argument, Kyle, what you're saying. I understand people are going to be like, oh, it's tough to get people signed in Buffalo. The fact that people want to stay. I get all that. I understand it. It's fine. But you also overpaid Zucker in the offseason. He had a great year. That's the definition. Look what San Jose's doing. If Buffalo and Kevin Adams need an indication or a good example to look up to on what to do when you are a rebuilding or retooling team, you bring in an asset, all right? I'm going to explain it one more time. I'm not talking down to you guys. I'm talking actually down to Sabres land right now. Organization, not the fans. When you bring in an asset, whether it's a low stakes asset or an asset that doesn't have a lot of value, you bring them in. You nurture that asset. You get the best out of that asset. And you make the asset look like it's the best thing ever. I.e., the San Jose Sharks bring in Jake Wallman as a cap dump. They also get a second-round pick. They say, thank you, Detroit. What do? They make Jake Wallman great. They make him feel great in San Jose. They nurture the asset. They make him look like a great top pair defenseman on San Jose. And Edmonton goes, ooh, we want a nice top four defenseman in Jake Wallman. We'll give a first-round pick. And San Jose's just licking their chops after they got a first and second-round pick for free. What does Buffalo do? They bring in Jason Zucker. After he had a horrendous year last year on Nashville. He was buried on the fourth line. They pay him $5 million for some reason. They've nurtured the asset. They made Jason Zucker great. They've given some confidence. They've given him a reason to want to stay. Fine. Jake Wallman probably wanted to stay in San Jose. You guys don't think right now, you don't think Jake Wallman wanted to stay in San Jose? 100%. He was loving life in San Jose. He was on the top pair. He was playing big minutes, 23 minutes a night, whatever it was. He was loving life in San Jose. Sorry, Jake. We want a first-round pick. We're going to trade you. Buffalo? Oh, we could get a first-round pick for Jason Zucker? No, but Zuck wants to stay, so we're going to keep him. It drives me nuts, man. So what? The Sabres are going to keep Jason Zucker but trade Peterka? Like, are we even talking about the same team? Like, seriously, are we talking about the same team? They're keeping Zucker, 33-year-old Jason Zucker, but trading early 20 stud JJ Peterka. Make that make sense to me. Yo, guys, we're one like away from 600. That would be awesome. Cosmic says, can't argue with results. Yeah. Hey, thank you to everyone that gets us over to the 600 like range. Twitter is quiet, but all it takes is just one big move and then it goes crazy. Oh my goodness. Zucker trade is done, guys. Oh my, or Zucker extension is done, not trade. Sorry.
It's been a spicy one since we went to air this morning at 8 o'clock Eastern. Just the fact that, yeah, sure, there was a hockey deal that was agreed to between Dallas and Carolina. The problem is, as Dallas explicitly made clear, the extension of Mikko Rantanen to the Dallas Stars had to be a part of it to get the full agreement done. And they could not reach an agreement on a contract extension. Now, when you look at the payroll of the Dallas Stars, you have to look into the future, and you see Wyatt Johnson is a restricted free agent. I mean, that's going to be a bigger ticket. You've got Matt Duchene, you've got Jamie Benn, you've got Grant.
What do we guys think about this extension? Buffalo, man. Well, Riley, the big Sabres fan, is going to come on in about an hour, or actually less, probably. So he's going to talk about it. I think, hey, not trying to fire up my guy right now, but I think Riley might try to defend it. So you guys got to give him a little bit of shit on my behalf, all right? And if Riley, you're watching, this is the wrong move, man. 2 years is not horrible, but still. This was a great scenario for Zucker and the Sabres this year. And the Sabres got the most out of him. You're not going to get better from Zucker this year, and you're not going to get higher value in this seller's market. You should be trading Zucker 1,000%. This is a massive mistake in my eyes. Thank you so much, Tex, for sharing the stream. Thank you so much, Junior, for sharing the stream. I'm retweeting all of you guys. Dominic, thank you so much, guys. You guys are the best. All good, J-Dub. I guess he's not watching, so I'm shutting him out. Yeah, I was going to say, I keep looking at my phone because I'm getting messages and texts. I'm trying to, like, catch up on all of it. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, Mike Johnson's saying the same thing. This is ridiculous, guys. Like, I actually think this is stupidity. JD says, love the stream. Appreciate it, JD. Hey, look at all the people sharing the stream. Unreal. Am I not following Kevin Weeks on here? I am. What? Oh, what? What? Josh Norris to Buffalo? Oh my goodness. Is this Dylan Cousins or Peterka? Oh my god, Peterka with... Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No. It's got to be bigger than that. What if the Sens trade like a first... Oh my god. Bro. Peterka with Stutzla? German connection? Oh my, bro. Bombs! Bombs in the chat, bro! Bro, that text was timely that I got like 30 minutes ago. Buffalo, I said, bro, Buffalo's about to make a blockbuster. I told you guys. W's in the chat. I told you guys. Hey, someone was calling bullshit and told me to F off, saying what I said was nothing. I dropped that bomb 30 minutes ago. I told you guys Buffalo might make the big blockbuster to start the day. I said it. Oh, I didn't know we're going to be with Ottawa, though. That's crazy. Get the bomb emojis in the chat. Oh, my God, bro. Yeah, I honestly could see it. I could see it being like a trade package. Norris, Bernard Docker, picks prospects for like Cousins or Peterka. I could see something like that. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my. NES, what's going on, Elias? Joel. Ed, what's going on? I'm in the GTA. Hey, people were chirping. Looks like HTH might have some sources after all. Let's go. Like, Cousins makes the most sense here because, like I said, the message I got, and I was actually, funny enough, again, you'll talk to Riley in a bit. He was also a conversation I had earlier in the week, or where are we at? Yeah, we're Friday, Wednesday, I guess I talked to Riley about this, is like Dylan Cousins has really struggled. And Riley, if you're watching, I hope I can quote you and just saying, like, Riley was just saying, and watching Dylan Cousins recently, it looks like he kind of like he said forgot to play hockey, but it's like, it's just lost his confidence in playing hockey. It seems like that's like Dylan Cousins lately. Big shout out. But like, I trading him in division is like really risky if that's the case. I don't know if that's the trade. We'll see. But obviously Josh Norris has had a lot of injury issues. He's a great player when he's healthy. So I like the bet here for the Sabres if they're getting a lot more around him. But that's the kind of deals that I was hoping for today. Is like big hockey type deals that are change of scenery kind of deals. And Norris and Cousins being involved in a deal would make a lot of sense. No stinging, it's spelled differently. It's spelled like this. It's spelled like that. If Cousins actually gets traded to Ottawa, bro, we're on. Oh my God, bro. We actually nailed that. No way. Yo, W's in the chat, bro. That's some crazy stuff. Are you kidding me? Oh, bro, Sabres fans are going to lose their mind, man. Oh my, bro. Bro, HDH bombs, bro. We were on this 30 minutes ago. Bro, someone go back and clip that, bro. That's crazy. HDH got sources, man. Oh! W's in the chat. Cousins. Bro, that's crazy, man. Let's go! We're on that shit. This is why you guys joined this live stream. People were questioning that report 30 minutes ago. I'm like, just, hey, look out for the Sabres, little Dylan Cousins blockbuster. Oh! Oh! It actually happened. Let's go. Random guy, let's go. Hey, I appreciate the love. I mean, I'm hesitant. I question myself a little bit, but I was only going to bring up something on the stream if I felt like somewhat confident about it, and I felt somewhat confident about that one. Let's go, Al. That's crazy. That's crazy. We called that 30. Like, I got to look back when I called that. Someone clipped that. We got to, like, make a little bit of an edit. Like, live on HDH. Hey, I'm hearing some rumblings. Dylan Cousins could be getting traded. Boom. Bomb. And I still think Peterka could get dealt today. It could be two different deals. Dexter says, calm yourself. Bro, I should calm myself when this deal's happening? I don't think so. Oh my goodness gracious. Crazy, guys. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Dylan Cousins blockbuster. OMG, bro. Unreal, man. I can't believe I said that in 30 minutes. 30 minutes later. Like, when I said that, guys, I was like, okay, maybe Dylan Cousins gets traded later in the day. That's why I'm going crazy. Did I think it was going to be 30 minutes later? That's why I'm going nuts. Like, again, you can make a right prediction, but, like, you guys heard me. I'm like, look out for a Dylan Cousins trade today. Boom! Junior, please, no fake trades. Let's go, McDiesel. Is it? Yeah, 4 hours till the trade deadline. There you go. Crazy, man. Make sure you guys go. If you haven't followed on X, follow on Twitter. Always great vibes. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? What the heck? Cousins and something else? Bro. Oh my god, bro. The Sabres, man. What are they doing? Like, they're literally doing the opposite of what... Here's the thing, guys. I hate... Like, I don't want to bash on Buffalo, but they're literally doing the opposite of what you should be doing. What did I talk about? You nurture the asset, you get the most value out of the asset, and then you trade him for the most value. The Sabres have done the exact opposite here. They have kept Zucker, re-signed Zucker when he could have got a first-round pick. And Dylan Cousins' value is at an all-time low, and they're trading him. I just... Like Jason Zucker, Jason Zucker value at an all-time high, could get a big trade return. Buffalo re-signs him, right? Dylan Cousins value at an all-time low. Like, Buffalo, what are we doing, bro? Actually, though. I just don't understand, man. Like, I can't keep ripping the Sabres a new one, bro. Yeah, mods, if someone keeps breaking the rules and throwing fake stuff, then give them a little timeout. They can have a break. If it's joking around like Crides, yeah, Ryan Reeves to Burger King. Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, so Drieger, Winnipeg boy, returning to the Jets. So no one on TSN has brought up the Dylan Cousins, Josh Norris thing. I can see them in the background. They're working the phones. We'll see if we get the details soon, guys. Yeah, so it sounds like it's Cousins plus for Norris and Bernard Docker. Also, Friedman just put an update saying the Rantanen situation is still at a stalemate. Unbelievable, man. It's actually crazy, man. It's actually crazy, man. Jose, we're still trying to find out the full trade for Buffalo. We don't have the full details yet. This all started with the Kevin Weeks report. I should say this started with the HTH report. No, I'm joking. Yo, is that clipped? I don't think that's the right clip. Oh, yeah, it is, actually. Let's go. Hot take. What's up, Kim? Good to see you in the chat. We got 1,200 people in here. You guys are the best. Let's go. Let's go. They need to wake up and sell. Yeah, the Sabres need to wake up and sell. Sorry, guys. I was just reading a text. It's not that big. But, oh, the trades are happening, guys. The trades are happening. The trades are happening. They're cooking. Josh Norris and JBD. Crazy, guys. The floodgates are open, guys. I told you by 11 o'clock. I said usually before 10:30, we don't get the moves. After that, it goes crazy. Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. This is the trade deadline chaos we were asking for. Let's go. Hey, Mick, what's going on? What moves are LA making for what? Thank you so much, Mick, for the dono. Yeah, I think LA might go after like a Palmieri. I think they could trade with the Islanders in general. I'm trying to think of anyone else, but I thought they were maybe in the Rantanen stuff early on, but it didn't seem like Rantanen wanted to sign there. That is actually crazy, man. So Pierre LeBrun confirming it. Further to what Kevin Weeks reported here, Dylan Cousins, part of this trade both teams are working on. Unreal, man. This is crazy. Thank you so much for the dono. Good morning, Patrick, Platna, Cole Walsh. Good to see you in the chat. I know. That's right. I'm telling you. It's crazy. Yo, Greg Wazinski just tweeted out, love the LA Kings as a potential landing spot for Brad Marchand as a last-ditch effort to get McDavid and Draisaitl off their games in the first round. Oh. I'll pull that up on the screen here. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, Marchand is trying to throw McDavid and Draisaitl off their games, so that'd be nuts. And then the offer to Rantanen was somewhere between 13 and 14 million. Oh my goodness, it's insane. You gotta follow Greg. Greg's giving us the juice here. And then Greg's take on this, which might be similar to Riley's, is I think it's important that the Sabres have players who want to be in Buffalo and be part of the solution. Number two, that's established. It's a bonkers seller's market, and they should totally trade Alex Tuch today. Riley won't agree with number two, but why don't I have a countdown clock? Hurt Locker, that's a great point. Let me get that going. I kind of sold on that. All right, guys, get your predictions going for the next trade, the next big trade in the chat. Get it going. I want to see everyone's prediction. So Darren Dreger's breaking that the JBD Norris trade is going to happen going to Buffalo. and Dylan Cousins to Ottawa. Get your predictions going in the chat, guys. So we are 3 hours and about 48 minutes away. Crazy, guys. We're adjusting the clock, guys, just for people asking. There you go, guys. You see that bottom right corner? W's in the chat. Look how quickly I turned that around. Look at that. Let's go. W's in the chat. We got the live counter on the screen now. Let's go. That's a quick turnaround. That's what you get on HCH. A one-man show bringing you the best production. Let's go. Her locker. There you go. We got the countdown. Let's go. Under 4 hours to go. All right. So Penguins trading Beauvillier to the Capitals. Yeah, you don't see the Penguins trading with the Caps very often, but they traded Eller to the Caps earlier in the season and Beauvillier now. Bureau clock, Matt says. Second round pick for Beauvillier? Come on. There's no way. Man, it's crazy. Yo. Golden Knights are saying good morning. Yo, Joe Marino with some sass says the Cousins trade checks off a couple important boxes for Sabres fans. Get a little older, more of a financial commitment. Bro, the sass from Sabres fans online right now is hilarious. Oh my goodness, bro. I cannot believe the Sens just got Dylan Cousins. Unreal. Okay, guys, we're going to try to bring in our guests soon. So I was going to see... Guys, are you guys ready? I think some crazy stuff's going to happen. All right. So, guys, I have some breaking news for you guys, too. So, we're going to be running this stream all day. But I have some cool news for you guys. So, I will be joining... I'm gonna tweet it out right now. I'll be joining with Sarah, Nathan, you guys probably know him as Gravity, and I'll also be joining Tactics HD. I'm sure you guys know them as YouTubers. We'll be joining all together for a live stream to cover the NHL trade deadline. So this stream will be joining all day. I'll be live here well into the afternoon and evening as well. I have a couple guests coming in as well. It's going to be a lot of fun, but we're going to give you guys like all the juice, all the tea Let's go. Let's go. And tactics.
Obviously, the if is, look, Dylan Cousins was fantastic 2 years ago, and he had, the numbers that got him the contract. But if Dylan Cousins had been playing to the expectations, he wouldn't be on the market. The Sabres wouldn't be where they are, and they wouldn't want to trade him. So I think it has been
Let's go.
performance that we've seen out of Cousins. And Lindyruff mentioned something this year, and
Is it a second? Did the Penguins get a second for Beauvillier? So there you go, guys. Big announcement. Like it. Crazy. That's nuts, bro. See? Sabres, this is what you do. Exactly this. Blackhawks got a 5th for Beauvillier last year. Pens get him for free, basically, and then flip him for a 2nd-round pick. See how easy it is, guys? This is what you do as a rebuilding or retooling team, Buffalo. Crazy, man. That's actually nuts. A 2nd-round pick? Kyle Dubas is cooking, man. Kevin Adams should take some notes. A 2nd for Beauvillier. Like, it's crazy, man. It's actually crazy. Like, what is Kevin Adams doing? If Beauvillier got a 2nd, imagine what Zucker could have got. 50% retained. It's crazy to me, man. But Dylan Cousins is going to Ottawa. Wow. Bombs. Again, guys, please hit that subscribe button if you're new. We're trying to get to 55,000 subs. Let's try to get there. All right. Try to bring the lads in here soon. Let's go. Yeah, let us know if you're a new subscriber in the channel. I want to give you a big shout out. No salary retained on Beauvillier. I don't think there needs to be salary retained. I mean, he's got he's in the 1 million range. So I don't think there was any need. Yo, guys, we are 5 subscribers away from 54.6. We're well on our way to get 55,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Let's see. Death says, so with the true trades the Pens made, the Caps, they get a 2nd and 3rd and a 5th. Domenico, could Kreider get a 1st? Maybe. Hey, Cram, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Con, new sub here. Canes fan. Thanks for being here. Crides, thanks for subscribing. Penta, you've seen enough? Who's bad? You guys are debating on guys in Colorado or a player in Colorado? Yeah, I know. So, like, I agree with this on the screen right now. I 100% agree with this. I think Besser could get a crazy return. Crazy. Ah! Trying to figure out this return for the Cousins trade is, or I'm saying return. I mean, we know what the Sabres are getting, it sounds like. We just don't know what the Sens are getting on top of Dylan Cousins all of a sudden. I don't understand, man. That's crazy, bro. Trey Living, bro. You got to do something, man. You got to do something, man. Real Joe says, Canucks fan here. Imagine what we could get for Besser, but then imagine how quickly our general manager would flip away the draft picks for nobodies. Yeah. Yeah, Cryptic. I mean, if that trade got bigger, then, like, they'd have to give up a lot. I was really saying it'd have to be a lot for Peterka. But, like, Cousins, he's struggled lately. I get that, but I don't know why the Sabres are trading him when he's down like this. Yeah, Kyle Palmieri at this rate could get a first. If Nyquist and Beauvillier are getting a second, it's actually insane. All right. Gotta bring up Skype. Oh. So we're going to bring in our guest soon, bring in the fire. Who's ready to hear from a Sabres fan on everything that's going wrong? Who's ready to hear from a Sabres fan? It's going to go nuts. Yeah, Dylan Cousins, I mean, hey, agree or disagree, he's going to stay healthy probably. Crazy, man. It's actually nuts. Man, I'm seeing a lot of stuff on here, man. See. I'm gonna have to figure out how to bring these guys in. All right, sorry guys, I was just trying to figure something out. Make sure that technically the stream will be good to bring people in. I'll figure it out. We'll probably have to adjust it a little bit, but we'll make it work. We got 1,100 people in here. Hey, yeah, guys, thank you so much for dropping the merch shop. Rick Smith, if you guys want to support the channel, you can get a hat like this. I don't really shout it out too often, but it's always a cool way to support the channel. There's some cool hockey merch on there. Yo! Did I just hear that correctly? Oh, that's nuts, man. That's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. right, we're going to get the lads in here. The co-hosts on HTH, get them in here. The pod. Get some co-hosts in here. So from Friedman, holding pattern still, stalemate for the Rantanen situation. Alfredo, thank you so much. Hockey news, I got Rogers stuff going on. Sleepy Brad, bro. I know Bacon's just like laughing because he knows how Trey Living operates. He knows that Trey Living's just a quiet guy on the trade market, man. It's actually, it's hitting me hard, man. It's tough. Tough stuff, man. Tough. Really tough. What's up, Blaze? Yo, too much beef in the chat. Norris for Cousins official? Where are you seeing it official? Let's see. I don't think it's official, is it? Nothing yet from the Sens. Sabres. What have the Sabres announced yet? Nothing. Sabres are quiet. Crazy. Jameson O'Brien, thank you so much for subscribing. Really appreciate you. There you go. So Leafs Flyers. Maybe a Laughton Zamula blockbuster. Because it seems like Ristolainen's going to acquire, or we're going to require too much. So maybe it's Zamula and Ristolainen. Oh, sorry, Zamula and Laughton. I literally just contradicted myself. Thanks, Rapta. Thanks for everyone that's hitting that subscribe button, popping on the screen. All right. Any news on the Jets, John? Dax, nothing on the Jets. It seems like they're quiet. It seems like they were going aggressive at Brock Nelson, so since then they've kind of been quiet again. I thought they would maybe go for like a middle pack guy like a Riley Smith, so if there's a comparable out there for the Jets, it'd be probably one of the guys from the Islanders. I could see the Jets talking to the Islanders about Palmieri Pajot. That would be my guess. Oh my goodness. We got over 1,000 still people in the chat. I don't know if I'm talking English, but we got over 1,000 people in here. Domenico, thank you so much for subscribing. Big shit at the Domenico. Let's go. Thanks for subscribing. Any Bruins news? Nothing right now, but it seems more and more likely that Marchand could get traded. Do I think Besser gets traded? No, but I think he should. Yeah, I don't know, Bacon. Maybe Puck Empire has some sources like HTH these days. More unique characters in the hockey world are getting sources. Devils for Braden Shen. OBS doesn't have an NDI source anymore. That sucks. Sabres to go after Pettersson? Well, unless it's Paterka and Byram. I don't know if they're getting Pettersson anymore. Did my Skype just close? Yeah, I like Josh Norris. He just can't stay healthy. That's the big factor in that. So the Sabres are taking a massive gamble. Massive. All right. Here we go.
Frankie here. Those right-handed centermen for the left-handed D hit in the middle pocket. You can really zip the pass to them. So they're valuable.
Here we go. Some legends are ready to rock.
He was a hard guy to play against. He's not afraid to shoot.
Yeah, you probably won't be able to see me. Be able to hear me.
I like the ad for Ottawa. I think Norris is a great player going the other way too, but I really like the fit, especially with Stevie Stales, knowing him and playing with him and knowing what type of guy he is and GM he is. I think it's a good fit. Absolutely. And these are two.
Yeah, I think Mitch is all right in the shot. Yeah, that's fine. I was gonna say you have a little bit more room on your side, Riley. Like if you wanted to shift it a little bit, so Mitch is more in the shot. But I'm gonna bring you guys in here in a second. All right. All right, you guys ready for our guests? Let's get it going. All right, let me just adjust this. We got a Sabres guy ready to rip me a new one for my Sabres take. I honestly, well, hopefully he'll rip Kevin Adams a little bit too. But let me pull it. Let me pull him in here. All right. Okay. Let me get you guys going here. Trying to get you all the guys on the screen. Let's see. I might need you guys to join another source if this doesn't work. Yeah, the only reason I'm worried about Zoom is because it's got the limit, right? Trying to think why this isn't working. Oh, here we go. I got it figured out. No, definitely not, but there we go. That's a bit better. We'll fix it. Guys, we're making progress. We're making progress. There we go. All right. We got it rolling. Now we'll put this up top here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, guys. We got Riley over there with the... I mean, I guess both of you guys got kind of the flow going. But Riley to the left of your screen. Mitch to the right. When I join Bleacher Report, guys, these guys are going to fill in. We're going to do kind of a fun like stream in the second half of it. But they're going to be giving you guys the breaking news. Do you guys prefer like the Twitter above you, or do you want maybe it to the left? Maybe to the left might be better. Okay. I mean, I'll leave it where it's at right now, because I don't think you guys are cut off, and I'll move the timer to where I'm at actually, and I'll keep refreshing on my end. All right. Yeah, they'll be able to hear you now. All right, talk.
Okay. All right.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Here we go. All those Sabres guys in the chat, I see them. They're getting pissed. John, they're not happy with you. And we got a voice now. Okay, off the top, Jason Zucker, you got to stop. The 2-year extension is a great deal. I said on Twitter probably 2 days ago, that was my number one option that the Sabres could do with Zucker is a 1 to 2 year extension. I wanted 1 year. 2 years is fine too. And now we have a third line left winger next year instead of having a first round pick that it's probably not going to be on the team for the next couple of years. So I don't know what you wanted them to do with Zucker, but now we have
a first round pick.
No. We need to help the team this year. Mitch, you can chime in too if you want, but I'll get to the Cousins trade.
Yeah, but the thing is, here's the thing. You guys, so this is perfect, guys. You literally have a Sabres fan. So Riley's a Sabres fan. Mitch is a Leaf fan. Mitch is in the white shirt. Riley's in the darker shirt. Riley's a big Sabres fan, diehard. Mitch is a diehard Leafs fan. So you're getting the two different perspectives. Trust me, these guys get at each other's necks. So you're gonna have a good time with these guys for the next hour while I'm gone, and then I'll come back. Perfect. So he's gonna talk about the Dylan Cousins trade. It's actually perfect timing. I'm glad we got the trade. But yeah, man, I mean, my argument is we've talked about it and we watched the OHL. Like, you could, after the top 4 in this upcoming draft, there's a big drop off. And I feel like if the Sabres are in there to get that, plus another first round pick to get your boy Jake O'Brien, like, isn't that what you want?
Jake O'Brien's going top 10, first of all.
You wouldn't get O'Brien with a first round pick from like Colorado or Dallas.
No, but you could trade up. You could use that first to trade up. You never know.
Here's my thoughts. We're going to trade Zucker for a first round pick, let's say. And then let's say you use that first round pick. We have first round picks from 2020, 2021, 2022 that have not even seen the NHL yet. That haven't even sniffed the NHL yet. I think Rosine was drafted in 2021 or 2022 and he's played 3 NHL games. The Sabres, yes, they're at the bottom of the league, but they are not in a rebuild. They do not need to rebuild more. They do not need more prospects. They don't need more futures. We need to work on next year, and the way to do that is Zucker. If we were in a position, I'm that we should trade next year's first or seconds or some prospects for Rickard Rakell. How could I sit here and tell you that we should trade Zucker for a first and then at the same time say that we should trade for Rickard Rakell? No, we have Zucker. I still think we should go for Rickard Rakell. I was just going through the lineup. I think we need probably another top 6 forward at least. So having Zucker there for your third line, hopefully with McLeod and Benson, I think that's a great third line next year. And the first line of Peterka, Thompson, Tuck, you got that. Now we have Josh Norris, baby. We're ready to roll for next year. We're ready to roll. If you don't have Zucker, you have to really – I don't think this deal was an overpay. John, do you think this deal was an overpay at all?
I don't necessarily think that, but I'm still on the lens of I think this is a massive mistake. I think there's other guys you can get at in free agency.
The fact that yes, Zucker would have gotten them value, but Riley was right in the sense that the Sabres, if they trade him away, they're gonna be in this forever rebuild. If they trade Dylan Cousins to the Leafs, for example, for Easton Cowan and Topi Niemela and a first round pick, they're just going back to where they were in 2021 when they traded away Jack Eichel. Right? They're not any better than when they were.
100%. I don't know. We're trying to help ourselves for next year. I get it. We're in last place in the East. I get it. Laugh it up. Everybody in the chat can laugh it up. Buffalo's a laughing stock of the league. We need to get better for next year. I think this deal does that. And now we just got to bring in a top 6 forward. But this is the thing. Last year we said the same thing. Last year we said the exact same thing.
And the year before
not as much. The year before that we did almost make the playoffs, but last year, or going into this season, we said, okay, we got Zucker. Let's go get a top 6 forward and let's go get a partner for Owen Power and we'll be good. And what happened is we got Jason Zucker and we got a new fourth line who Mallenstein's the only one that's been good on it. And we didn't get that top 6 forward. We didn't get that partner for power. And you see what happens when you don't fill in those other holes. That's really what I think it comes down to. So we're going to be going into this offseason saying the exact same thing. We're going to be saying we need a top 6 forward. We need a partner for power. Whether Bernard Docker, I need some Ottawa fans in the chat to tell me about Bernard Docker. I really do. I'd like to know more. Obviously, I've seen his stats and all this stuff. He was on Team Canada.
I was gonna say probably a bottom pair guy, but what you said there, the World Juniors, and like he had more expectations when he was younger, so maybe he improves as a right shot guy. I'll just say quickly, guys, I gotta hop off. I will be back in about an hour and a half. These guys are the best. They're gonna go through Twitter. I'll keep refreshing it. They're gonna read all your comments. I didn't even have to talk to these guys. They know that they're going to interact with you guys the most. They've been viewers on this channel, so they know that they want interaction, so they're going to give you guys the best interaction. So comment your predictions down below, guys, in the comment section. Keep the live chat going. We got over 1,000 people in the live chat with these legends, so I'm going to hop off. Riley, Mitch, you guys are good. I'll be back to join you guys, and then, keep it rolling. I'll keep refreshing Twitter here on my end as well.
All right. Thanks, John.
Talk soon, guys.
See you in a bit. Okay.
The chat's going off, like ripping the Sabres apart. Who said Buffalo Globetrotters?
I know, that was a good one. I need my boy Alex Jones in the chat. For all of you guys who don't know, there's this guy on Twitter named Alex Jones, not the Alex Jones, but a different guy, and he is the biggest Sabres defender. Me and this guy, oh, there he is. There he is in the chat. Alex Jones. This guy. So basically, the whole fan base has been flipped upside down, and honestly, I can see why. I get it. Everybody, the Sabres have been at the bottom of the league for years, but I'll continue the thought that I was on before, which is you need to go into this offseason, you need to get a top 6 forward, and you need to get a partner for power. From talking to John there, it doesn't seem like Bernard Docker is going to be the answer there. I haven't seen the full trade yet, but so if you go into the offseason and you say, we need another top 6 forward and we need a partner for power, we need to get those, because otherwise we're going to be in the exact same situation next year. I like the re-signing of Greenway. I like the re-signing of Zucker. I need to hear from you, Sens fans. Sens fans, you're getting a really good center in Dylan Cousins. He lost all confidence this year. So if this trade can maybe say, hey, I'm going to a fresh start, I'm going to a new place. But I like that move for Buffalo. He needed to go. We get a replacement. Let's see what the chat's saying. Or Mitch, you can say something.
I think the same. If the trade is just Bernard Docker and Norris for Cousins in itself, I think Buffalo wins. I think you have two centers, Norris and Cousins, who both have had breakout seasons in the past, both former high first-round picks that need a fresh start.
Yeah.
Now they both get that. Yeah, they're going, just up the highway a couple hours just to get to their new homes. But I think Norris and Cousins both have potential to be really high-end second-line centers and low-end 1C.
Good. How are you? Hold on.
They're still young enough. They haven't necessarily entered their prime yet. And I think Norris is back at 35 goals. We looked at, 60 games or whatever the 1 year?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 35 goals, 66 games. I seen this guy said Peterko and Tuck to the Rangers. Who do you want? I know I'm going to get
Yes,
fooled.
hi, how are you?
Not as good as John. Me and Mitch are not as good as John at not getting fooled. I'm going to get fooled by the chat.
Good.
That gave me a scare a little bit. But I will say, Peterka and Tuck to the Rangers. Who would I want back?
Sarah, excellent. I saw you adjust your camera.
That's our projected first. That's 2/3 of our projected first line next year. So I don't know. What would you want if you're a Sabres fan? You'd want Lafreniere and I don't know. You don't want Panarin. You don't want that contract. You don't want Zibanejad. You don't want that contract. I love Will Cooley on the Rangers. I really do. Yeah. 100%. I'm in the JJ Peterka rumors makes no sense. I don't think he's going anywhere. I could be wrong though.
Yes, how are you?
I could be wrong.
Good, just ready for
We need some more updates here.
Right?
But
what else
Kind of
happened?
quiet, but
Brock
kind of
Nelson-
It's going to
Brock
be fun.
Nelson happened
Everything it
yesterday.
feels is about to happen.
And
right now.
what else happened?
Hey,
Rantanen almost to Dallas.
wait. Paul Mary got extended by the Islanders. I'm pretty sure I just saw that. I think I saw it in the chat too.
Yeah, we can definitely.
Are we gonna rip? Do you guys want us to rip Lou Lamoriello for extending Kyle Palmieri? He should have got traded. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm gonna rip. I don't think I'm gonna rip Lou. Although Lou deserves a rip, and I think that trade.
Yeah,
yesterday
yeah,
was-
and I'm hearing some
What is going on
things
with the
about
screen
him
here?
like as we speak, so it'll be fun to kind of drop that. But
Pretty girls.
John might be
I hope you
happy
guys
over
are still
there
hearing us here.
if you're a
Yeah,
Stars
crazy.
fan.
Let me see what's going on. Let me hit them up.
I think Lou. I don't know what's going on
Okay.
with Lou.
That was a good trade though. They got a big haul for him.
Callum Ritchie.
Yeah, you
so
got a lot
for you
going
guys
on
that
here.
Don't know, me and John and Mitch, we all work for the Bulldogs, and we see the Generals 8 times a year or something. Callum Ritchie
Yeah, it should be good.
is
So like
is
we're
unreal. He is one of the top
we'll start the show,
prospects
we
in
have
the
a
NHL. I think you even have prospect guys
biggest
saying that
players
he's
still available, so
a
we'll
top
start
20
there,
prospect,
and then like
top
then
20
definitely
drafted
get into
prospect.
of
That's a
rumors,
great deal for Lou,
arrangements,
and you get the
everything.
first on top of it.
Go
But
from there.
what we
then
wanted to talk
once we're
about
done
that
with him,
actually goes hand in
go
hand
back
with
to that list
that conversation
of
is
a
the
player from
Avalanche
there
and the
we can talk
Lightning.
about, and then
These good
we
teams,
will follow
they don't
y'all
care
with
about
where
picks,
y'all
and that's what I was going to say to John before he
like
left.
the players.
What do we care about getting a
Like,
first
if you
round
want to
pick?
get like
You
more
look at
team oriented,
teams are just throwing them away willy nilly, eh, Mitch?
Especially
that'd be
Buffalo
great.
with you were just saying how many draft picks do they have?
I think
and how many
Rantanen's
guys
definitely
they
the
have that are,
biggest situation right now
super
that
good prospects.
Yeah.
Torch is
Aaron's
Definitely the
talking
lead.
about. So
Roseanne, I guess they traded
For
Savoy.
sure.
touch on that, and then
Another guy.
hold
They
on,
have
let
all
me.
these,
It
especially
updates
forward
like every
prospects.
second. It's such
In 2-3
chaos.
years when they're
But
ready for the NHL, they're not
here
going to
I'll
be. There's not going to be a spot for all of
see
them.
what the latest
You
is.
trade for another first round pick. Then what do you do with that first round pick? You trade for the 25th overall pick.
I mean, Marchand.
Chat is going on.
Yeah.
I did text John, by the way.
Oh, they hear the Bleacher Report as well. They're hearing both.
Nice.
And I can talk
Yeah.
about that. I'm in the Boston area, and
No, you
that's
can't call
just
John.
to his plan no matter what. So I'd like to see them get a defenseman, or maybe like with Andrew Kopp out, a good defensive forward, maybe even a goaltender, who knows? But I don't feel like they're going to do anything huge at all.
Jake Wallman would have been a nice player to have, unfortunately.
I wonder who traded that guy.
Yeah, not meant to be. I would say it definitely depends who you ask. I'm still all about it, just because like he was my favorite players growing up. I'm gonna be like basically biased till he's, I don't know, till he gets fired. I know some people are giving up on him, but when he came in, like we had not a good roster or a good prospect pool. It was pretty bare bones, kind of like honestly Chicago the last couple of years. So you're starting from scratch, takes a bit. We got screwed in the lottery, pretty unlucky. I've still got a pretty long leash for him, but we'll see. You definitely, you know, it's like, I don't know, local radio and all that. They're done with him a couple years ago. I'm more optimistic.
It's hard for me to be totally done with him when you see what he did with the Lightning. So it's just kind of like, we'll see. I think they took steps forward this year despite injury and what have you. I sometimes question the veteran juxtaposition with the veterans and the young players. I mean, maybe there could be a few more to bridge the gap.
Yeah, I think for sure, seeing the young players actually start to make the team and make an impact this year, like Casper, Edmonton took a step, and now we're doing better too. I think that kind of shows we probably should have relied on the younger guys sooner, let them kind of take over the team rather than the Sherratts and the Holes of the world. But hopefully now they start to like lean on the young guys.
I was going to say, Tactics, for you, what is your position on Detroit potentially selling? I mean, John mentioned with the sellers market how ridiculous it is. I mean, Anthony Beauvillier got a second-round pick this year, which is insane to me. Like a Tarasenko or an Alex Lyon. There's a few players there that have the options to potentially get dealt. So what about Detroit potentially coming in and being like, hey, we're in the race still, but while this market is the way it is, maybe we'll take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think definitely you should take advantage if the right deal comes across, especially for guys that, you know, aren't you know, not to be too mean to them, but aren't too impactful. Like Tarasenko this year hasn't really fit too much on Detroit. You can get a good return, clear some cap for next year. Definitely, if someone made an offer on, like, I don't know why they would, but like, you know, Justin Holl for sure would be gone. I think you have to pay to get rid of him. But there's certain guys like
any offer.
What do you call them? Like, yeah, like yeah, literally any offer. Any like exterior players, so I don't really think are part of that core. And I think you could still, you know, compete without definitely trade, but yeah, nothing. I would, you know, if you're playing NHL, for instance, I'd be a conservative seller. I wouldn't be a full seller, right? I'd make a conservative deal, but that's it.
It looks like the Sabres are shopping Cousins, which is extremely painful when you think about the Sabres' history, but is probably the right choice, right?
Yeah, especially if he's a guy that doesn't want to be there, and you can get if you can get a huge return like we've been seeing.
He's so good, though. It's really hard. Yeah, 100%.
So, John, we've gotten the full details on that Norris Cousins deal. It's a big whopper. I mean, so many different moves going back and forth. You got Norris and Bernard Docker for Cousins, Gilbert, and a second. So the Senators, I wasn't expecting the Senators to get another pick in part of that deal, but that is the trade confirmed. That's an interesting one. I feel like for Buffalo especially, Cousins was somebody that just kind of seemed like he was out of it. It felt like for the last couple of years, he's just kind of been out of that franchise, with the effort and the consistency. I mean, you had 30-goal season just a couple seasons ago, but it just kind of felt like he was one of the players affected the most by just how down in the dumps Buffalo is, how disappointed they've been year after year. He's one that I think for Ottawa, though, I mean, this is like the first season really where I think they have a true, genuine shot at the playoffs. That's a big jolt in the arm for him. He's something that I think has always had potential with physicality, but it's always just been about the effort level and how much he's willing to put in. If he can do that for Ottawa, I think this is a no-brainer, really.
I gotta ask really quick, Sarah, did you realize Cousins just got traded, or did you just randomly bring him up?
No, I just brought that up. I guess
yeah, I was
luck is on our side today, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
the insiders are inside my head.
Where are you getting all this info?
Sarah, please, next.
I should have just said yes and sounded. McDavid's going to the Leafs. How about that one?
Oh, jeez.
I like this trade for the Senators a lot. I mean, you don't see them doing much, and they have kind of the same excuse with like, oh, it's the kids, they need to get older, whatever. But now they're getting healthier. They need to score more goals. Oh my goodness, it's painful to watch them when they win in the toughest way humanly possible. And then I don't know. I like Allmark as the stabilizing goalie, of course, and I want to see more goals on this team. So I think Cousins could maybe on a power play situation get his heart back and score more goals. So I would like to see this. And I mean, I wouldn't just like it. It's here and it's happening. So good for the Senators. That's a win for them. The Sabres, I feel like you got a clean house. I'm sick of it. I'm over them.
Yeah, they've had some terrible luck the past 14 years? Yeah.
yeah, half of our lives. That's the other side of that coin too, where it's like, and it goes for Pettersson as well. What did he have? 1 shot in 4 games recently, and his value is just tanking, and it stinks to see because when he's on, he's such a shifty and good player, but it's been so long since he's been truly on. So you got to wonder what the return really is. And I like your point about they could have done a switcheroo there.
Sorokin had more goals than Pettersson in February. I mean, that's pretty damning. Who do you guys think?
Pretty great too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who do you guys think in this trade? Like, assuming both are healthy for the next 10 years and they like reach their full potential, like 1 for 1, would you rather have Norris or Cousins? Because when Norris is healthy and going, he's actually a pretty good goal scorer as well.
Ooh, that's tough. Do we got another trade?
Trade alert.
Oh,
so it is the official trade.
There we go.
Oh,
I was gonna say
hockey trade.
Well, I was gonna say.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, you go, John.
Okay, I'll go.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say for me, if I'm going, well,
you go.
We'll go back and forth. Yeah, I was gonna say for me, if we're looking at just one for one, it kind of just depends on what you prefer in your second line center. For me, I would probably prefer Cousins just because he's a little bit younger, and I think the physical advantage there I prefer for him as well as just the 5-on-5 play. Norris is a game breaker on the power play. We know what he can do there with his goal scoring. I think that is as clear cut as possible. I mean, that's the thing you mentioned though, Tactics. If healthy for the next 10 years, that's the big thing because this is really the first year that Norris has actually been really fully healthy in how many years now? It feels like it's been so basically since he's come to the NHL, it's been injury after injury after injury. And he's had great moments here and there and great stretches, but he's never really been able to put it together. This year, no matter what, just being healthy was such a big milestone for him that even though it hasn't been otherworldly, the goal scoring, it's still been solid. And he's still somebody that this year been pretty good for them, getting 20 goals, maybe 3 games. But I feel like in terms of what Cousins can be, I would say that edge physically and just what he can be all around is, I think, a little bit more of an advantage for me. But I think this is a good bet by both teams. It will be interesting because if Norris is able to stay healthy, as you mentioned, I think Buffalo could get a really interesting player here. It just depends on what they want. And I will say one of the big things that I think Buffalo has struggled with recently has been that power play, has been the special teams especially. So if Norris can come in, try to fix that a little bit, I think for the Sabres, that could be an advantage going in the future, especially for a player in Cousins who, like we've talked about, doesn't really seem like he wants to be there at all.
Yeah, I agree.
You're right too. I just looked it up. I'm sorry. I was gonna say Norris, most games played in his 7-year career, 66, which isn't really great.
Yeah, that contract was definitely a bit premature on Buffalo's side, but I would also say, like, kind of what Nathan was saying. Like, you look at Dylan Cousins coming out of, like, junior and just going into the NHL. Like, you thought this guy was going to be, like, maybe even the number 1 center at some point for the Buffalo Sabres. Obviously, we never knew what Tage Thompson would become, but yeah, I don't know. This one's tough for me too because going back to that value standpoint, like even trading in division, like I feel like this is such like a high risk situation for both sides because Buffalo, Ottawa, and I go back to the 2000s when it was like those Sabres and Sens teams going at it in the playoffs, like that rivalry could come alive again. And so for either side, if one of Cousins or Norris becomes like something legit for one of these teams, like the other team is going to look at it with a lot of regret. So I think that's also the risk aspect in trading a division.
It is kind of crazy to see like 2 prime centers with long-term deals, dealt with in the division. Because like you said, if it does backfire and one becomes the clear better player, you're now playing them way more, every single year, and you're going to get reminded of that trade you shouldn't have made.
Were you on the
I will say I like the risk for the Senators.
Sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, sorry, you go, John. Well, I was going to say for the Senators, I like the risk here, especially because it's not. Well, it doesn't fall off a cliff with their center depth just with Norris. So if Dylan Cousins doesn't work out completely, if he's more of just like a third line center option, you still have Shane Pinto there. You still have really Greg. You still have players that are capable of filling those spots, especially Pinto, who has had experience playing second line center before when Josh Norris has gotten injured consistently. So even if Cousins isn't filling up to that standard, the Sens have experience with that. They have the opportunity, the players there to fill that role in case it isn't working out completely. And that's something that they can even do at the start, where they can have Cousins in more of a sheltered role to start things out, have him in a position where they can really dictate the offensive minutes he gets and have confidence boosted. So I think for the Senators especially, this is a trade that I just think has so much upside, so much potential, and I love them making a swing like this. I mean, I would never expected Cousins to be dealt to Ottawa especially, but I think for the Sens, being aggressive right now, this is what they should be doing, especially with the prospect pool they have not being the greatest now, so many of them being graduated. Getting the younger player like Cousins like this that I think has real potential the way he does, I think could be obviously a big risk, but a foundational risk if it works out.
I've loved watching both of these guys play, and you see in some of the plays they try to make, but they just don't have the talent around them that they could get much more leverage somewhere else. But at the same time, I worry because they're kind of in similar situations, right? Where there's not that much high-end scoring talent around them. And then they get traded to teams that have the same issue, but you have to start somewhere, right? And maybe they will gel together and it'll be a best of both worlds situation where both of them will gel better with different teammates. So we'll see, but I kind of like it to just see what happens for both teams.
I was going to say not to go for a crazy pivot, but Frank Saravalli had put out that talks are picking up with Besser, that Besser could be traded more likely than not. So something, I mean, we were trying to talk about big names. I mean, I would say that's a pretty big name.
Definitely.
He's like the one good vibe the Vancouver Canucks have left. And he's, God, you got to wonder what he's thinking there. I mean, obviously he's a pending UFA and the Canucks probably won't be able to afford him. But now with Miller cleared out, they might be able to. But does he want to stay? Like, there's so much dysfunction in that locker room. You got to feel for Quinn Hughes, too, just thinking about what's going on around him as he's playing injured at an elite level. Like, this guy is going through it all. And I would be really curious to see what the return is for Besser. Like, the Canucks, it just stinks right now because no matter what they get for any return, it's just not as good as the players they're trading away because they have no leverage.
For sure. I was going to say 40
You
goal
mentioned
scorer
Sarah
last
with
year, though,
Quinn
so.
Hughes.
Yeah,
that's true.
Beast.
Well, Quinn Hughes, it's interesting now because he's going to be a UFA in, I think, a year and a half. And I can't even imagine what his brain has been going through, how much he's been carrying that Canucks franchise on his back.
Yeah.
And now the JT Miller trade and everything we see now Brock Besser potentially getting dealt. I mean, so much of that Vancouver team, I feel like, has gone up in flames from what they were last year, how strong they were offensively. Almost all of it has completely come back to them. And I feel like in Quinn Hughes' case especially, this is going to be an interesting one. If the Canucks continue to sell like they have, how are they going to convince a player like Hughes in the prime of his career to stay there, to be a player that is a franchise face when nobody else is picking up the load and they don't have the pieces nor the prospect pool to keep it going? I think in the Canucks case, it might prove to be a situation where they need to keep a player like Besser just to make a player like Quinn Hughes happy, because if they trade him and the assets they get back are futures, it's going to be an interesting thing for Vancouver and a really weird next year for them, because especially if they aren't able to make the playoffs, their prospect pool, I don't think it's got some great players still, like Willander and Jonathan Lekkerimäki, and a player that's been recently called up, and defenseman Elias Pettersson. They have some guys there, but the depth there is weak. And I think especially for Vancouver, they're in a position where they don't have a lot of players filling up these spots. They don't have somebody that can immediately put into the Besser spot and get the same exact results. So I think in their case, they're really doing some reflection right now, I'm sure. And Besser is one that I think is a big one. Apparently, it seems like the big issue has been the term, with Vancouver wanting more of a 5-year contract, with Besser wanting, of course, a full 8-year contract. Personally, with the inconsistencies in his game year to year, giving him that max year contract is a very risky proposition, but it's almost for Vancouver a position where they almost have to give a contract to him, especially if they want to keep that core together. So I do not envy Vancouver's management, but it's also the position they put themselves in, right?
100%. That's the point I was going to make. Like, of course, when you get to this point where the media is cornering you and questioning you, you have to trade Miller or Pettersson, especially when it's clearly reflecting on the ice, right? And they don't get along. This is affecting the locker room. But management should have known this situation was that dire and that severe before both of these recent contracts they both signed for both of these players. Like, what are you doing? So now you have to trade one of them. You get worse on paper in the short term on the ice, and now you have no direction for the future. You're trading away the one guy that's not involved in any of this, that's your star. But I think you have to look at it objectively in a hockey sense too, like you're saying, where he's been inconsistent and he's had his struggles too, and he's had the one good year. You can't just overinflate that, but it just, they've put themselves in, and then you got the goaltending there too. It's just like, what type of situation have they put themselves in?
Yeah, I
do wonder, what do you
sorry, go ahead, Cole.
Sorry, John. Well, I was just gonna say, what would you guys, if you were to play GM, what would you be willing to pay Besser? Because he's kind of an interesting player. Where I was just looking at him, like last year was kind of like his contract year, where he really like outperformed last season, and then this year it's kind of back to just 37 points through 53 games. I was looking, I think only last year was the year he played a full season, so he's never played more than usually 60, 70 games, and he's usually about a 50-point guy. So if he wants like that 8 years, and with the cap going up, I wonder if that's a contract potentially you actually regret, later down the road, if he is asking for kind of top winger dollar.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what the top dollar is. Like $8 million would be probably the max for me. Like, I think he's probably consistently a 30+ goal scorer on a contending team. So what's that value, I guess, in the open market? Probably higher, but yeah, what you said, like the cap's going up, but you also don't want to have that too much into consideration when you're trying to sign this guy long-term. And it's not like he's in his early 20s anymore. This is probably going to be his last long-term contract. So I think when you're looking at Besser, say he went to a Dallas or a Colorado of the worlds, like I think he would probably rip it up with those two teams. But with Vancouver right now, yeah, he just doesn't have a lot of help, so his numbers are obviously affected by that. I think you mentioned 37 points in 50-something games, so not ideal for a guy that wants to get the big bucks in free agency, but at the same time, I think he's still on pace for, 25-plus goals, close to 30, so I think if you're going to get that consistently from Besser on a contender, I would say $8 million is probably fair, but we'll see. It sounds like Vancouver may have been willing to pay that, but it obviously hasn't been done yet, so I'm not sure.
Or maybe like, yeah, they want to go 8x5, but Besser wants 8x8, and that's the negotiation part.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I was gonna also say with Vancouver, the Kevin Lankinen part was also like very interesting to me because it felt like it sent a message like internally on the Demko thing, whether they just don't have confidence in Demko's health or maybe they move on from him. Like, again, cap's going up, you can commit more money to goaltending if you want, but now with Lankinen and Demko, you're talking about like 10 million combined for your goaltending situation. So I also wonder on that factor, like if Lankinen now locked up, do they consider even moving Demko? I feel like anyone on Vancouver, except for there was just kind of a tweet sent out that Teddy Bluger might not get traded. Like it feels like they love their depth character guys. Like they love a Connor Garland. Like I feel like that's Vancouver these days. But all their stars, no one's untouchable in terms of our stars. They could all get moved.
And let's say it out loud so they all hate us. Yeah, that's the Vancouver locker room way. That's just dysfunction. It's actually ridiculous when you look at what's gone on this season and last season. If they try to trade Demko, they've mismanaged that situation a lot, and nobody really knows what's going on with his multitude of injuries. And I feel for the kid. He's such an excellent goaltender when he's healthy, but it's just kind of a mystery as to what's going on there. And I could just see another team, like they don't have the answers. So that would be an impossible trade, but I feel like at this point might want to get him off of their hands so they can kind of move forward, as sad as it is.
I was going to say, not to change the lens too much from what we're talking about, but Charlie O'Connor, who covers the Flyers for Philly Sports, he just tweeted out that Scott Laughton is not on the ice today for Flyers practice. So, and that it doesn't seem like it's injury related or anything. So obviously it's trade deadline day and Scott Laughton's name's been out there. So him not at practice, I would say pretty noteworthy.
Yeah, they just want to give him a rest.
Yeah. He's an old man. Did you see he posted on Instagram a few days ago, like the Last Supper?
Biggest bait I've ever seen. That was crazy.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Iconic.
The Stars and Canes have made significant strides on the trade for Rantanen. A deal now appears likely. As I said at the beginning of the, what are we, on a stream, not a podcast, they were just thousands of dollars away if my sources are correct. So you'd think Rantanen would suck it up and get that done, but it's going to be, he's getting paid. It's going to be a lot of money. I would bet $2 Johnston would be heading back to the Canes, but that's not a lot of money because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you guys think this is more a money thing or more like an emotional, mental, like headspace thing? Because it does seem like it's money at the end of the day, but like it feels like since he's been traded from Colorado kind of in like getting blindsided, I feel like it feels like a lot of the conversation around Rantanen is like it's also a headspace thing, like where he just didn't expect getting dealt, and then he gets dealt, and he's like basically on the opposite side of the U.S. If he goes back to Dallas, sure, he's a little closer to where he was, but at the same time, I mean, Nathan, you're on the Stars fan side. Would you say there's many other big rivals than Dallas, Colorado right now in terms of standings, in terms of two of the best teams in the West? I mean, I would say that's up there. I know Dallas, St. Louis have had their bouts recently.
Absolutely. Yeah, Dallas, Colorado is to me the biggest one between the two teams. I mean, you can make a case maybe Vegas as well for both Colorado and Dallas, but I would say Dallas, Colorado has the most bad blood. That series, especially last year, was just brutal. And I mean, I think you bring up a great point, John, because it feels like with Rantanen especially, he hasn't really had the time to get his head on a swivel. I mean, you mentioned that he was kind of blindsided by it. I can imagine for a player like him who's been there his whole career, ready for another playoff run with them, getting ready for that and preparing for that. Oh my goodness. And Elliot Freeman,
wow.
Rantanen and the Stars are closing an extension. 12 million AAV. Wow.
What was all this ruckus
my goodness.
about 14? It was going to be 12 all along? What was the holdup? What were we waiting for?
Agent's gonna
You realize
agent.
no state
Agent's
tax,
gonna
baby.
agent.
No state tax.
Yeah. Nathan,
We
they're
win
like
once again.
13 or 14 million. Nah, let's go back to 12.
He realized
you were
Dallas is the
spot
best
on
city
when-
in the U.S.
Well, you're spot on when you say that he was completely blindsided by getting traded from the Avalanche. It's the first trade he's ever been involved in. Then he's playing next to, imagine playing your life next to Nathan McKinnon, and then you're like, oh, I'm going to put you on the third line. Like, it was a whirlwind for him, and I think the Canes did it wrong where they put too much pressure on him. You're gonna sign now, and you're gonna like it. Like, he did not. He's trying to get his bearings straight and trying to figure out what's going on. So I think that might have rubbed him the wrong way. And then you're like, all right, what are my options right now? This could be a quasi free market for me, right? Where you're seeing, how can I get to the best contender in a city that I might like, in a situation that doesn't feel like players get more leverage than ever with this cap rising, and he's doing his big one with this contract right now. So even if it's 12 versus 14 million, he wants to feel like he's in control. So that's how this happens.
I agree. I think this actually shows it potentially was more of a headspace thing than a money thing. Because I think in the open market, based on what we're kind of seeing and hearing, like, he maybe could have got towards that 14 million mark, based on especially where the cap's going. And I was gonna say, Graf, how many Finns are on that Dallas Stars team? Are we at like 7 or 8 now, or more?
Well, we got Haskin, we got Granlund, we got Essa Lindell, we got Rupehan. So at least 5 now of Rantanen. I mean, it's Team Finland reincarnate, basically, on the ice. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. I'm just saying right now, somebody please locate Wyatt Johnston and make sure that he is safe. He is okay, because I need to make sure that man is not on a plane to rally right now, because I would be extremely disappointed. But I'm glad they actually did get the extension done. I'm genuinely shocked. 12 million AAV.
That's a great deal.
I mean, I feel like even though we all probably accepted that Rantanen would get a lot in the open market, it's more of a debate if he's actually worth that or not, especially if he were to get to like the $14 million range. I think 12 million, pretty much everybody can agree with what Rantanen can be. That's perfectly, I mean, that's what he seemed like was going to get in Colorado, if not a little bit more than that. So the fact that he's taken this amount of pay cut is shocking to me. Like, I would never have expected that.
Yeah,
that's to me is the craziest part of this deal.
I was gonna say also, is this like one of those situations where the player just accepts a deal because it's associated with this number? Because I'm looking at the math right now. 8 years times 12 million. That's 96. 96 for 96.
Oh,
interesting.
But
it worked for Crosby.
Yeah, it worked for Sid. But on a serious note, I do think that I do think that he probably realized, like, yeah, you talked about it, the tax situation, Nathan, fellow Finns on the team, and then obviously contenders. So I think once he maybe got past those kind of, I would say, decision-making factors, then he probably said, all right, let's do it. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. Would you be okay if it was both Maverick Bourque and Logan Stankoven, or is that too much if that's the main bulk of the package?
It depends what's after that, but honestly, if it's both, if it's just those two guys, I think I'm okay with it. It's gonna be one of those guys at least included for sure. I think Logan Stankoven makes the most sense just because he's been the most proven already with the Stars, and he just seems like a Carolina Hurricane to me. I need to see Stankoven with Seth Jarvis on the same line and just terrorize other teams. Those two would be so much fun together.
I was gonna say they're gonna make all the short kings around hockey
likely.
feel great.
Yes, need it.
Listen, if from the Hurricanes perspective, it's not Johnston, if I'm a Hurricanes fan, I'm disappointed in this. I mean, that when you Stankoven definitely gives Hurricanes vibes. I think Johnston does too, and they need a good center. Like, they have been their bottom 6 situation right now. It's like it's really holding them back when it comes to centers, and they need kind of Johnson could go on the second line center and he could be better than what's popping right now. So it's just fascinating to see how something like this unfolds, right? Where it's probably the biggest trade acquiring Rantanen, the Hurricanes, in years, maybe in season. And then you have him being traded again. It's just, there's so much to unpack there, and to a contender. That's kind of a thing where that gives me pause. I'm like, do the Hurricanes really need to trade him to a contender that they could be seeing? That's kind of sus to me.
I was going to say on the Wyatt Johnston front, I mean, the main reason I would be surprised if it happens is mostly just because of like you mentioned, Sarah, I mean, that's somebody that would be franchise changing for the Canes. That's what's so weird to me about this, is that we'll see when the actual details come out. But if I was Carolina, I wouldn't be making the trade unless I landed somebody like Johnston, who by all accounts is one of the best young players in the league. In terms of points over the last 6 months since November, he is up there among U24 players, Stützle, Jack Hughes in goal scoring and point scoring. He is among that elite crop. So if Carolina is going to make a trade, and if you are going to trade Rantanen, Johnston would be, to me, if he's available even by just a little bit, that's a no-brainer. But again, that's what was weird to me, because if I'm Carolina, I feel like I would probably want to write it out, especially since he would look to be playing a little bit better the last couple of days with the Canes, or last couple of games with the Canes, and try to see what can happen in this playoffs. It's just strange to me, because if it is like a Stankoven first rounder prospect type deal, how beneficial is that to the Canes really, who are trying to contend? There's a reason why they got Rantanen in the first place. It's just very strange to me. Very weird.
It happened.
Come on.
Oh no.
Come on. No way.
Oh no.
This is crazy.
Dang.
The Wyatt chatter.
Wow.
I was going to say.
We don't have the return yet.
No, we don't have the return yet. But I was going to say, too, on top of it, though, I feel like, and this is kind of why I said Carolina was the big winner in getting Rantanen, was I feel like if you make that trade on Carolina's perspective, especially after they got kind of finessed in losing Jake Gensel last year, I feel like you learn your lesson. You don't make that trade unless you have not 100% confidence, but a lot of confidence you're going to re-sign this guy. And clearly they were either misled or just didn't have the information that they wanted. Still made the deal. And I think this has kind of come down to damage control, where they don't want the same thing to happen again. Fans can say all they want about, oh, we just want the team to be aggressive. We want the team to make the move. It's easier said than done until July 1st when that player leaves your team, right? I think people said the same thing last year against Gensel. So I think it would have been brutal had Carolina had their classic second round or Eastern Conference exit, and then they lose Rantanen for nothing in the offseason versus we'll see what they get from Dallas here. But I would like to think if they get Stankoven and Maverick Borg, those two guys, again, Nathan, correct me if I'm wrong. I've watched Stankoven. I've talked to the guy, great guy too, on and off the ice. He's probably a legit top six forward, probably maybe even as high as a top line winger, depending on how he fits with his size. And Maverick Borg, I could see him being a future second line center behind Aho. Maybe that's a bit of high hopes, but I feel like both those guys have that expectation and that potential.
Definitely. I mean, Stankoven to me is your prototypical Arturi Lehkonen perfect complementary for winger, somebody you place with your best center, and he'll just drive the forecheck, he'll drive the physicality and make it so much easier for the players around him. Bork is a little bit more of a different story, more of a skill-based, mature forward. But he's something that as well I could absolutely see being on a second line. I mean, he's been playing for the Stars in a first line capacity at points throughout this year, so it's not foreign to him either. So, I mean, if they get both of those guys, those are two foundational young pieces. Again, it's just weird to me that Carolina is the team that's making it happen. But if it is both of those guys, I mean, I could see where they're coming from, especially if you forget that they traded for Rantanen a month ago. But that aside, I think that type of package could be interesting. The Stars definitely have I think the one player that is absolutely a no-go is Harley. I saw some people talking about him. No chance the Stars trade him. Zero chance, in my opinion. I mean, you saw how dominant he was in the Four Nations. He's been that type of player, that type of presence for the Stars for a long time, especially with the defensive injuries they have right now. Heiskanen, there's no chance that they would trade a player like Harley right now. So that's to me the only younger piece that's kind of untouchable. The rest, Johnson, I'm still out of, but there is still the chance of him. Stankoven, Bork. I mean, if it comes to it where we have to trade both of them, I wouldn't be happy, but I'd be fine with it.
Are you guys seeing Elliot?
According to my, Shen, Jets. All right, Kevin Johnson off, not taking the day off for once.
Second and fourth round.
Kyle
pick.
Dubas is dealing. Interesting. That makes sense. When that trade between Nashville and Pittsburgh happened, it was we pretty much knew from the beginning that Schenn was going to get flipped. So that makes sense, especially for the Jets too. I'd much rather have Luke Schenn than Logan Stanley. So I feel like that's perfect for them.
Also, sorry, I'm flip-flopping here, but Rick Dollywall, who covers the Canucks closely, he's always on the Canucks stuff. He said, keep an eye on Carolina after this Rantanen deal. They could be the team for Besser.
Ooh, that would make sense.
this is Eric Tulski's game. We might be like, what the heck is he doing? And then I feel like I have to pause because there's always something that comes after. So I try not to judge too harshly, but this one was a bit of a mind-blowing event. And I'm hearing a little bit that Johnston's not involved, but I could be wrong. But this is just as it's coming out from the people that I know around the team. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. But I think there's the package involves some prospects, some picks. It's pick heavy.
Interesting.
I could be wrong. This is why I'm not an insider. This stuff stresses me. Yeah. But there could be some high draft picks going on here.
Yeah.
Well,
did you guys see the speaking of the returns, did you guys see a second and a fourth for Shen, which to me seems like
that's crazy.
It's quite a haul for a
I was gonna say,
Cole, a little flip
the second
there.
rounders.
Like, is Kyle Dubas back in the good graces of Penguins fans? Like that's a pretty good flip.
Was he ever there?
No, I definitely don't think so. I mean, I guess when he walked in, they were giving him a break maybe. But no, you're right. Like I'm looking at it right now on the like that Nashville Pittsburgh trade was a bit confusing, but you kind of figured maybe Shen gets flipped. But to get a second and fourth, like all you gave up was bunting, and you're getting all these assets from that trade. That's all right.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's wild.
Yeah, getting rid of bunting and getting a player like Novak who is all over the place, a lot of skill, a lot of potential there, but you also get a second and a fourth round pick. I feel like I take that trade every day, every day.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think what they got out of the deals. So they somehow San Jose did them a favor and took the Vinny Desharnais contract, which I don't understand. But moving past that, Penguins turn Michael Bunting, Beauvillier, and Desharnais into Novak, 2 seconds, and a fifth. That's unreal work from Dubas.
Gotta give the glasses wearer credit. He's wheeling and dealing.
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, I think
he's a guy too. I think a lot of people don't give him credit. Oh, sorry, John.
No, Cole, you go, bro. You're due. Let's hear it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I feel like a lot of people don't give him credit. Like that Penguins team had no, like terrible contracts, no assets to work with. Like if you go back in time, like it's tough. It's he's made some bad signings, but he was in a tough spot in terms of trying to compete with the core he had. I think like the Carlson trade, even he dumped. I think people forget like he took Carlson on, but he dumped some terrible contracts. I think I think he's one kind of like Yzerman. Give him a bit longer a leash, see if he can actually make something happen here.
I mean, coming in after the destruction and the greatness that is, what is it? GMJR, and then you have Hextall.
Hextall, yeah.
Not greatness, unfortunately, with that team. I think Dubas had a lot on his hands to deal with. So I know he's been he's been clear about his intentions that he kind of wants to start over with this team. So he's been doing that. Oh, yeah. You got Dim the God weighing in. Penn's turning Michael Bunting, Anthony, and Vinny into Tommy Novak, 2 seconds and a fifth this week. Love this market. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Sure.
If I was like the Washington Capitals, I would be looking at selling in this market because the amount of picks you can get. I mean, this draft isn't looking the greatest in the world. It does drop off pretty handily after the top 10, top 15. But I feel like I don't feel like we expected this market to be as seller reliant as it has been. I mean, the prices for teams like the Penguins, as we're talking about here, the fact they got a second and a fourth for a player like Luke Schenn, who by all accounts, great character guy, great physicality. He's Luke Schenn. You know what you're getting out of him. I feel like that type of value wouldn't have been close just a couple of years ago. It's just interesting that now with so many teams so desperate to make the playoffs, so many teams so close to that, the teams that do have that seller advantage are, I think, really reaping the rewards right now.
Kind of on that point, Nathan, I was actually going to ask you, so like double-edged sword here, Rantanen ain't signed by Dallas, but like in my mind, when I see that, I think the returns could be massive, dude. Like they gave up Natchez for a potential Rantanen signing, but now you have a long-term Rantanen. I think we're looking at like Stankoven and like a big plus, especially like, Tampa gave up 2 firsts for Gordon Bjorkstrand. I think Rantanen's values like double theirs on his own, triple theirs. You know what I mean? So I'm very curious to see if they do get a haul back here, because I feel like there's a lot of people on Twitter. I think I agree. The only way I would have flipped Rantanen and kind of look dumb in all honesty in flipping him is if you got a massive haul to justify it.
For sure.
And there could be a flipping of the hall to a different.
Yeah. If there's picks and stuff involved, for sure.
The Hurricanes, one thing about them is they're just never going to do anything easy or make it make sense until the end. And there's going to be loopholes, and there's going to be like a last minute situation that changes everything. So we're going to have to look out for that one. And they're going to do the big thing. All in all, I mean, the Natchez story with the Hurricanes really just was he had been requesting, or like he'd been wanting to be traded. I wouldn't say officially requested. And they had been looking to move him. They move him when his value's the highest it's ever been. But he was like on pace to score the most points the Hurricanes had ever had on a team and one player. So it's a big risk. They've been playing a big risky game this season.
John, did you see it?
I just saw it. Oh my, I might blow it up, man. Oh my. I mean, we'll wait and see. David Pagnotta just said the Leafs are getting Scott Laughton. I might lose my mind. I know I got a lot of confusing things going on in my room right now, but
when I saw the tweet.
Leafs fan represent. I know I'm trying to stay impartial here, but here's the thing, Nathan.
What are your thoughts?
We'll see what it is. I have consistently been hearing that both the Flyers and Blues are kind of a similar mindset if you're talking to Toronto. It's probably a first and legitimate prospect. Scott Laughton, I mean, it's definitely at least a first. Cowan or Minton come to mind, but here's the thing. I'm actually in the minority. A lot of people have looked at Easton Cowan as this unreal prospect, and I think he is a great prospect. I've watched him in person play for the London Knights many times this year. My argument is Fraser Minton is more of that fit for Toronto after Matthews Tavares is the third line center. I just don't know where Cowan maybe fits with this team. Like, is he a center? Is he a wing? I think also him being the higher value prospect, use that to your advantage. So we'll see. There's been a lot of rumors that the Flyers love Fraser Minton. So it's funny. I got a steal of a deal at Scotiabank and got myself a Fraser Minton rookie jersey. So also there's a little bit of incentive to not see Fraser Minton traded. But yeah, no, that would suck. We'll see. The Flyers apparently like Fraser Minton. We'll see how it goes. But it looks like it'll probably be at least a first and maybe a prospect.
I'm of the opinion that every fan of every team kind of over evaluates and overinflates their prospect. It's like, that's my boy, that's my kid. And I've watched him from the beginning to the end. But Minton really has come in and has been exactly what the Leafs have needed. We've also seen that they've had more of that, like maybe cooking in the oven than we thought, because now they've got like Bobby McMahon. They've got kind of this array of guys that can come in and chip in on offense when the big dogs aren't necessarily hitting. So for the first time, it feels like the Leafs have a luxury of a lot of these types of players, and it would be a good time to trade one. Just one, though.
I was going to say from Dregs as well, Brandon Tanev returning to the Jets, second-round pick in 2027.
Oh.
It's been a good atmosphere of guys returning to their former teams.
Yeah, I was going
to say
Brandon
Tanev is such a dog. That's going to make Winnipeg scary.
Leafs perspective, I wanted to beat Tanev and Luke Shed, so I'm kind of down in the dumps. I wanted the Tanev and Shed brothers reunited in Toronto, but again, that's a little dream thinking.
Exactly.
Oh, man. But, yeah, we'll see what this Laughton return is. I think here's the thing. A lot of second-round picks are being thrown around right now, so just watch Toronto just overpay for Laughton. I'm waiting for it, guys.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Brandon Tanev only got a second, considering Anthony Beauvillier got the same selection, and Tanev's pick, I think, is a year ahead in 2020, or a year behind in 2027. To me, Brandon Tanev, I mean, that's somebody that I would have loved on the Leafs, John. That's somebody that is just a pure character. Like, he's somebody that will light up a room, from what I've heard. Just will be the main guy of the atmosphere. He just such a unique person, and the way he goes out there with his physicality, he's just relentless. He'll put his body on the line for anything. I think that's exactly what the Jets could have used a little bit more of on the bottom six too. He's going to be the perfect fourth liner. I mean, considering how it's shaping up right now, where the Stars might face the Avs in the first round, I'm a little bit scared right now that the Jets are adding more, because I mean, that team has just been so magical already. You had somebody that's already and then you had somebody that's a pretty magical player in Brandon Tanev himself, and that Jets locker room is going to be hard to play against. That's going to be an interesting one.
For sure. I was going to say that the Jets have done everything so far right. They just need a second-line center, and I think that they're probably the ultimate cup contender. I don't know if that's where you were getting at, Sarah.
That's basically exactly what I was going to say. usually I'm hard on Kevin Cheveldayoff because I want him to do more, but he's I loved Barry Trotz, and now look at them. I think I am proven wrong, and I kind of like these little tweaks when you've got such a complete team on every facet of the team. So I like the small adjustments in the insurance in the long run when you got maybe if we didn't see that 11 game, what was it, winning streak that they just recently had, like maybe I would say let's get that center right now, but I kind of love what they're doing right now.
Well, yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Sarah, that I've always kind of been underwhelmed by what Winnipeg has done. But you look at the big moves that they have made, and almost every single one has been a major success for them. Like, it still baffles me what they got in the Pierre-Luc Dubois trade, just how good Gabe Filardi has been for them, how much of a transformative piece he's made in the top, has been in the top six. But it's almost like the moves they haven't made. There has been so many times where we've heard about Nikolai Ehlers potentially being dealt, and what the season he's having is brilliant. He's been undeniably great, and as somebody that he could also be a big free agent after this season. But I feel like for Winnipeg, a lot of the time it's been kind of the systems and the best players being the best players that have allowed them to be still in this race. I mean, remember like a year ago when we were maybe potentially thinking about a Connor Hellebuck trade? Imagine if they traded him now. Like imagine what that would look like. It's almost like for Winnipeg, it's so perfectly calculated who they need to keep and who they don't. And I think for them, the depth moves that they're making, it makes sense, especially in Tanev's case. I think that's a slam dunk for them.
I think with both Hellebuck and a lot of the... Oh, sorry, John.
No, Cole, you're good. I'm just nervous about this Laughton return. You keep giving your analysis. I'll sit here nervous.
I was just going to... I think with Hellebuck, like the core pieces like Hellebuck, Scheifele, I think the one thing like working against Winnipeg is it's a pretty small city and it's super cold. So there's always, whenever there's a pending free agent that could get more money somewhere else, there's always talk of him leaving. So I think there's honestly a lot of credit to that core for sticking around and actually seeing Winnipeg through. I think Scheifele, Hellebuck in particular, they could have just left, went somewhere nicer, but they still chose to live somewhere worse to have a better hockey team. And I respect that.
That's what it's all about.
I will say, yeah. I mean,
for the love of the game.
Luke Schenn is a Sasky boy, so that's not too far from good old Winnipeg. So that's not too bad for him. And B Tanev played there already. So I guess for those guys, like that's the big challenge for Shovel Day Off. And I feel like we were talking about the Sabres earlier. It's like another challenge for Buffalo is like getting guys to come and want to be there is such a challenge. So I feel like B Tanev, Luke Schenn, those are the guys that want to be there. And it was kind of already put out there that like Luke, I mean, I think Pittsburgh may have wanted to keep Luke, but I think he wanted to be with a contender. And obviously he's kind of made negative comments publicly about like Nashville scoring and just not being able to put it together this year. So
after this, can we talk?
It's been kind of tough.
Can we just talk Rantanen?
Yeah, let's Mikko Rantanen. Nathan, I want more thoughts from you, man. Like, how excited are you? And we're talking about Jets. Like, where do you think they, I guess, stack up in the Central? Going to, like, say playoffs start right now. Jets don't make another move. Stars don't make another move. Avs are done as well. I think it's fair to say those three teams are the teams right now in the Central. I hate to kind of throw Minnesota to the side right now, but just with, like, Kaprizov and Eriksson Ek injuries and just kind of uncertainty there. I feel like, is it fair to say those three teams are the three teams right now?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think especially for Dallas and Colorado, they made the moves to solidify themselves in that spot. I mean, I don't even know if I would have put Colorado in that spot a few months ago, but the Mackenzie Blackwood trade was such an important deal for them to make. And you see just how much better Colorado's gotten since then. Just having a goaltender that can save pucks and can come up in the clutch moments. And that to me, I think makes them a lot more scary. The big thing I think for Dallas that is most interesting now is that you have all the players that will be coming back from injury in Tyler Seguin, who was brilliant to start out the year, but has been injured since then. You have Miro Heiskanen, who's, of course, injured right now. The big thing I worry about is chemistry once they all come back together. You have Rantanen there, who is going to be a big part of it. I think one of the most interesting parts about this now is that it kind of makes us forget that the Stars traded for Mikael Granlund. And that even happened in the first place. Like, he's on the first line right wing, where Rantanen is probably going to end up playing. And he's been a brilliant player for the Stars. So much craftiness, so much skill there in tight. And you have that now, and you have the Rantanen trade. And I don't even know how it's going to fixture in, because Sagan's been playing right wing whenever he's been healthy. So is he going to be on the third line? Are you going to have Tyler Seguin on the third line? Are you going to have Mikael Granlund on the third line? I mean, there's so many variables there. But I think for that Stars team, I mean, you look at the top 9, it depends on who they trade away. If it is Bork and Stankoven, it doesn't really affect their top 9 too much, since you would still have a player like Mason Marchment, who I would have said previously would be a part of this deal, but now I'm with you guys getting a little more convinced that it's Bork and Stankoven. But we'll see about that. I think no matter what, I mean, that top 9 just has so many weapons. The Mikael Granlund trade, I thought was going to be it for the Stars, and that would have been fine. I think they would have been just fine. But now I think that Rantanen trade especially gives them a bona fide playoff score. That's, I think, the big thing that the Stars have kind of not really, they kind of beaten them around the bush in some of their trade deadline acquisitions. Rantanen is a pure dog in the playoffs. Like, no matter what, it seems like he always comes to play. And to me, that's one of the major factors that I think I'm most excited for in this trade. Get him here, get some chemistry going, sure, on the first line. But once the playoffs come, Rantanen just kind of feels like he enters a new mode for himself. And that's what I'm most excited to see, especially in that top 6. I mean, the fact that we can have a Robertson, Hintz, and Rantanen line, I think is so fun. The fact that Hintz and Robertson as well, 21 points combined over the last 4 games. Those two have been absolutely killer together. And now you had somebody like Mikko who brings just a whole different physical element to the game. And yeah, I'm a little bit excited.
He's fired up. Jim Nill has to be, like, he's moving up there as maybe my favorite GM in the league right now. Just when you think the team's good enough, he looks at the facts. He's like, you know what? This has been one of the most complete regular season teams of maybe all time, but I want more, and more is possible. And he's kind of setting that standard ever since that Chris Tanev move last year. But I just saw a tweet from Bruce Levine, who is a top reporter for the Stars. He said, the price Dallas is about to pay for Rantanen is going to surprise and shock some people, but the chance to win now supersedes how good prospects may become. So it's prospect pick. Like, that's what people were telling me, like, prospect or picks might be involved. And I think the Canes might try to flip them if what I'm hearing is correct. So I think you do have to let it go. Like, when you look at the Stars right now, I've been frustrated because I think this is a team I want to see win the cup to prove that you can construct an epic hockey team and make it actually work. And that's kind of what, in my eyes, Jim Nill has been doing and for the past few years, and he's been tweaking as necessary. So I'd love to see them put all their chips on the table or whatever it's called and go for the cup right now.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if it's built around like both the 26 and 27 first round picks. So maybe it is more pick and prospect heavy, as you said. And maybe double first round pick, maybe a couple seconds, maybe some prospects. I mean, the Stars have, Nathan, I know you've kind of said this so many times, and I think I've talked about it a lot. A lot of people have talked about it. Is like the Stars, as good as they are and as great of a contender, they also have focused so much on their prospect pool, and I think that's the most impressive part. It's like you see a lot of these contenders that like have like bare bones, like nothing in their system, and after Colorado traded Callum Ritchie, they basically have nothing. They don't, or they at least don't have much. You look at Dallas. I mean, they have like a top 15 prospect pool, and they're a Stanley Cup contender this year. I think that's pretty rare to see across the league.
Well, that's the thing, too, that I find interesting is that even if it's Bork and Stankoven, you have those two as the big prospects, you still have players that I like quite a bit, like Liam Bichsel, who's been playing in the NHL this year. I think could be a middle pair defenseman. So I think the weapons there are pretty unlimited, especially with how well the Stars draft. It seems like every single year they're getting somebody who will make a big impact. I mean, Emil Hemming from last year's first round is also somebody that maybe could be a part of the deal, perhaps. But I look at it for the Stars perspective, and it's like, it's the same thing as Tampa Bay, where so many times you've drafted so well outside the first round, it almost doesn't even matter if you keep them. I mean, sure, you have the Wyatt Johnstons of the world who help quite a bit, but if you're drafting players like Logan Stankoven in the second round, it almost doesn't matter which first round picks you have. For the Stars, they just always seem to find these players that are outcast for some specific reason. For Stankoven, it really was just because of the size and the lack of games in that COVID year that really hurt his stock. And I think in the Stars case, they always seem to get a little bit more creative, a little bit more ambitious with their draft picks. And when it works out, you can see how it's able to work out. I mean, the fact that the two big players we could see in this trade are two guys for the Stars that were drafted in the late first in Bork's case, in the second round in Stankoven's case. I mean, the fact they've been able to get this draft capital, it's almost incredible just how since 2017, there's almost not been a draft where the Stars have made a massive, horrible pick. Besides maybe Ty Dellandrea at in the top 15 spot. That's really been the only mistake the Stars have made drafting wise. So when you're that creative, when you're that ahead of the game, you give yourself so many more opportunities to trade away a player like Logan Stankoven, who for a lot of teams out there would be an untouchable because they don't have any other prospects really to deal or any other younger pieces to play. But you have a Wyatt Johnston and you have so many other players coming in that it makes them somewhat expendable, which is insane to think about considering Stankoven is a top 5 player for the Calder race this year. But that's the type of pedigree the Stars have built up for themselves. And even as a prospects guy, I like that we've kept a lot of our players, but if you have the chance of Mikko Rantanen extended, there's only really so much you can do. You go after a player like that, especially in this age where Ben and Sagan, those are 2 guys that are still playing well, but aren't getting any younger. You want to have to go for it. And we'll see if it works out a little bit better than it did in Carolina. There is still time for the Stars to flip Rantanen, but we'll see.
Wow, looks like we have the details on Scott Laughton. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. So it's kind of a mixed effort from Freeman and Dreger, but Freeman's saying 50% retained from Laughton. Flyers get Grebenkin and a first. Leafs also get a 4th and 6th. I love this, actually. 50%, that gets it down to 1.5 per for this year and next. Grebenkin, I actually love Grebenkin in the first-round pick. It's a lot. But I think with this market, guys, are we surprised at all? Laughton, third-line center or left winger, can play both positions. I think the offensive production is less of what the Leafs are getting here. It's more about the style of play in the playoffs. I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts.
Absolutely.
I'm a little biased, obviously, being on the Leafs side here, just in terms of a fan. But also, I think the perspective for me is you need a better bottom 6 if you're Toronto. This gets you to be a lot better immediately now, and also he's under contract next year. I think if this was the package you're giving up for a rental, there's obviously the question marks. But again, we just saw what Colorado gave up for Brock Nelson. I think there is a big gap for me between Brock Nelson and Laughton, but I think the cap hit and the term make a difference here for me. I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts.
I like putting Ryan Reeves on waivers and making this move. I think that's an upgrade. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. That's all I have to say. Anyone else?
I was going to say for you, John, you brought up a great point with the style of play. Toronto is one of the teams I've watched less this year compared to others. But for me, whenever I've watched Toronto, it always seems like Max Domi has kind of been a non-man out in that system. And I especially look at the playoffs and the difference in play there. And I see a Scott Laughton as a perfect third-line center. He's not going to be somebody that brings you 40 goals or anything. This is a guy that plays so hard, is like we mentioned before with his last supper picture. He's just a hilarious dude all in all. I'm guaranteed there's going to be multiple players on that Flyers team putting up Instagram posts saying, "We'll miss you, Scott." After the big thing that you mentioned there, John, is that term. The fact that they got that retention is humongous. That's something that I honestly think is maybe the most underutilized thing in hockey is salary retention, especially for longer term deals, for trade deadline acquisitions. The fact that the Leafs are able to get Laughton for this year and next is massive. And to have that spot solidified behind Tavares and Matthews, I think is just a huge, huge component for them. And that bottom 6 just is a lot harder to play against. And I think that is something the Leafs really craved, really wanted in their bottom 6. They tried to get with players like Ryan Reeves, of course, but Scott Laughton has the play to back it up. And I think that's the most important part.
I think conditional first is kind of a lot, but what are you going to do?
No, it's today's market.
I think.
Yeah, exactly. That just goes to show the strength of the market, to your point.
I think Laughton's definitely going to be a good playoff player for you guys. I think he's versatile, can play, bottom 6, top 6 if needed with injuries. He's probably a guy you guys can just plug in anywhere. And I think that's what the Leafs obviously want, right? Everyone dunks on them for not being a playoff team. I think he's a guy that'll actually help change that, hopefully.
For sure. I'm happy with this move. Like I said, I think the market was set. I think even for rentals, guys like this, there's not many centers left. And again, I've talking to some Flyers fans. It seems like Laughton has been playing a lot of wing this year. So as much as he's a natural center and he can play that position, it seems like Tortorella has put him on the wing. But you know what? I look at the term too, and I think that's massive. You're looking at the Leafs core right now, and especially for the Marner potential extension, you're needing to re-sign Tavares. There's going to be a lot of cap question marks in what Toronto needs to do. And I think Laughton at 1.5, Like that's only that's only a little like fraction above Ryan Reeves. Like Ryan Reeves is at 1.35, and now you have Scott Laughton at 1.5. There's a massive gap between those two players. So making that, I would say, kind of soaking that price to give up for a guy that goes right into your bottom six. And as Cole said, I think like the fact that he can play wing too, like I don't think it's a bad thing if Laughton finds himself on a few shifts with Tavares and Nylander. Like I don't think that would be a bad thing at all. I think that actually adds a good kind of twist to that line. So I think the perspective is the Leafs obviously need to go all in to kind of match up against what Florida and Tampa's done this year. But at the same time, you have this guy at 1.5 for next year. That's massive value. You could have yourself seeing Laughton on the fourth line, and it's not even like a big paid fourth line. Not to say he's going to be on that line, but to say that you can have that flexibility going into the offseason too, I think is massive. So it's a big price to pay, but it also, I mean, I'll go on the flip side, adding Grabenkin for the Flyers. It feels like they're adding like a lot. We were talking about the Finns and the Dallas Stars. How many Russians play for the Philadelphia Flyers now?
I love that move now that you mentioned that too. And I love his personality. That guy's hilarious. What did he say? Like something forecheck, backcheck, paycheck.
Yeah, that was his quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
but when I covered the Hurricanes, obviously Andrei Svechnikov was there and they had Kochetkov come in, and the relationship between like two countrymen, not to get corny or whatever, but it can be invaluable and it can really help your star player grow. So to have Michkov have more Russians around him, like it genuinely does help, and that's kind of a great get for them, all things considered. But I like this deal. I mean, God, am I ever going to not like a deal? I guess I'm playing it safe for both sides this whole stream. But I like this on paper and off paper for the Leafs. And I think when I look at a team like the Leafs, it really is, what are you doing in the playoffs and how are you getting the playoff vibes there? So I think Laughton brings those in.
All right, we predicting top landing spots or talking about top landing spots? Are we still thinking Marchand's possible for the Avs, or are they done after Brock Nelson? What are you guys thinking?
I don't think
they might not just. They might not have the draft capital.
Yeah, I don't think they can do this after the big Nelson trade. But I think my opinion was Marchand to Vegas, which I think definitely still could happen. Vegas has kind of been quiet. Usually they make some sort of move.
I will say
there was a lot of chatter about Marchand potentially being traded last night.
Yeah, the one perspective I guess is, I mean, Colorado, when they made that Brock Nelson move, were they aware that Dallas was going to go, hey, we'll one-up you and get Mikko? So, I mean, I don't know. I think like maybe they're slim on first-round picks, but maybe a couple prospects. The one guy that I'm interested in, and I don't know if Boston would have interest in him, is Casey Middlestat. I feel like after they acquired Brock Nelson, he's their new second-line center. They have other guys that could play third-line center, whether it's a Ross Colton. So I would be curious about Middlestat being dealt here. I think it's a bit of a stretch, like as a deadline move, maybe off season, and it's never a bad thing to have really good center depth, which they would with McKinnon, Nelson, and Middlestat. But I will say, if Boston was looking for more of that retool perspective, I mean, Middlestat would be a good guy to plug into that middle six or second line center for Boston. I don't know if you guys have a mindset on that.
I'm only half joking when I say the Bruins, it's illegal to have a Minnesota Gopher on the Bruins. They have to be a college hockey Boston area center. I'm kidding. I think that would work beautifully in my eyes. But the question is, what the heck are the Bruins doing? Like, are they going to trade Marchand or not? I guess for the first time in a decade in his entire tenure, Sweeney's going the selling route. But how is he going to do it? Is he going to, like, how is that center situation going to shake out? And that's the question you're trying to answer. And that's going to be one of the most fascinating facets of this trade deadline. And what do you do with a player like Pasternak's on the wing, like hanging out? And it would stink to see his production lessen.
Carlson. I thought maybe the Dallas Stars before they made this Rantanen trade, but I don't think so. Not at this point.
Like a Red Wings fan, I would love that.
I was gonna say,
trying to think of like any other
Cole,
contenders that could work.
Kyle Dubas loves his guys. If Dubas took back Justin Hall, are you taking that full $10 million?
It'd be amazing. Yeah. Oh wait, for the full 10. So that'd be like a 6.5 ad. I mean, yeah, if you took back Hall, it's not as bad, but you'd probably still try to get some retention.
Are you doing a Hall and first? I was gonna say a Hall, but Hall and a first for Carlson.
Ooh, I don't know about that, because especially like the Red Wings missed that first. If you get lucky, and if they actually somehow got lucky in the lottery, maybe if it's protected, some sort of nice protection.
Top 10 protected.
What about Carlson for Justin Hall, Ben Sherratt, and former Penguin Jeff Petrie?
Ooh, now we're talking. We're cooking.
Immediately.
That's quite the bunch right there.
Imagine the grit there the Penguins would have.
I was going to say,
that's a real who says no.
Not to hate on the Red Wings or Stevie Y's plan, but I think that's where fans really kind of go negative on his perspective, is like looking at everything after Seider on that defense core. Like, it's just aging. It's just slow. I think that's my one issue with kind of what he's built, is like, I don't mind what he's been doing in terms of the forward group, taking risks, maybe getting some veterans in there, but that defense group after Seider, that's why I think a guy like Carlson, as you said, to run the power play, to bring more foot speed, that's kind of the issue in my eyes a little bit.
No, yeah, I think that's probably every Red Wings fan's number one issue, is like when we signed the Sherratt and Hall deals, we're like, they were not going to age well, and they didn't age well. So they've never, those contracts have basically just been bad the entire time. And it kind of shows too, definitely didn't have as much faith in the young guys making the team soon, which luckily, I guess, good problem to have. Edvinsson and Johansson have actually kind of stepped up here, maybe earlier than he expected, which I think is probably a reason why we're playing decently this year after the terrible start.
I was going to say, great stuff that we went 2 for 4 on the first 4 names on the board here. Rantanen to Dallas and Laughton to the Leafs. We're looking all right.
Technically 3
We got
to 4.
some details on the Rantanen deal.
Okay.
From Jeff Merrick, he says that it'll be Logan Stankoven and 2 first-round picks.
Wow.
I'm fine with that. I am fine with that.
I mean, here's the thing. I think
Logan, I love you, but you're gone. You're gone. That's okay.
I was going to say, Hurricanes fans should be happy with that. I know there's going to be a lot of disappointment because maybe Hurricanes fans don't know much about Stankoven, but Stankoven and 2 firsts for like kind of a damage control situation where you could have lost Rantanen for nothing. I think what Sarah said is so true in this situation, where they're going to flip at least one of those first and maybe another piece to get Brock Besser in Carolina. That's my prediction, at least right now.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of wild. Yeah,
what it's looking like. I didn't want to report, but yeah, now that I know that part of the report was accurate, I think it's fair to say they're not done yet. And I think, given everything that has happened, this has been such a fluid situation for the past 72 hours or week or whatever, that there is no way Rantanen could walk back into the Hurricanes locker room after even just the performance of the last few games. It's like he was done and he was stressed out and he needed another it's like you need a fresh start a month after getting traded somewhere, but it was not his fault he got traded, and he finally got his bearings straight and was like, all right, I'm going to the Stars and there's nothing you can do about it. So I think he really wanted to use his agency, and I think when all is said and done, 2 firsts in Stankoven is like, that's as good as you're going to get for the Canes. Although I would have been, if I'm a Canes fan, Johnson would have made me extremely happy because he's an amazing player. But I think we have to wait and see what the Canes flip this for.
Yeah, Besser and extension would definitely help Hurricanes fans cope, I would say.
I don't want to glaze the Stars too much here, Grav, but like I'm looking at if you only give up Stankoven, come playoff time, you could have a right side of Rantanen, Granlund, Sagan, and Bjork as your 4 right wingers. Like that's kind of wild. And then you have Dadonov as well to put in on the left side as your 5th right winger. Like it's kind of nuts.
I just know we're going to lose against some Pacific Division team in the Western Conference Final. Stuart Skinner's going to go freaking mad and have a 979 save percentage. But as of right now, I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the mock lineup?
I didn't realize.
You should.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I think first line has to be Robertson, Hintz, Rantanen, and just put them all up there and try to make it work. Then afterwards, I mean, when you actually do get healthy, it becomes insane because you can have the Marchment, Duchesne, and Sagan line that was one of the best lines in the NHL to start the season and have that just back together. Then the third line could be Jamie Benn, Wyatt Johnston, and Mikael Granlund. And then the fourth line is Sam Steele, Maverick Bork. Who the heck cares? Who the heck cares? No, that's like the top 9.
That's got to be the best third line in hockey. Johnson, Benn, and Granlund. That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
One thing I was gonna say, Grav, I don't see it happening, but like Robertson and Hintz were kind of slow to start the year. Like you said, the Marchment, Duchesne, Sagan line was actually, I feel, carrying your team.
Yep.
After grading Granlund, Robertson and Hintz have woken up. Do you think they actually would break that up? Obviously Rantanen's a top 10 player, but I don't know. Like I feel like they actually woke those 2 guys up.
Are you saying Mikko Rantanen on the third line right now?
No, second line right now. I wonder if you start second.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't even. It honestly doesn't. I don't think if you wanted to split them up, you absolutely could. You could just run those 3 lines, give them the exact same ice time, and just be fine. Like you just do that. Like I don't even think it has to be that complex. Like if you wanted to run all 3 of those lines, like I just imagine Johnston with Rantanen and just having Ben do all the dirty work, and how unbelievable that could be together. I mean, the possibilities are like NHL video game level right now. Like it's insane what they could end up doing here. But like we mentioned, like the fact they just gave up Stankoven and Bork. I think Stankoven definitely has more value than Bork in terms of what he can be, the relentlessness there. I understand why Stankoven was the main piece, but the fact that we keep Bork still now is, I think, exceptional. He's going to be something that I think could be a strong middle 6 piece. So I'm fine with the picks getting traded away. Obviously, we could see Carolina using them to deal in something else, but if you're the Stars, it's a no-brainer, really.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I definitely rather have Rantanen than.
Jim Nill is so good at that, the no-brainers, right? All right, this guy's available. I'm going to get him, and it's everybody else's problem.
Very true.
I was going to say, for 2 first-round picks, I'd much rather have Mikko Rantanen than Bjork Strand, Yanni Gourde. No offense to those guys, but one's a superstar.
Yeah.
And you gave up.
Well, it's different team situations. Tampa needed their depth, especially. While I think Dallas needed some more pure, undeniable firepower. I mean, the thing is,
I feel like you guys are stacked already, dude. You're just
exactly. Like going into this deadline, I'm like, can we get somebody besides Cody Ceci to play our second pair? Yeah. We're just gonna like score 7 goals a game and allow like 5, and poor Jake Ottinger's gonna be playing behind Matt Dumba and Cody.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dumba and Ceci, man, on that right side is rough. That is definitely rough.
Liability.
Stars Oilers series would genuinely be the most cowboy hockey we have ever seen in this league.
That's awesome. I was gonna say the only other point I was gonna ask you, Grav, is there any possibility they split up Robertson or Hintz, or is that just like an absolute lock? Because I was gonna say another fun scenario would be like a Rantanen, Hintz, Granlund, all Finn line. I mean, that would just be the fun storyline.
Just go with I mean, honestly, at this point, like the last few games of the season, just try every single combination possible and just see what the heck works. I mean, a full Finn line would be unbelievable. I don't know if they'll actually go for it or not, but I mean, I feel like you ride what the chemistry has shown. It does depend when Sagan comes back, I would say, because if he comes back at the start of the playoffs, it's been a long time. You might start him maybe on the third line instead. Maybe you have a player like Mikael Granlund with Mason Marchment and Duchesne instead. But I mean, I'm in awe that this is my team right now and I get to have these discussions. But it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun.
One thing I wanted to ask you guys about the Rantanen trade is in regards to the contract, do you think he regrets it all? Maybe like his agent, I guess, playing so hardball with the Avs, because apparently the Avs offered him 12 times 8. Their reasoning being just below McKinnon was very fair, and he turned it down. And then now with the Stars, he's getting the same thing. I saw someone tweet it's an extra $500K a year based on tax purposes. I feel like I don't know. Would he give up the $500K to go back with McKinnon and the boys?
100%.
I feel like
if he would have done that,
he
would have done it all over signing in Colorado, no doubt. I just think for him, it's kind of been just like a giant headache. I mean, we've talked about the mental side of it for him. I think just the reputation for Rantanen is like as low as it's ever been. The fact that he's been traded twice now in a single season. It obviously doesn't seem like it's affected the contract too much since he's basically gotten what he was offered in Colorado. But I feel like for him, it's kind of been just a circus that, I mean, from what I can gather, Mikko Rantanen isn't exactly the player that's like wanting to be out there in the media 110% of the time. It kind of feels like something that is, something that doesn't want to really deal with, which is a lot of top end players, obviously. But I think for him, it's kind of been this whole giant headache that he never really expected to have happen. I think for him, he expected Colorado to just continue talking with him as they went to the playoffs this year, try to make something happen in the offseason and go from there. But now he's had this whole circus where he goes to this team and now he's trying to discuss a contract with them and now it doesn't work out. And then he's going to a different team and then he has to sign a contract there. Almost, I would imagine for Rantanen, he almost felt like a little bit of guilt. Like almost like, should I just sign this contract just to get it done so I can actually be with a team and not have to deal with this anymore? I'm sure that might have been an aspect of him signing as low as he did. And it's interesting that it's come to this, that I feel like for him, he would have just wanted to be without the headache if he could redo it.
Yeah. Yes, and with the way the market's going right now, I think he would have been wondering if he made the right choice his whole life, not to be dramatic, but if he had just stayed with the Avs. At the same time, though, now that he's gone through it all, I'm sure he would like to have just stayed put, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe he wants a little fresh opportunity. Who knows? I really want him to talk and see what he says, because it could really go either way. But that's a great point.
One thing I'm curious about, I have a question for you, John. All year I've been saying how I think Rantanen and Marner are going to get similar contracts. And a lot of Leafs fans are telling me Marner, 14+ million. I think now Marner, he has to take 12 by 8, right? Because Rantanen and Marner, you could argue honestly Rantanen's better. I wonder if we'll see kind of this be, the nucleus of the Marner deal. Because if I'm the Leafs, I'm like, this Rantanen is the closest comparable you're going to get. I don't know how you ask for more than 12 if you're Marner.
Cool, 100%. That's what I was literally thinking earlier. This is such good news for the Leafs and the negotiations with Mitch, because you're exactly right. I think in terms of comparison of production, the last 3, 4, 5 year stretch, Rantanen's actually overall, I believe it was going back to, I don't know if it was pre-COVID 2019, but they had put up a stat when the Rantanen initial trade had happened from Colorado to Carolina, and it was after the likes of McDavid, McKinnon, Draisaitl, Rantanen's right there in terms of top 5 in points over that kind of span. So when you're talking about that and you're talking about the Stanley Cup that's gone along with it for Rantanen, you'd have to think that they're going to use this as the number one example for negotiation. So I think at this point, there's been a lot of conversation that Mitch is going to get over $13 million. I think with the two factors of Rantanen getting this contract and with the consideration that at the end of the day, yes, there is the better tax situation, so maybe you're tacking on $1 million on the Toronto side. I understand that, but I think with the Matthews contract in consideration, with the Rantanen now comparable, you'd have to think Mitch is coming under $13 million. I think anything over $13 million just shows that Mitch is controlling the situation versus the Leafs. So I think the Leafs have to kind of play hardball and realize, hey, Mitch, as much as you've been great for us and been one of our franchise players, we don't have anything past the second round. Mikko just signed for this. He's got a Stanley Cup. What does that tell you? So I think that's kind of the perspective. This is good news for Leaf fans because I think you have probably the most direct comparable leading into that contract.
We just have 5 minutes left.
Well, I was going to mention the playoffs, John, and just how much I think that factors in. Because I mean, I feel the Leafs. I think you're going to make the argument if you're negotiating with Mitch that the playoff difference is clear. I mean, Rantanen has 101 points in 81 playoff games, and obviously during that cup run for Colorado had 25 points in 20 games. He was just an undeniable player. In Mitch Marner's case, he hasn't yet reached that level. And of course, that's been so much of the discussion around him. it'll depend, of course, on this playoff run and how that goes with how Mitch Marner is playing this year. I mean, he also has been on an undeniable level. But I think for, like you said, for the Leafs especially, this is fantastic news. This is exactly what you wanted to see. You want to see a direct comparable at that $12 million range. Whether or not Marner's worth more than that is, of course, up to the Leafs to decide. But personally, for me, I think Rantanen took a big pay cut, and that might be what Marner's camp says in the end. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to get more still, like you said, with the Toronto tax. But I think that playoff difference is going to make a pretty big effect in negotiations.
For sure.
I think what's crazy to me is I'm pretty sure like the Avs offered Rantanen $12 million before. I mean, maybe they knew about it and it wasn't public, but at least in the line, I remember like they offered $12 million before we got that news about the salary cap crazy increase we're going to be seeing. So I was actually expecting even more than. Like, this seems like a steal, honestly.
I'm so fascinated by all of this, and I really want to see what he has to say at the end of it all, because it is the first time we're seeing a huge negotiation in light of the new salary cap. So it's like there's going to be stumbling. I think his agent has a lot to not explain, because I mean, he's still got the highest, I guess, he could get for his client. But at the same time, it was kind of a mess to get there. So I really want to see what his agent has to say to maybe appear LeBron at the end of this all. And I really want to see it like kind of broken down, and what, like, there should be a documentary about this week in his life.
I was going to say, Sarah, on the Carolina perspective for you, and Frank Saravalli just tweeted out, I was actually thinking about this, but now that he's kind of put it out there, I'll just read it to you. So ignore the Rantanen part of it for a second. If the Carolina Hurricanes got Stankoven and 2 firsts for Martin Necas, Drury, and a second, which is basically what it ends up being, what is your kind of perspective on that, kind of on an overall sense? Because at the end of the day, like, that's a pretty good return. I know Necas was ripping it up, but obviously there was like kind of those trade conversations before this year.
Yeah, given that Necas's contract was going to be up again, and there's just, I mean, he has a little more term on it now, but it just was kind of the end of the story for him in Carolina. But then he threw a curveball and played the best season of his career by far. So all in all, I'd have a hard time accepting it, because he was homegrown, and I was excited to see him finally flourish. And then they're like, all right, you're finally getting traded. But when you put it like that, I mean, it's pretty even. But he had been on such a tear and was finding his groove, and it felt like he was kind of just getting better and leaning into it, that I would have liked to see him stay for a little bit. But at the same time, it seems a little better when you put it that way.
Yeah, I guess Carolina also got Taylor Hall out of it too, so we'll see what he does for them the rest of the way.
Oh, I feel bad. I keep forgetting about Taylor Hall and this entire ordeal, but we shouldn't. Maybe he's primed for a big comeback this playoffs. We'll see.
I saw somebody else tweet, actually, John, like the same thing as you, which is like, especially say last summer before Necas had that huge start to the year, if you traded him with during a second for Stankoven 2 first, Taylor Hall, like that's a haul, like that's an unreal. So I think honestly not terrible business by them.
Any other hot takes? I know I'm coming at the hot take hockey angle here, but any other predictions for you guys?
I do see there's really one there's one comment someone asked, should the Isles do anything? Should the Isles do anything else? Max Hockey, I think maybe tried Palmieri now that Nelson's gone, just trying to really do that ritual, get younger there.
We're tossing the next show coming up. Keep talking.
I guess the big moves left would be Marchand and then Besser potentially, with what, an hour and a half left before the deadline ends here.
I hope Buffalo trades JJ to
I'm saying Besser to the Canes.
5, 4.
Let's see
3,
some big moves.
2.
Yes, please.
1.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, hopefully it keeps going.
Yo, we're back. Let's go. W's in the chat. Let's go. Is everyone in here? We got 700 people in the chat. Let's go! Craziness going on. Scott Laughton is a Toronto Maple Leaf. Let's get some W's in the chat. We're back. Let's go. Let's go. Guys, that's a W trade for Brad. I don't want to hear it. That's a W. I'm going to miss Grabenkin. Also, this is also a crate. Like, all this stuff, we're going to go over it. We're going to bring the boys back on. Let's go. Let's bring the lads back on. Guys, who's ready for the rest of the trade deadline? We got an hour and a half left of the trade deadline. I want to see spam in the W's. Scott Laughton is a Toronto Maple Leaf. Let's go! Everyone get fired up in the chat. Let's go. Let's get some W's going in here. Hey guys, what's up? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I can't hear you for some reason. We're not going to put up with any technical difficulties after this. Honestly, guys, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell these guys. But just to the chat, I feel so bad. I don't know what was going on with the audio issue. I had myself muted, and for some reason, it just kept acting up. Maybe it's on your end. I can't hear you guys for some reason. I have the volume up. I'm going to try to bring these guys in. Try now talking.
Yo.
Yes, let's go.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now.
There we go.
Awesome.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey guys, I am so sorry. I don't know what was going on. I had the thing on mute, and for some reason, chat was right. For some reason, the Bleach Report audio was like coming through on OBS,
let's go.
which should have never been the case. So I
Yeah.
apologize for that happening.
No worries, no worries. Chat was a bit disgruntled, but we held strong.
They were really good about it. Don't worry. They were nice. They were talking a lot of Sabres stuff when you were gone, John. But
The Sabres Globetrotter boys. Hey, Mitch is not. That's me. That's not Mitch.
All right, awesome. Well, let's see here.
John, you and I have a trade to talk about, I think.
Yeah, we definitely do. So yeah, guys, let's so I'll just read out the trade. Mitch, I'm sure you guys make sure. Two things. Go follow Hot Take Hockey on X. I've been sharing the Next Gen page and they're in the live. Riley, if you could tag me, make sure I gotta make it up to these guys. And Riley, I feel bad. I know you're hosting and I kind of shit the bag a little bit, so I apologize. I don't know what happened, but we need to grow Next Gen even more now. So, but anyway,
Yeah,
let
no
me pull up
worries.
the trade. So crazy. I had a great time on Bleach Report, guys, but obviously now back on Hot Take Hockey the rest of the way. So we're gonna close out this stream. Let's bring it on the board here. So I mean, there's also the Rantanen details. We'll get into that, but let's talk about this. So Mitch, I know we're big Leaf guys. I will say before, I don't even know your opinion yet. So I'm just saying this based on without any bias, without a second opinion hearing. I love this trade for two reasons. One, because I was always hearing it's going to be Cowan or Minton. It's going to be Cowan or Minton. I love Grabenkin, but I think he's come on as such a out of nowhere type of piece that like it's been a positive aspect. The Flyers have picked up on it, and the first round pick, top 10 protected, and the Leafs get 50% retained Laughton for this year and next, a $1.5 million cap hit, and they also get a 4th and 6th just to kind of fill the cupboard back up a little bit. But Mitch, what are your thoughts? I love this trade. I think it's a magical deal for Brad Treliving. It's an overpay on the surface, but not for today's market. Today's market, no one should be shocked by this deal.
I totally agree, John. I think he's muted now, but anyways.
John is definitely muted now.
Totally agree, John. I agree. Like with the people are saying, it's a overpay, first round pick for a guy who's going to be a third line center on the team, but that's just the market nowadays. We saw Brock Nelson go for a first round pick yesterday, and for one of the top prospects on the Avalanche, one of the better prospects in the league. So that was a big overpay for him. For Laughton, not only is he retained for the next 2 years, he's only on the team for the next 2 years. Once his contract is up, Fraser Minton will be ready. We don't have to worry about, the third line center role. We're not locked into Scott Laughton until he's, 34 or 35 or anything. He'll be done after 2 years. And anyway, that first round pick, like you said, top 10 protected. Who knows what that'll turn into? And again, who knows what Gurbankin turns into? Is he going to be good? Potentially, but he's not a sure thing like a Minton or a Cowan. I like the trade. Overpay on the surface, but we get our guy. And, I'd say it's a W for Brad. Didn't give up too much, and hopefully he still got some stuff in the bag. Hopefully we can get a D-man. I would love to get a guy who can play on the right side. I would have loved Jake Wallman, but we still got Alexiak out there. I don't know if they're gonna make a trade for Noah Dobson or anything, but I think if we get another D-man, I think I'll be happy with today. But that's what I think. I agree with you on most things, and we got 2 late round picks out of it as well. So that's what I think about the trade. Pretty good deal for Treliving today.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Alexiak part for me too is interesting because I've heard that Toronto's been talking to Seattle and they missed out on Bjorkstrand, Gord, B. Tanev, so they're missing out on these guys. So I wonder if Alexiak, he's that type of defenseman Trey Living loves. And I was just gonna look at the potential lineup here, and Mitch, you or Riley, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was thinking it's probably Nyes, Matthews, Marner, McMahon or Holmberg with Tavares and Nylander, and then now you probably have a third line of Domi, Laughton, and Robertson. It's pretty good.
It's not bad on the surface. I think that third line to me is a bit, on the defensive end. I'm not entirely sure if you want to be playing Robertson with Domi and Laughton. I think you need a bit more of a stronger guy in his own zone there. As much as I love Domi, as much as he's one of my favorite players, this year just has not been his year. If he can turn it around, by all means, I'd love him to turn it around. But if we got a clear cap, if we got to make room for a guy like an Alexiak, I'm not against moving Domi off the team. That keeps Robertson's spot on the team. We still have a fourth line with Lorenz, Kampf, and Yarncroke. And if we gotta move cap, we gotta get rid of somebody on the team to make room. I wouldn't mind getting rid of Domi.
Yeah, I feel like there's more moves to come. Does it not? Do you guys feel like you guys are done? I feel like there's a spot for.
I feel like there should be. Right. I think that question that you have there is it versus what we think should happen versus what Trey Living will actually do. I have this bad feeling Trey Living's going to look at this deal and be like, all right, this was our big move. This is going to satisfy our fans. It gives enough of a message to the guys in the room that we bet on them and we're giving them a guy that's going to be a good locker room guy. I also feel like I didn't talk about it enough on Bleacher Report, but Scott Laughton is an Oakville native, and guys coming out of Oakville in the GTA are just always a huge conversation in Toronto. So the fact that Laughton can play in Toronto is pretty cool. But Riley and Mitch, are you thinking it's more the defenseman though that he had, or is it could it be both? Could it be a combo trade? I guess my perspective is, yeah, Mitch, what you said. If Domi's flipped and they also have Yarncrow or Kampf, they could flip. That's Domi, Kampf, and Yarncrow. You're talking about a combined $8 million between those 3 guys, which is a lot. If you're moving 2 of those 3 guys out, that's good cap going the other way. I was just gonna say, yeah, you're probably feeling better about a McMahon, Laughton, Robertson third line. Are you, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure. I think McMahon is one of those guys that become a fan favorite, not just because he scores the odd big goal, but he's also good in his own zone. He's versatile. You can move him up and down the lineup. You can play him on line 2, 3, or 4, even line 1 if you really had to. In my opinion, just as much as I hate to say it, man, Domi just has not been the guy this year. And we look at Treliving's past deadlines, especially last year as well, even on Calgary, when Calgary had some really good teams, he was quite conservative. He never made any huge trades up until that 2022 year where Calgary was first in the division. And they got Toffoli, and they got Yarncroke there at least. And those were some big moves. And then obviously he made that trade to get Jonathan Huberdeau and move Matthew Tkachuk. But I feel like since then, he's been a little nervous to make a big name move and get a big name player. I think if he's smart, he will realize that this is one of the better Leaf teams that we've had in the past few years, at least looking at our goaltending. When was the last time we had 2 goalies this strong? When was the last time, Austin Matthews might not be having his best season, but the team is still contending for first in the division. I think we got a legit shot to go deep, as good as the Panthers are, as good as the Lightning are, we have a legit shot at first in the division, which we haven't had in forever, other than the COVID year. But we don't talk about that. But I think we have a chance, and I think a move for a defenseman, Alexiak, definitely checks most of the boxes for me. I don't think he's a righty, but I think he can play that side, can he? He can play right side, can he? Or?
Yeah, I think he has. I think he definitely has played right side. I mean, yeah, I've said in the past, I think Alexiak would be a perfect fit next to Riley. And now that we've seen Luke Schenn get traded to Winnipeg from Pittsburgh, there's not many options out there for what I think complements Morgan the best, and it's more of that kind of steady physical. I will say Alexiak likes to jump into the play here and there, so I think it's a bit of a different scenario. It's like a guy that's like, 6'5", 6'6", that likes to jump into the play. You don't get many of those guys. I feel like Zadorov's a little bit comparable to that, but yeah, I would think Alexiak's a good fit. The only other guy that I've kind of heard about, but I don't think Montreal is going to do it, and I just trades between Montreal and Toronto are so rare, even though we just saw an Ottawa-Buffalo trade, would be the David Savard conversation. But again, apparently Montreal wants a first-round pick plus, so Toronto's not doing that, right? And outside of that, is there any other guys really available? I mean, they just traded with Philly, and it was just for Laughton, not Zamula or Ristolainen. So who else is out there? Like, not much, right? So I think Alexiak's probably like that guy that I would look at.
I think, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I just think it's a little confusing how the Leafs didn't do that trade. I feel like that's something that they could have done. A second and a fourth isn't a high price to pay. I know a lot of Leafs fans wanted Schenn to come over, and I mean, we saw him last year. He was a really good fit. You already know the fit's there, so I don't know. That doesn't really. So maybe the Leafs are done from that perspective. If they're not going to do that Schenn deal, what are they hoping for? Something you're not going to get a better defenseman than Schenn for that lower price than a second round pick. Yeah. No, that price is good.
With that. I think the Alexiak price would, if it's not a first, then you're probably attaching like Minton or Cowan to that package. Again, and I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying the market is the market, and it's the reality of the situation. I think Leaf fans considering the market are, a lot of them that I'm seeing are okay with this trade, a first in Gurbenkin, because you're getting Laughton 50% retained. I always hate when people just look at the surface here. The cap picture is a major factor here and why Trey Living and the Leafs pulled this deal. 1.5 for next year. Doesn't matter if Laughton only puts up 20 points. 1.5, David Kampf makes over 2. Like that should be...
Kampf makes a bit, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, like Laughton is literally making only 0.15 more than Ryan Reeves. Put that in account for the Leafs cap picture right now. Ryan Reeves is at a 1.35 cap hit, and now Laughton's at a 1.5 cap hit for this year and next for the Leafs. That's a major factor. So, bye-bye Reeves. Unfortunately, love the guy, but, I mean...
Hopefully the Sabres pick him up.
Bro, that'd be crazy. You know what? I didn't even think about that. Talk about the live aspect of this stream. Waiver news comes out in 16 minutes. We will see. There's going to be some names dropped.
There's zero chance the Sabres pick him up, but it would be cool, especially with all the team accountability issues that they've had and sticking up for each other. I mean, it's kind of a guy you need. And he's such a good glue guy. I love seeing when he gets healthy scratched and he's down in the tunnel with the boys before the game, hyping everybody up. Like, that's the kind of guy the Sabres need. But anyway, we're talking Leafs.
There's one guy that just got pointed out in the chat here. John, you can weigh in on this. Another left shot defenseman, but very steady, very calm defenseman that is reliable. Mario Ferraro. What do you think about that?
So, I will say this, and again, Easton Cowan is still a Leaf as of right now. There's a lot of speculation, Mitch, right now that all of a sudden the Sharks are actually considering the Mario Ferraro trade, and the Leafs have been so connected with Luke Cunnin, it's not even funny. Like, going back to earlier this week, I was even hearing from a few guys that they're saying that the Leafs want a guy in their bottom 6 that can play center. That's kind of that mix. They got Scott Laughton here, so I think that perspective changes a little bit. But Luke Cunnin, right shot, can play both center, wing. As I look at it right now, Matthews, Tavares, Laughton, Kampf. Do you see a trend there, Mitch? I'll say the trend.
Well, a lot of lefties.
A lot of lefties, right? It'd be nice to get a righty. Cunnin's played a lot of wing, but he's also played center. I would not be shocked to see maybe a Ferraro and Cunnin package to Toronto if they were to make one more significant move here. And here's the thing. San Jose Sharks prospect Sam Dickinson. Who's his current teammate on the London Knights, guys?
Cowboy.
Mr. Easton Cowan. Again, a bit of a hot take, but the Sharks are definitely willing to take contracts back. Maybe you send Kampf and Yarncrow to San Jose, attach them to Easton Cowan and a draft pick. Ferraro and Cunnin are all of a sudden a Leaf.
I'm not sure if I give up Cowan for both of them. I would be fine giving up some draft picks. Maybe if you have to throw in a Robertson, you do that. I think if you're gonna move Cowan, you got to move Cowan for a guy a little bit bigger than that. Both of those guys are great, and I would love both of them on the team. And there's spots for both. They definitely both have benefits to be on this team. I'm not sure if I would give up one of the top prospects in the league for those two.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm with you on that. The only argument I'd go is look what Colorado just did for a rental in Nelson, right? A first, third, and Callum Ritchie. So the market does speak that it probably would require Cowan to get Ferraro, to be honest. Unless they're trading a first, which they just traded a first to get Laughton, so maybe they're more reserved. I will say this though, Ferraro, Riley, Tanev, McCabe. That's got to be the best top four in the last decade of Leafs hockey. I don't remember the last time the Leafs had anywhere close to a defense core like that. That would be such a big improvement. I think the team would look at Trey Living in such a different light. And again, Cowan, of course, is a legit prospect, one of the best. But I think all of the factors have to be considered here. That was a late first-round pick. I think if you go back, rewind, or even now, if the Leafs were to trade a late first-round pick on its own for Ferraro and Cunnin, I think we're cheering in the street. So it's kind of that perspective of, okay, Cowan is a legit prospect, but at the end of the day, he was a late first-round pick. And look what Colorado and Tampa just did in terms of willingness to take risks to win. Ferraro is also under contract past this year and only making $3 million a year, right? So that's also a factor that I think you have to consider.
Austin Patrick in the chat's asking, and I seen him say it a bunch already. What's Colorado doing? I think Colorado should be done. No,
I think
what else can they really do? They just traded a haul for Brock Nelson. What more do you want them to do, Austin?
Yeah, I think they maybe could still get a right shot defenseman, similar to this conversation we're having. But again,
he also, I seen him mention Brandon Carlo too. Brandon Carlo would be such a haul that I don't know if Colorado wants to pay right now. The Leafs, it would be great for the Leafs to get Brandon Carlo, especially big right-handed defensive defenseman. I think the Bruins could get an absolute haul for Brandon Carlo. I'd like to see the Sabres even go after him. But you look around the league, the amount of right-handed defensemen that are available are there's not many available. That's why Ristolainen's probably going to have such a high price tag. I think Risto would be pretty good for the Leafs if they could fit him in under the cap, but that's going to be tough. So
I'm not sure if Ristolainen's the guy. I would trust Ferraro or Alexiak a lot more than Ristolainen.
I was just talking about right-handed.
Oh, true. 100%. You're not wrong.
100%.
You said earlier how Ristolainen, if you put him in a high playing, he's got to be sheltered. If he's sheltered, he's good. If he's playing on the top line, not really. But
if he's relied on to be a 22 to 24 minute a night guy, you don't want Risto, especially in big situations. He can make a lot of big mistakes. He has a lot of lapses in his judgment. Trust me, I've seen him. I've seen him on the Sabres. I don't think Leafs fans want Ristolainen, but I could still see Ristolainen getting a haul just because there's so little right-handed defensemen available. And he would be a good top four right-handed defenseman. Don't get me wrong. And every defenseman makes mistakes. But yeah, I don't know.
There was one trade that happened, I think it was yesterday, and I looked at it and I'm like, why didn't the Leafs make that trade? John, what do you think if the Leafs traded for Jake Wollman? I think he checks a lot of boxes. Obviously, he's not a righty, but he's on a good contract. I think that's a guy that, we don't have a ton of puck movers on the team or a ton of D-men that are that young. What do you think if the Leafs gave up a first for Wollman? Obviously, he just got traded, but I think
I honestly like the fit. A first for Wollman for me, I just wasn't with that. I mean, here's the thing. I'll say this.
He's got 30 points this year. He's good.
No, I understand the fit in terms of the offense, and he also brings a bit of edge. But again, I think the perspective for me is if you're gonna start going that direction of trading a first, I would rather go for the bigger name or the right shot natural. You mentioned Noah Dobson earlier on. If there was a scenario where the Islanders are truly rebuilding or retooling and Lou Lamoriello has this negative perspective on Noah Dobson, I don't know when. I think Noah Dobson returned to the lineup, and if he didn't, he's back soon, but I think he did. like I would probably go the next step. Like, would you do like a first and Cowan for Dobson, or is that too much?
Oh,
That's not enough.
Grass is green. Of course, it's not for Dobson. Dobson is the guy we've been needing for so long. Where it's like we have like a top pair, legit young guy, skates well, moves the puck well, good in his own zone. He's only what 25, 26, and if we get Dobson even on like an extension line sign long term, I think that's perfect. I have no problem giving up Cowan, a first, Robertson, whatever else you kind of.
You're gonna have to give up Minton too. This is crazy. I saw a little bit of this discourse on Twitter yesterday. Oh, that's what I agreed with Scott Wheeler on, was Nye's value is so high right now. He's a little bit overvalued, where I think you could, and chat, don't flip out, but I think you should flip Nyes right now while his value is super high. I think Leafs fans are...
Whoa! Chat, rip this guy a new one.
Dude, Nyes is so overrated.
Whoa! This guy's gonna get clipped and on Twitter, bro. You're gonna get ripped.
He's good, but I'm saying he's overrated.
Shot!
He's a great top 6 left winger. I knew it. Yeah.
Yo, sorry, I gotta give the shout to Dono. Avatar with the 20 says, love the stream, John. Love the information everyone has given us. Much love to everyone. Thank you, Avatar. Appreciate the Dono.
I knew the chat would rip him. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about Nyes, but I think you could flip Nyes for Dobson 1-for-1, and I think you guys would be very happy with that.
If it's a 1-for-1, I will say I'm not against that. If Dobson comes with an extension, but there's a lot of discourse going around saying, should we give up Nyes and a package for Mikko Rantanen? Like, that was the whole thing. I think Nyes is great. He's had a very strong season this year. He's so well liked by the fans, and a guy that plays with the edge like he does. An actual
style hockey, Riley. Come on, you don't know that as a Sabres fan.
Dude, hold on. And Nyes, what a fight by Nyes. I gotta do a little bit of backpedaling.
Damage control, yeah.
What a fight by Nyes. I see some stuff. Zucker, so they said, he likes Zucker extension, but he thinks Nyes should get traded. I like Zucker as a third-line winger. You guys are talking about, and the league is talking about Nyes as a first-line left winger. I think he's getting helped a lot by the players he's playing with. You look at who, like Bunting had success.
That's a skill, though. Like, he's playing well.
I get it's a skill, but I feel like there's a lot of players in the league that can do what he's doing. I went into enemy. It's like I stepped in the middle of enemy territory and just screamed that their best player was terrible. Probably not the spot I should be saying that Nyes should be traded. But chat, I'm saying that Nyes' value is so high that you guys should flip him now. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's overrated in a negative way. I'm saying he's so highly rated right now that you should trade him while his value is super high. And you guys are not going to want to give him a massive extension in a year or two.
I would only move Nyes for like a legit starty, man. Like, if Dobson becomes available,
that's what I'm saying.
Full healthy.
Dobson's huge.
And if that's the 1-for-1, John, hear me out though. If that's the 1-for-1, yes. But I don't think we should be trading. I don't think we should be entertaining a Nyes trade unless it's like a shoe-in like that. Nyes is a huge part of this team. He's gonna be one of our best players in the playoffs. He was one of our best players last year. The team had 12 goals in the playoffs, and Nyes had a game winner in Game 5 to keep the series alive. Nyes is unreal. He's very good.
Yeah, enough of this rubbish from this Riley guy about Nyes being traded.
I'll back off about the Nyes, but I'm saying his value is so high. The chat did not like that at all, and they're attacking Buffalo. Bro. Listen, you can say whatever you want about Buffalo, and there's not much that I can disagree with right now. We're in last place in the East. So you can have at it. But
yeah, I was gonna say let's talk about this trade. Luke Cunningham to the Blue Jackets. So the Leafs, we just talked about it. The Leafs missed out on Cunningham. So maybe the Leafs aren't trading with the Sharks after all. But yeah, you know what? I think the Leafs were considering everything in between, but they went for the big. Well, again, is Laughton a big fish? I guess that's an argument to be had. But in terms of this market, he probably is.
I think he's one of the big fish this year. I think he was, one of the guys talked as a trade chip just as much as like a Braden Shen or especially Brock Nelson, who just got moved yesterday. But John, did you see the return for Mikko Rantanen? Stankoven and 2 firsts.
Stank. Poor guy, man. I think he loved it in Dallas. But that was honestly, here's the thing. I might be in the minority, but I think that's a great move. And I was talking about this on BR. Is like, think about the perspective of this. They traded Martin Necas as the primary piece to get Rantanen. Past that, it was just like a second, Jack Drury. Now coming out of that deal, ignore the Rantanen part for a second. I know it you can't ignore because he was part of all of this shenanigans, but ignore him for a second. They traded those assets out, Necas, Jack Drury, and second. They come up with 2 firsts, Logan Stankoven and Taylor Hall. I'm sorry, that's good value. Necas was like, again, he was ripping it up this season for Carolina, but like a year ago or 12 to 18 months ago, he was like, I think wanting out, like Carolina was wanting him out. So I think in the overall perspective in terms of damage control, and there's a lot of rumors right now that they're going to flip at least one of these first round picks plus for Brock Besser. I think it's a lot better of a situation that they're in right now versus what it could have been, in my opinion.
Adding on to that, last year, somebody, I can't remember if it was Sarah Valley or Dreger or something, said that the best offer that they had in the offseason for Necas was 2 second-round picks. So you look at the total picture of they got offered 2 second-round picks as their best package. This was before the extension was signed, obviously, in the summer. And then they turned Necas, Drury, and a second into Stankoven and 2 firsts. I think Eric Tulsky really saved his bacon here because he was looking like the worst GM in the history of GMs, next to Kevin Adams, chat. Next to Kevin Adams. And now he looks not terrible.
I will say, rarely do we see a GM make a move like that where they make a huge trade and get a superstar, but it doesn't work out and they know he's not going to resign. And then they move him. Mm-hmm. They could have easily taken the safe route, kept him, hope they go on a deep playoff run, hope Rantanen plays like he does in the playoffs, like he has been in the past. But his advanced stats do look good with Carolina, but he just has not been put in the puck in the net, unfortunately, as he was with Colorado. And you know what? They got great value for him. Stankoven's going to be a stud. Whatever they do with those 2 firsts, they did get a lot of value back, and it's looking a lot better than just losing him in the offseason for nothing, especially if the Hurricanes go and lose in round 1 or 2 again. They at least got lots back. They did something. They tried. Didn't work out. He did some damage control, and they got a lot of value back. I'll give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I'll say this, that, it depends what they flip the first or first 4. We'll see. But, yeah, I think if Rantanen could do it all over again, he would have taken the $12 million in Colorado. I don't think he realized that it would go this sideways with the whole Carolina thing. But at the same time, I think his agent was playing too many shenanigans with the negotiations. Like, it sounds like they were asking for like $14 million, like more than McKinnon, and that just wasn't going to happen. So yeah, I mean, I think if he could do it all over again, I think he would take that back in a heartbeat and stop fooling around. But I mean, he lands in Dallas. I think if anything, both sides regret it, because if Colorado, if they had any sense in the word, like, that he was going to end up in Dallas with like their number 1 rival, I think they wouldn't have done the deal either. I think they would have just been like, hey, let's just call it a night and just sign for 13 per and not fool around with each other here. So, I mean, that's tough because Rantanen, imagine, let's paint a picture. Sorry, Avs fans. And I know there was a question in the chat about Middlestat. I think Middlestat could get dealt in terms of bringing Nelson in, but we'll see. I did have the hot take. Someone was asking about Marchand. What if it's a package around Middlestat to Boston? Again, I'm just putting a hot take out there. But beyond that, I will say, paint a picture of Rantanen scoring the game-winning goal in overtime, Game 7 against the Avs to put them to bed.
Matthew Shane style.
That would be crazy.
2 years in a row. John, someone just put out in the chat the waivers deadline is coming up, and it's 20 seconds now until the waivers deadline. What do you think about that?
I really don't. I think
Rebound at Buffalo. Woohoo!
Imagine. That would be insane. But I think Rantanen's value also tanked a bit, so he kind of had to panic and sign with Dallas. I mean, he gets a lot more money than he would have in Carolina just because of the taxes and stuff. But I can't imagine Colorado wasn't offering 12.5 per year times 8. And now he has to sign with their biggest rival for less. So Colorado probably not too happy what became of that trade.
But they got Necas. Necas has been on fire. They got Necas, Drury, and picks.
That's true.
Necas has been arguably as good as Rantanen when he was on the Avalanche. him and McKinnon have been like one of the best duos, especially like that power play. I saw a stat on Twitter today.
People are saying Coyle to Colorado.
Come on.
That happened. Oh.
Yo, is Middlestat going to Boston?
I don't know.
Thanks, Chad, for letting us know. Let's go.
Just says Coyle to Colorado. That would be huge.
Do you think CARLO goes there as well, or just Coyle?
Oh my God, that'd be nuts. Coyle and CARLO, that'd be crazy.
That Central Division is loading up.
That package would be huge. What's Coyle's contract like?
Winnipeg just got some good depth pieces. They got Shen, they got Tanev, and they're already first in the league. And then Dallas made their move.
That Central Division is loading up, dude.
Talk about how good the Atlantic is with, Florida, Tampa. Yeah. Obviously, the Leafs just made a move.
He's got a year left, too, so maybe Middlestat is the return here.
Oh, that's a great HTH call if it happens. Let's go.
Don't call me on that. I don't know. They're saying Coyle's probably worth a second and a fourth. Not in this market. Not in this market.
I don't.
Middlestat is part of the deal. What's up?
Yo, bro, we're on fire today. Let's go.
We're on fire. Chat. Get some W's in the chat from me for once. I need it bad. That's crazy. Middlestat in Boston. Oh no. My worst night. He's gonna light the Sabres
I love that, bro.
I'm just pulling up Coyle's stats now because a bunch of people are asking about like how good he actually is. So 22 and 23, he had 44, 45 points respectively. Last year, 25 goals, 60 points. Great season for him. This year, a little bit slower. He's got 15 goals, not bad, but only 7 assists, 22 points, but still a great depth player, great third line.
There's no way it's 1-for-1.
Well, if the Avs need a 3-seed, right? Middlestat's not going to play 3-seed. Middlestat's a scorer. And even though he's been a little off this year, Charlie Coyle is a great third line center. He's been a great third line center for Boston.
He's got the playoff experience.
Exactly.
He's a vet. I think that's a good move for Colorado. Where was it? It was Austin Patrick, man. Austin Patrick said Colorado's going to do more. And they did. A
lot of people were saying Colorado's going to do more. I was like, not sure.
I don't know what they were going to do, but we got to wait to see what the rest of this trade is looking like, because Middlestat for Coyle would be Don Sweeney fleecing, and I think Don Sweeney's a terrible GM. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
I'm bumping right now, though. That was a show from early in the morning. Someone was asking me what Colorado could do, and before I said the Marchand thing, I was like, I wonder if Middlestat gets shipped the other way for a different kind of center or a middle six guy. So, I felt like maybe New Jersey was in that conversation, but the Boston one made a lot of sense, kind of that CARLO and Coyle conversation. So we'll see what else is in the deal, but that's crazy. There's going to be more involved. It could be CARLO. I would not be surprised.
I think that one's made up.
Yeah, I agree.
We got some made up stuff in the chat. Joshua.
I was going to say Leafs, Ferraro, and Zetterlund. What a deal that would be. I would not be against that at all. But if that's...
have to give up Nyes for that, pal.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm not giving up Nyes for JJ Peterka, buddy. Come on.
That's great. Yeah, Reeves cleared waivers, so that dream is dead. That dream is absolutely dead. That's a big deal. Colorado. How much time we got left? We got an hour left.
An hour
to
left.
Go till the deadline.
So I was going to say, the rumor around the Leafs was they were going to make the one trade, and then after the clearing of the waivers, when they get more cap space, they're going to make their second move. So now that Reeves has cleared waivers officially, they got 1 hour to make their final move. And again, the massive part about the Laughton trade is they only brought in $1.5 million.
That's like super. Like his contract's not terrible to begin with. So what, $3 million for this year and next, which I think is perfect because the Leafs have had a habit of trading for rentals and then not re-signing them. How often do we trade for a rental and just haven't re-signed them? O'Reilly, I guess, didn't want to come back, but even like a Nick Foligno, a Colin Blackwell type player, McCabe is, I guess, he just re-signed his extension. That was one of the few times we've actually went out and made a big trade for a guy and kept him. Yep. Until after his contract expired. How good has McCabe been? He's been unreal. But, John, have you talked about that?
I gotta step out for a second.
Yeah, no worries. John, have we talked about that Sabres trade? Because obviously Riley is a Sabres fan. We were talking about that quite a bit while you were away. And my first reaction was I think the Sabres win that deal. I think both guys need a fresh start. Both guys could definitely use a fresh start elsewhere. And I think both of their ceilings are fairly similar, but I would probably take Norris right now over Dylan Cousins. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess based on right now, but I guess my perspective on the future is Cousins has so much more to offer than what he's been showing this season. And on top of that, Norris has had the most brutal injury luck ever. So where I could see it going really wrong for Buffalo is if Josh Norris continues to have a bad injury stretch and through this contract, and then Dylan Cousins turns it around inevitably, because I think he's way better. I mean, Mitch, I brought up this quote from Riley. I was kind of quoting him a bit, but it's like what he said to us at the Dogs game was like, it seems like he has no confidence. Like he kind of forgot how to play hockey, and like looking at that and like seeing that perspective, and then on top of it, realizing like Cousins was like a high draft pick, right shot center, a guy that Sabres fans felt like could be a consistent 70-point plus guy, and like he just hasn't been anywhere close to that, quite the opposite. So it's just like the concern, I guess, is like, is there a possibility that it could be like that for Ottawa, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way I was looking at it is like two teams that have, a talented young player just hasn't worked out on that team. Helping each other out, like, hey, you got something that we want. We can both help each other out and make a hockey trade. I'm trying to think of like an example. Like, another similar trade. I guess you could kind of look at the Byron Middlestat trade, but Colorado kind of needed second line centers. Like, went out to get Middlestat, and obviously just got traded again today. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. And then Bernard Docker, he's solid, but I don't think he's much more than a third line D man. But I think both players, Norris and Cousins, have lots of potential still. They're both fairly young. They're both nearly identical contracts. If Norris can stay healthy, for sure. I get he is injury prone, but Riley and I were saying you're injury prone until you're not. So again, we'll see how that ends up going. Hopefully it stays. Hopefully he stays healthy, and you'll look for Cousins to bounce back in Ottawa. But definitely was not expecting that. I was not expecting a Buffalo-Ottawa trade today, at least that way.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I was not expecting a trade between those two teams if I could have predicted. But yeah, it seems like the official deal is coming out. But yeah, it's Coyle to Colorado, and it's a second Middlestat and a prospect to Boston, it looks like.
Really?
So it's almost like, yeah, Colorado ended up valuing Coyle way more. Kind of what you said, Mitch, is like they probably see Coyle as more that playoff style guy, more of that versatile guy that can play center and wing. So now they have two guys on their third line in Coyle and Ross Colton that can kind of play both. So we'll see. But yeah. Joshua just said, and I was hearing it earlier, is TSN, the TSN panel has linked the Leafs to Mario Ferraro again and saying that they're pushing for a defenseman before the deadline.
I love that. That is a guy that I'm confident with. I was high on him last year too. I kind of relate that to like the Mark Giordano pickup, just like a guy that's a little versatile. Obviously Giordano was fairly good when you picked him up back in the day. I don't know what the price would be for Ferraro. I doubt it would be a first rounder, but again,
no, it would definitely be a first
with
rounder.
The market though, like do you see the return for Coyle? Middlestat in a second, and
no way. Colorado added.
Yeah. It was Middlestat a second, and
okay, that's a Don Sweeney fleece job. I'm sorry, Austin Patrick in the chat. I'm sorry, brother. That is a Don Sweeney fleece job. Middlestat, I mean, he was not living up to his potential at all in Colorado. Opposite of all the other previous Sabres things, I think I heard you guys mention that guys usually leave the Sabres and do so well. Middlestat just threw a wrench in that. He was not nearly as good for Colorado as he was for Buffalo. But adding a second to him for Coyle, that's terrible.
I was saying, Riley and I were talking about this, I was saying Colorado is not afraid to give up on young players. If they see a young player not reaching their potential, they have not been afraid to just let him go. You look at Alex Newhook, Justin Barrett was one.
Yeah.
I guess you could say Bowen Byram, and now Casey Middlestat. Guys that have had potential first round picks, they have not been afraid
So just pull the trigger right away.
They've not been afraid to let them go, kind of like what Tampa Bay has done. They've just, you know what, we see a guy we like, we will go get him. You know, whether that was Hagel, obviously this year with Bjorkstrand and Gord. They see a guy, they will go get him.
And let's not forget Tanner Janelle. That one did not work out for them.
True, unfortunately.
But these good teams that are winning cups, they're giving away players and they're giving away prospects and they're giving away picks. They're going for it now. So yeah, in Colorado's situation, what is their second round pick really matter to them? But is Coyle the guy? There must not be other centers available in this market right now, which really there isn't. Cousins and Norris were the two guys that were on the market, and
Nelson. Yeah. They got Nelson, I guess, but I
think did get Nelson too.
Colorado must just see Coyle as the perfect third line center, and with Nelson now, that pushes Middlestad down. I don't really see Middlestad as a third line center on a cup winning team. He's definitely, if he gets his scoring back, he could be a very strong second line winger or even a second line center on a contending team. But now they got Nelson to fill that role. And a guy to play on the penalty kill and play the third line role, they have Charlie Coyle for that. So,
yeah, 100%. I see Brandon Carlo would look good on the Leafs. Obviously, he would look good on the Leafs. That would be a great move for the Leafs, but at the same time,
Bruins not trading with the Leafs, but again, yeah, I was gonna say what happened today. I mean, I don't know. You never know, but yeah, you're right. He would look great on the Leafs. I just don't think the Boston Bruins are gonna be doing that.
There's no way San Jose. Did they say Zetterlund on the TSN panel? That seems insane to me.
That'd be a big package.
Zetterlund's been nuts this year. Why would San Jose give up Zetterlund? Greer has been an unbelievable GM. I saw that clip you posted yesterday of for free.
Yeah.
Mike Greer has been a great GM. I was a little hesitant after some of the moves he made when he first got in there as GM. But, man, he has been making some great moves. There's no way he would give up a guy like Zetterlund. And if you are giving up Zetterlund, you're getting something crazy back, too. So, I just don't see that. But Ferraro is realistic for sure.
The Leafs also don't have a ton of room like in their bottom six. Like, you go over, we just got Laughton, and now you go through, okay, Yarncroke's back. You got Domi, Robertson, Lorentz, Kampf, Holmberg. If you want to put McMahon in there, like there's a lot.
Zetterlund would fit in on that top six, I think.
You think he plays
over McMahon and
I guess Holmberg, yeah.
And Holmberg.
You could put him second line right wing with like Tavares and Nylander or something. But I think if that's the deal, at least would have to move like a Domi or they move Robertson. I think Robertson actually has value. I think Domi has a lot of value. Domi's a cap dump at this point based on how he's played this year. But Robertson could be a trade in return. I'm actually fairly high on Nick Robertson. I don't think we should trade him unless obviously the price is right. But yeah, there's been a lot of trades today, and now that brings the question: is there a legit Cup favorite?
There's another trade that just happened: Mrazek and Craig Smith for Joe Veleno. So the Red Wings are buying
another goalie.
Yeah, they get rid of Husso and then they bring in Mrazek, which is, I mean, Husso's been terrible.
Mrazek's not awful. This year he hasn't been great, but last year he was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Craig Smith is not a bad depth piece. Like, maybe
fourth line guy.
The Blackhawks are seeing something in Veleno. I know he's had stints on the top line and he's done pretty well. But
I was going to say, let's read
Sorry,
chat a little bit. No, I feel like, sorry, that's kind of my bad. I feel like I don't want to be neglecting chat. Chat, what are your thoughts on these trades? But yeah, Mrazek back to Detroit where he started his career.
Oh, I forgot about that, yeah.
He like, is this Detroit going for? Because right now they got Talbot and they got Alex Lyon as their tandem.
And they got Casa kicking down the door a little bit. He's played really well for Grand Rapids.
He's been very good. Even he played this year in the show, didn't he?
This guy says Connor Dewar. I think this Joshua guy's throwing out fake stuff.
Joshua, are you throwing out a hypothetical or are you getting some sources? Let us know. But
I forgot Connor Dewar's even on the team. Dewar's actually not bad, but I guess another guy that's kind of like the third, fourth.
Yeah, he hasn't put up much like secondary scoring in the bottom six, and that's kind of what the Leafs need. But wow,
Keaton Morrow.
Sorry, I was going to say, David Pagnotta just said Carolina's poking around, and like he already listed Besser, but a few guys have listed Besser. Rick Dollywall, who's close with the Canucks, listed Besser as the Carolina target, but he's saying Marchand.
No
Jeez.
way.
They have the picks. That would be honestly, I'm not against that for the Hurricanes.
Marchand would be a huge pickup for any team going into the playoffs. I love his game. You seen him at the Four Nations.
He's a glue guy too. Huge glue guy.
Such a glue guy. I think he'd be good. I seen him as a lifetime Bruin. Like, I never even thought up until recently, like, he could get moved. I thought he was going to retire with the Bruins just like Bergeron did, but who knows?
Avatar says he loves the acquisition for Coyle to the Avs. Rick Smith says, I trust Greer plan more than Yzerman.
I do agree with
Joshua,
that.
let us know
right.
where that trade rumor's coming. Put his source next to it. Anor says Boston got Zellers, Middlestat in a second for Coyle. Yeah, pretty good. Keaton, Pat Maroon, trade maybe?
Pat Maroon to who?
I don't, man, I know he's won cups, but Pat Maroon is just so slow. And
Pat Maroon is like a slightly better Ryan Reeves for me at this point. Like, I don't know what team people are talking about him being moved to, but like, I would not get him on the lease. I think
Pat Maroon to the Blues? What are the if that's true?
A little reunion.
That'd be a
I don't think that's true.
Homecoming, but yeah, I think a lot of people are throwing in some fake stuff. But yeah, let's just go off of. You got to throw a reliable source next to it, guys. But Michael McCarron is on trade bait board. There was conversation that the Leafs would maybe look at him for more size. So, hey, I'm with you, Joshua. Even though you're trying to say it's a legit thing, I think McCarron for Dewar could make some sense for what both teams are looking for. Nashville's obviously looking to kind of spice things up, change things in that locker room, and Toronto's obviously trying to get bigger and meaner for the playoffs, so McCarron would fit that mold. But yeah, just quickly on the Veleno thing. Veleno just acquired by the Blackhawks has another year at 2.275. He's dipped from 28 points last season to 10 this season, although he's only 25. Impressive, surprising the Hawks were able to find a taker from Mrazek's contract. That's the funny part of this deal for me is like Chicago publicly said that Mrazek's not going to be part of their plans the rest of the season, that they're just going to run Spencer Knight and Soderblom. So the fact that they're running with that mentality publicly, and then Detroit's like, we'll take that contract. But at the same time, Veleno's kind of been not great. So
there's a tweet by Steven Ellis right now. It's like Detroit goalies under contract. You got Talbot, Lyon, now Mrazek, Campbell, and Kosa. You have 5 goalies. Like what's the plan there? Like what is their plan? Is Lyon injured? Like what's I don't understand their plan. Not that they gave up a lot to get Mrazek, but you got all these goalies under contract, and you just had Husso as well.
Yeah, I guess.
You just shipped off one.
I guess for their perspective, maybe they just don't see Alex Lyon as their and Cam Talbot as their future plans. But I'm looking at Lyon's stats. Like, he hasn't been that bad. I don't know what his health status is, but 900.
Do they see Mrazek as their future plan?
Talbot, they've both been solid. They're both at a 900 this year, which in today's NHL is pretty good. That's about average or a little bit above.
It must be health status. It must be, and I really think they've hated what Joe Veleno's become this season, so it might be a bit of that as well.
John Naughty says, do you go all in for Carlo? I've said it a couple times. I love Carlo. Do you think if you were trade leving?
Trading who?
I'm not giving.
Are you going all in? He's saying, are you going all? Would you go all in?
I'm not giving up Cowan for Carlo. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said, Boston's going to expect an arm and a leg for Carlo. So, like, especially from Toronto, that's not happening. And guys, you can dream about Marchand to Toronto all you want. That's not happening. Like, just think about this. I understand. I'm hesitant to say this, but I'm going to say it anyways because the Ottawa Buffalo trade screwed me up today because I wasn't expecting those two guys to trade together. But I'm going to put it out there anyways. Boston and Toronto are not trading together. I'll look like an idiot. I don't care. There's no way those two teams are trading together with everything that's happened. I just don't see it. Like, there's already enough negative PR on Sweeney and I think the organization as a whole. I think this trade that they just made with Colorado, getting Middlestat in the second and a prospect, I think that helps a bit. But, yeah, I just don't think it's happening. And then the other guy that's in the conversation is David Savard out there. So, again, is Toronto trading with Montreal? Probably not. That's why Mitch and I were kind of talking about Alexiak being the fit. But, yeah, it's whatever. I just think I want to go all in. I want to see them go all in. But what does all in mean? Like,
I was going to say Talbot to the Penguins, Pittsburgh, Toronto. I don't know, Cam Talbot to the Penguins.
All in for me, at least Leafs wise, is comparing like when Kyle Dubas traded for Ryan O'Reilly and Jake McCabe and Noel Acciari and shipped out Rasmus Sandin for a first and Gustafsson and traded for Luke Schenn. That to me is going all in. Making 3 or 4 trades. 2 of them were major trades, giving up first round picks, second round picks, and decent prospects. That to me is what going all in is. I don't think Treliving's going to do that this year. I think obviously he's running out of time. I think if he goes to get a guy like CARLO, the price is going to be steep. It's going to be steep for any defenseman at this point.
When do you though? When do you go all in?
That's the thing. I think this year our team's actually in a pretty good spot considering we've had Matthews playing decent, but he's been injured for a bit of the year, and we've been running a fairly old defense group, and we're in a division with Tampa Bay and Florida, who just made massive moves. We're still I guess Florida just passed us, but if we get a win, we are back tied for first in the division, which we haven't been in the entirety of the Austin Matthews era.
Mm-hmm.
We have never been in first in the division once, other than the COVID year, which again we will talk about that. But we have also not been close to first in the division. Every year where we do well, the President's Trophy winner comes out of the Atlantic Division. Boston, Florida, Tampa, and when it's not, like last year, Florida ended up winning the Cup. So I think this year, finally being first in the division with actual good goaltending is this year to go all in.
So Cody Glass just got traded from the Penguins to New Jersey.
Ooh.
Wow.
Seems odd. 15 points in 51 games. He's a -9. Bit of a bust. I don't really know what New Jersey's doing here unless they're getting a replacement for Dawson Mercer and they're trading somebody else out. I don't know. Bit of a hot take.
No, I actually think you're onto something there. I think there's been a lot of speculation around the Devils going for a big center, and I've been saying that Mercer would be the piece going the other way. So maybe they're looking for Glass to just provide a little bit of more offense in the bottom 6. He hasn't been great, but again, I think the size and skill set is there. I just got to figure it out. But beyond that, we'll see what this move is. I want to see what this move is first before I say anything, but I will say there's a reason I put Pettersson in New Jersey.
I was thinking that. Kyle L in the chat said Mercer to Boston maybe. I was thinking that too. Maybe flip, if they need a center, flip Mercer to Boston for Middlestat, and then they're getting Mercer in a second for Coyle, which would be insane. That'd be a good call.
Yeah, I think they need a bit more than just Middlestat for Mercer. I think Mercer's got a bit more value, but they're 2 similar spots, younger centers that haven't been amazing. Mercer, what was it, 2 years ago? He had almost 60 points.
Mm-hmm.
They've dropped off a little bit, but I don't disagree with that. Looking at the standings right now, a lot of people are saying Stars, Avs, first round. The standings right now, Colorado is tied with Minnesota, and dude, Stars could play the Avs in the first round.
That's what sucks about this playoff format. You have stuff like that happening.
I think either way. Oh, let's go. Either way, Dallas is second. Either way, it would be
Those
close.
playoffs in the West are going to be absolutely nuts. I don't know where John went, but those standings in the West are. What are we saying in the chat? Deadline is at 3? Yeah.
So 30.
Pittsburgh roster going to be in shambles. I think Pittsburgh roster has been in shambles for two years now, especially since that Karlsson deal. I don't know what Dubas is doing over there, man.
I won't give him credit. He's actually accumulated a lot of draft picks. That Karlsson deal, I think he took the roster he had, he goes from Toronto to Pittsburgh, and he sees the roster he had, and he's like, no, what, we got to go all in for it. One last run, potentially, trades for the biggest D-man, Rating Norris winner, biggest D-man on the block,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately didn't really turn out. But he is another guy that's kind of acknowledged, okay, we're not winning. There's no point buying, trying to go all in for another player. We're not making the playoffs. Let's sell. Speaking of Pittsburgh and selling, Rickard Rakell is still on the team.
Oh man, I think they should.
They would get an insane haul.
This deadline is definitely the highest value Rakell is ever going to have for the rest of that contract. So they should definitely try and move him. I think he'd be a great piece for a contending team too.
He's on pace for 40 goals, dude.
I know.
Who have you seen?
He has reinvented himself this year. I don't know if it's because he hasn't gotten injured this year, Like, he's been insane this year. He's got, what,
29
4
goals.
goals in the last 3 games, too. He's
50.
hot right before the deadline. Raquel to Vegas.
I
I've
can see
seen
that.
I've seen a couple people say Olofsson's gotten pulled from practice. I don't know how much value Olofsson has. If people seen him in Buffalo,
He can score, though.
he can score on the power play. And
He's no Ricardo Raquel,
if
obviously,
you
but
put him on the bench and then any power play you have, you put him out there, I think then Olofsson has some value. Other than that, he's very detrimental to a team.
what does like Vegas have in terms of assets right now? Because they just traded.
That's interesting. Cody Fieser. Raquel to Montreal for Doc and 2 firsts. I think that's
not. Well, okay.
I think that's a little bit of an overpay from Montreal.
Doc doesn't have
I
a
could
ton of value though. Doc's been
yeah.
stupidly injured.
Yeah, I know. I
unfortunately.
don't know why you would sell low on him right now then. Like
You
2
can't really
firsts
sell
for
high.
Raquel. Is 2 firsts for Raquel good?
No, it's
2
too
firsts for
much.
Raquel.
I think it's too much, to be honest.
Not in this market, I don't think.
He's on pace for 40, John. We're just he's dialed this year.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's
mean,
like
I guess,
that is an
but
all-in trade.
I think there would have to be incentive for the other team, like retention or something. I don't know. Like maybe I'm wrong. I just think like 2 first. Like, let me rephrase. Do I think in this market he's worth 2 firsts? Sure. I just don't know in the next 30 minutes if we're gonna see 2 firsts for Raquel. I hope I'm proven wrong because I want the chaos. And that leads me to my next question because someone just asked it in the chat. McDiesel asked. I think an over-under is like fair. I mean, for the last 30 minutes is like probably we'll do 5. Over under 5 more trades, guys. Mitch and Riley and chat. Answer in the chat. Over under 5.
I might go under.
You're going under?
I might go
Last-
under.
last 30
It
minutes.
has been quiet, but
There's a lot of members still on the trade bait board. You got Brock Besser, Ricard Raquel, we just spoke about. Possibly Brandon Carlo. You got Yoki Haru in Buffalo. You think the Leafs are going to make a move, so that would be you got Ferraro. There's so many people that, yeah, I agree with. Oh, it's pretty 50-50 actually.
so yeah, Besser's another one. Marchand, and then obviously
Yeah, Marchand too that they're talking about.
Shen, I'm pretty sure said he doesn't want to get traded. I think that was the thing, and then obviously like O'Reilly's not getting moved.
This guy says, I hope the Jets. I feel like the Jets aren't done. The Jets aren't done.
The
There's
Jets
no
could
way
use a
that.
center. The Jets could very well use a center.
I would love to see the Jets make another move and really, really go for it.
Who's still available for center? Like O'Reilly. They could get Shen. I don't think Shen's a high end second.
That's the
line
thing.
center.
There's not much available.
Braden
Is Boston
Shen or
keeping
Elias
Middlestat?
Pettersson, if that would be the blockbuster one, but is Braden Shen even available anymore? I'm not sure. But guys, I would go nuts. I think I would like destroy this setup room if Pettersson got traded down the wire. It'd be crazy.
How nuts would that be?
Braden Shen. Isn't he? He's from Saskatchewan. He's from out there, right? Braden Shen.
The Shen
Well,
brothers
Luke
are
Shen
from
went there too.
Saski.
Yeah, okay.
The Shen brothers are from Saski for sure. Yeah. You know what? I will say the one guy that I think will get dealt based on the conversation is Marchand. Just based on the here's the thing. I think Marchand's more like he's definitely like a guy that's like a very prideful and he's about kind of like his, I would say, image around the team. Like the fact that there's been so much conversation around him. He's not dumb. He knows there's like smoke around that and what Sweeney's kind of pulled with the Swayman stuff and things like that. So I would not be surprised if Marchand's traded at all. I think at this point there's been so much speculation. And here's the thing, on top of this, I think Friedman, I actually think all insiders have talked about this Marchand trade except for Friedman. I don't know if you guys remember when Friedman had brought up that potential extension with Marchand ripped Friedman in the media a little bit. It was like, oh, whoever said that, or he's like, Elliot saying that, or he doesn't know what he's talking about. So Elliot's kind of been quiet about this Marchand thing. I think rightfully so, but yeah, I don't know. I think Marchand's still going to get traded based on the info. I didn't think he was going to get traded at the start of the day. And also Jeff Merrick is saying the Stars are expected to sign Wyatt Johnson long term.
Let's go. A lot of people were saying Wyatt Johnson for Rantanen as a big move, but every Dallas Stars page that I saw on Twitter was like, yeah, if that happens, I'm quitting hockey. Johnson is disgusting.
Johnson is very good. He was actually really quiet at the beginning of the year, but lately he's been
turning it up.
Popping it off.
He's on pace for his best season. I guess he's only...
What's the projected value of
21,
that deal? Big day for the Stars, eh?
8x9. The Stars, like, what a GM, man.
Jim Nill has been nuts.
They got good vets. They've been good for a couple years now, and they have a very good young core, and now they got Rantanen for 8 years. They got Ottinger's, 25, 26.
Their drafting has been insane.
Heiskanen's the same age. Robertson. Now you
Jim,
got
Jim Nill is probably the GM of GMs right now, and he's a guy that you gotta love if you love trade deadline. I was also gonna say, sorry, we're flipping back and forth here, but the fact that Kyle Dubas got a second and third out of Cody Glass and Bevilier is like nuts. Like that, Riley. This is my argument with you, and I don't understand like how like this perspective is lost in all of this. Look what Pittsburgh is doing with Crosby, Malkin, all these guys on their team. They're feeding into this seller's market. I just don't understand how Kevin Adams and the Sabres don't see this seller's market. Like, this is the equivalent for me. Beck Malenstein, they traded a second-round pick for. Look at this market. Cody Glass just got a third-round pick. You could probably get that second-round pick back for Malenstein. You could probably get a fourth-round pick for Sam Lafferty. You could probably get some of these draft picks for some of these bottom six guys. I don't know what Buffalo's doing. Bro, we're 30 minutes from the deadline. The Sabres have made one trade that basically, they're in the same spot. Like,
they're not in the same spot. Why are you comparing the Penguins to the Sabres? It's not even close.
Yeah, the Sabres have a way better, more skilled team.
Yeah, why would we trade away, like, Lafferty 100%, and guys that are expiring, if you're not going to re-up them, trade them. I'm 100% on that train. Malenstein, who would you rather have for your team next year, a second-round pick or Malenstein? Look at Julien Brisebois. I would rather have, not that Malenstein's a good player, I would rather have a roster of good players than a bank full of great picks. We don't need to hop onto that. Sabres are trash, poor coaching, poor management, can't even blame the roster. I wouldn't even agree with that. To be honest, we're in last place.
I'm just going to give a shout to Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you for the 45 months. Says, hey, John, hope you're well. Thanks, Jennifer. No, but I mean, Riley, my thing is, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying about, like, building up a roster for these younger guys, but like I said, man, year by year, I think it's just, oh, my God. Thank you so much for, who just gifted a membership? Avatar just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Avatar. Guys, let's get some Avatar hype in the chat. What a generous individual in the chat. That's awesome.
Great job, Avatar.
Get some more memberships in the chat. Love it. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, what I'm getting at with the Sabres, man, is like, there's no shitting on the Sabres. If I was a Sabres fan, I'm putting myself in the perspective. Bro, I was in that perspective 7-8 years ago with the Leafs, and I was ranting about it all the time because it's like this, like, you don't want to, like, move back. I understand what Mitch said earlier about you don't want to keep going back to that Eichel trade, but no one's saying you have to trade Alex Tuch. No one's saying that, but these guys that they're keeping around, the only guy I'll make an argument that is actually more of a rare breed is Jordan Greenway. I get keeping Greenway. That guy does not grow on trees. 6'5", he's an absolute beast, can play on the penalty kill. I understand keeping Greenway. Past that, there's going to be so many different Zuckers in the free agents market, and I understand it. Again, I understand that it's hard to get guys in Buffalo. I understand all this perspective. But look what Winnipeg's doing. They're feeding into that. They're feeding into they're getting Sasky boy Luke Shen. They're getting a guy that used to play on the Jets and Brandon Tanev. I know they're in different situations, but what I'm saying is feed into the guys that can play in their hometown or play that want to play in Buffalo. Why did they acquire Alex Tuch, Riley? Because that's the hometown team. They knew Alex Tuch was going to be a guy that stays there. So I understand the balanced approach of bringing guys in that want to play in Buffalo. But at the same time, you're going to find more of those in the market. It's just a matter of getting the value when the value's high. Zucker could have got a first.
Okay, timeout.
100%.
Zucker could have got a first, 100%. But I said I'd rather have Zucker for the next 2 years than have a first-round pick that's 25 to 30. What I'm saying is, the Penguins, you said that Dubas is jumping on this seller's market. They're in a spot, the Penguins, where they have no good prospects. The last couple of years, they've had no picks. Yes, they have a stockpile of picks now. The Sabres have a load of prospects. They have probably a top 5 pick this year. Why do they need to go and acquire more? If we were in the Penguin spot and we're at the bottom of the league and we don't have any prospects, 100% go out and trade Zucker. We need prospects. But we're in a position where we have a boatload of prospects that are ready to take the jump next year. You look at, and I don't want them to take the jump next year, is what I'm saying. I want those guys traded in the offseason. But what I'm saying is you have Konsta Helenius, Anton Wahlberg, Noah Ostlund, Isaac Rosane. Those are 4 forwards for arguably 2 spots available on the forward core that can make the jump next year. We need to be trading those guys and maybe a player like Jack Quinn who is taking up a spot in the forward core and making the team better. We don't need to be taking Zucker and getting another piece down here. We have enough pieces to trade. We have more than enough pieces to trade. If we get into the offseason and it's a bidding war for, let's say, Pettersson, for Pittsburgh versus Buffalo to get Pettersson, who has more pieces to acquire Pettersson? Buffalo does. We don't need to take off our roster and tear down this roster even more to get a guy like that. Do you want to say something?
I was trying to say something for a while because John was pointing out, oh, Pittsburgh's selling and doing all this stuff, but Buffalo isn't. They're in two different spots, I think, because Pittsburgh is coming out of a contending window, and they have no other choice, really, but to retool. Buffalo has not been a contender in, 2 decades.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
They have not been
That's
a good
why
team.
we have all the picks.
They have not been a good team in a while, and at some point, but whether it's this year or next year, at some point, Buffalo has to go all in with the roster that they have. Ray Ferraro said it on the broadcast last night, the night before. He said, oh, Buffalo's NHL team was younger than their AHL team last year, which is fine if you're building a young group. But they've been building this young group for 15 seasons now. Mm-hmm. And at some point, you do have to go all in. Not saying they're going all in.
Not even all in. You have to build around that young core.
Yeah, they're not going all in and keeping trading away guys and not keeping the same kind of structure, keeping the same kind of team chemistry. They're always treating guys every year, selling every single season. You're not helping yourself. And Riley's right with at least the point that they don't have, they have too many prospects. There's not enough room. There's no point in trading for another 25th overall pick.
Yeah, that's
all fine and dandy. But what you're saying though is missing the point of look what they did this year with Zucker, with these guys. The whole point of bringing in the veterans. I don't disagree with bringing in veterans. I don't disagree with that at all. What I'm saying is, here's the thing with the Leafs that I can reference for more closer to home for Mitch. If you struggle every year with the same guys, why would you want to bring guys back just because your mentality is age or veteran mentality? What I'm saying for the Sabres is, why not move these guys, open up your space, and then what you just said, you have all these picks and prospects to move for Pettersson. You have all these picks and prospects to go acquire veterans. This is what we just saw with Dylan Cousins and Josh Norris. Those guys didn't have any trade protection. So at the end of the day, guys can cry and be upset about getting traded to Buffalo, whatever. But Buffalo can use those assets to go out for guys that don't have those trade restrictions, and then they can't choose not to go to Buffalo or not. They're just going to be there. I look at the scenario for Pettersson. You're right, Mitch. Buffalo has way more to give up for Pettersson, or maybe Riley said that. You have a lot more. You have a lot more to give up. So my perspective is you also have a lot more to go for veterans. So if you get a first-round pick for Zucker at the draft table, and again, I'm just spitting out names right now, but this is an example.
If we get a first-round pick for Zucker, what do you want us to do? Go and trade for a guy like Zucker at the draft? I don't, you're making no sense, John.
Yes, bro.
You're making no sense.
Bro, how am I making no sense? The 33-year-old Jason Zucker versus a 27-year-old. There's a massive difference. There's a massive difference.
I said you have to clear up, get rid of Quinn, get rid of Krebs, get rid of Lafferty, and use the prospects and those players to fill in those spots, not fill in those spots, but fill in a top 6 role. Push Zucker down the lineup. That's how you get better, John. Not getting rid of Zucker just to replace him with the exact same guy next year. That's what I'm saying.
And again, looking at Zucker last year, this is where I have the problem with what you're saying. He's 33 years old, and you don't know what you're going to get from the guy. Look at his numbers last year, and then look at
his 2-year extension.
And then what happens? He stinks it up, and we're right back there with Buffalo. We're back there with Buffalo. When he drops off next year, and they're going, oh shit, we have 4.75 towards 34-year-old Jason Zucker. And then people are going to go, oh, well.
Cap's going up, to be fair.
Yeah.
Cap's going up, and they have so much space. And let's be honest, Pagula's not even going to spend near that anyway. But we do have to touch on the 5 times 8.4 extension for Johnston. Only 5 years is crazy. I guess more people are trying to go that way.
People are putting out in the chat. I just want to say Wyatt Johnston, 5 years, $8.4 million.
5 years is a bit of a shocker to me, right?
That AAV is crazy though. Holy man, sub-9 for Johnston. He's on a point a game this year, isn't he?
Yeah, Dallas is.
That's a really. Dallas has got to be the winners of the deadline.
Oh my God, grass is green. so dialed, man. Holy jeez. I honestly think Dallas is probably the cup favorite at this point.
Mm-hmm.
As good as Colorado does look, and even Winnipeg, and I'm trying to think Florida is going to be a contender no matter what. Edmonton was probably my favorite to win it heading into this year, and they'll probably go on a run to at least round 2 or 3. Again, you never know. Like McDavid and Draisaitl, they're all going to be super hungry to go get revenge for last year. But it's just like the goaltending to me is just that to me was a miss.
If you can go on sportsbooks right now, I would bet. Actually, I don't know. I was gonna say bet winner out of the West, but the West is gonna be an absolute
bloodbath.
It's gonna be a bloodbath. The team that gets to the finals is gonna be beaten up. But man, they got so many wagons out there. Just
in the Central alone, Winnipeg, Colorado, Dallas, and then
Minnesota's nothing to sneeze at.
They're not bad at all. The Pacific's a little weaker, but even like Vegas is always a contender. Edmonton, as you know, they might have underperformed a little bit this year. They've been kind of iffy since the Four Nations. They're still Edmonton. They still have the 2 best players in the league, and you never know what could happen come playoff time. They made Game 7 of the finals with Stuart Skinner and Calvin Pickard. There's no reason why they can't do it again.
John, that under's looking hot. Under 5 trades in the final 30. We haven't even seen the trade.
I was saying, as I guess a good amount of people were saying under. Trades run out of time.
I still think we're gonna get a handful. There's always like 2 or 3 trades that spill in over that after the deadline. I was gonna say, just to kind of go over chat and a couple things too. 4th round pick for Luke Cunnin, so that's pretty cheap. Like that's not much to get for a 4th line guy. Like I said, the market kind of speaks on a bit of a gap there, where it's like if you're acquiring a 3rd line player or above, you're probably paying at least a 2nd. Where anything below that, the market kind of fluctuates, but. Kind of going on to the chat, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, guys. Like, I think Dallas is probably the team today that's the win. But how far do we see Colorado going? Austin asks. I mean, like I said, I think coming out of that Central, Edmonton's probably the only team. Well, I don't want to discount Vegas. Vegas just hasn't done much. I'm surprised. And here's the thing.
They got Riley Smith.
That's it. They just got Riley Smith returned, but I don't think they did anything else.
People are saying that Olofsson got pulled from practice, so
we'll see. Maybe
they
he's
could be doing something else.
Maybe he's a contract going the other way. I will say though, if people remember, and again, I'm pretty confident in saying this, I'm pretty sure Thomas Hertl to San Jose last year was one of the last deals of trade deadline day. So maybe Kelly McCrimmon for Vegas is just kind of sitting there licking his chops, waiting for the price to drop down last minute here, and then he's going to trade for like a Marchand or something. So we'll see. I don't know if I lost those guys. They froze on me. We lost them. I'll try to call them back. But anyways, guys, we'll see if they re-answer here, maybe. There we go. I don't know what happened. You guys froze and then dropped off. But yeah, I don't know if nothing yet on Philadelphia defenseman Igor Zamulov, so we'll see if Zamula gets traded. Yeah, it's a bit high. Yeah, I was going to say, the only way that works is if, like, at least 2 contracts are going the other way from Toronto's side. Like, if it was, like, a Connor Timmins and Kampf attached to maybe a couple draft picks, I could see that, maybe. But, again, I don't know if Toronto's interested in that. Okay, sorry. I think you guys your audio's on now. But, yeah, I think overall, I'll say this. I think Leaf fans are one of the fan bases I'll self-acknowledge that, like, you're never satisfied. It's like you could make one big move. All right, we want another one. You make 2 moves. I want another one. It's always just like, give me more, give me more. So here's the thing, guys. I think if I told you this morning, after all the worry that Trey Living wasn't going to do anything, if I told you that they were going to get Scott Laughton, yes, trade a first-round pick, but not give up Cowan, Minton, or Danford, I think there would have been parties in the streets or party at breakfast this morning. So I think that's the perspective. You got to take what you get. as Mitch keeps saying, the grass is greener, and I understand people always want to say the grass can be greener, but it's easier said than done. The grass is green in Toronto right now, at least with this move. If they make another one, as I said, be careful what you wish for, because the Ferraro thing, I'm telling you right now, if they don't trade a first-round pick, it's the equivalent of that for Ferraro, and that might mean Easton Cowan's part of that deal. Whether it's maybe something else is coming along with Ferraro to make the value worth it, but I'm telling you guys, be careful what you wish for, because if you don't want Cowan traded, then you should shush and not want another deal, because I'm telling you right now, if there's another significant deal from Toronto, Cowan might be going the other way.
Oh, 100%. I don't think they have anything really else to give. Their picks are gone.
It's tough. It's because I know Ferraro's like San Jose especially. Greer's not an idiot. Greer knows what he can get for his players, especially the Wallman trade. I'd say Wallman is probably better than Ferraro, but again, you're likely giving up a similar value, a little bit less, if not the same, to get a guy like Mario Ferraro. I think you could try and figure out a way to get like a second Robertson. Maybe I don't know. Maybe throw in like a Niemela.
Maybe
like,
2 seconds Robertson and Niemela gets them interested. Like that's. I think for a lot of people that's not anything significant enough individually, but like 2 seconds Niemela and Robertson, maybe you're getting closer. But again, I feel like San Jose wanted that first round pick equivalent at minimum.
Yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be. I mean, we've got 13 minutes left. We will see how it goes.
A lot of trades obviously trickle in after the deadline as well. So there's still room. And I don't know how many trades usually get. It feels like the last, even like the hour past, you get like 3 trades usually at least.
They're usually not super significant, but I will say I have been quite entertained with this deadline.
I can't
remember.
Has been nuts.
Other than the 2023 one where the Leafs made so many moves. That one for me was obviously because I'm a Leafs fan. That was when I remember a lot. But you had Boston going in. You had like a Dallas and Vegas making trades too to go all in. That was a big one for me. But this year, rarely do we see stars get traded like this often. You got JT Miller got traded. I guess it wasn't during the deadline, but Miller got traded. Rantanen got traded twice. Brock Nelson went for a crazy haul. And there's been talks about Pettersson and Marchand. And you had the Dylan Cousins trade. No one saw that coming. No one saw Cousins for Norris. But yeah, I've been quite entertained. And still got some time. I know Brad's working hard, so hopefully he can make something happen. But we will see.
Hey, Pugs, thanks for coming back. What did you miss? Lots. Scott Laughton to Toronto.
Quite a bit.
Rantanen trade finalized. I was going to bring up the trade tracker. So last year, guys, just to give you guys insight, I don't know if you caught this when I was talking about this earlier, but there was 23 trades on deadline day last year. So what I was saying to the guys is like, maybe we get bigger trades, but like less. Because if you do look at it, like I'm trying to go to March 7th, we definitely have gotten bigger trades. But if you look at the quantity versus quality, it's a massive difference. So in terms of what I've got in front of me in terms of finalized deals, so if you ignore what the Avalanche did last night, starting officially this morning, the Wallman trade was made official, so we'll count that one. The Viveiros to Washington, that's 2. Dylan Cousins Norris trade, that's 3. LA acquiring Andrei Kuzmenko, that's 4. Winnipeg acquiring Luke Shen, that's 5. Detroit acquiring Mrazek and Smith, that's 6. Past that, I mean, I guess we could say the Rantanen trade because it was made official. Like, we're under 10 total deals. Luke Cunnin hasn't been made official yet either, so again, we'll count that. I could be missing a couple. This is right from NHL.com, so there's probably more in there that I'm missing. I'm trying to think.
Feels like today's been busier. I remember last year and even a couple years ago, there's more trades leading up. I know we kind of had that Four Nations face-off deadline, and then you thought after the Four Nations face-off it was going to pick back up again, but it really didn't until this week kind of. Whereas last year you had January, February was like deals were being made even in November.
I was going to say, I forgot about the Laughton and Coyle trade, but that's still only like 10 on the day in terms of official deals.
There was 24 last year on the day.
23 last year on the day.
Holy shit.
I agree with the Mikhail Granlund got moved right before the Four Nations.
Yeah.
JT Miller was right after, I think, and then
right before too.
Oh yeah, JT Miller and then Rantanen as well.
Vegas just tweeted something. I think they're about to make a trade. I think it's going to involve Olofsson. They always make these last minute moves, but I
Vegas
was
just
gonna say,
tweeted high.
I think there's a couple more. I think there's a couple more I forgot about. But yeah, literally Vegas just tweeted out high.
Yeah, they're definitely doing something.
Who would do you think Vegas getting Marchand would be a very Vegas move? Because they always find a way to just get these sick players.
And
or Besser.
Who's the current
Besser, yeah.
Who's the current head coach of the Golden Knights again?
Bruce Cassidy.
Little connection there.
Oh man.
I was gonna say that because I brought that up earlier. But yeah, the Brock Besser one's interesting for me because a lot of people that I've talked to and even like seeing right now is like Carolina can't be done after that deal. If they want to be a legit contender, they've got to add something else. Rick Dollywall's brought it up twice now on his show and on Twitter, saying that Carolina's the front runner to get, or he'd watch out as the front runner for Carolina to acquire Besser. Sorry, I'm looking at it right now in terms of the trade tracker. It seems like I've missed a couple moves when I say that, so we'll see. The number might be a little higher. But I guess what I'm getting at is a lot of these teams haven't even like tweeted out officially yet. So we'll see on that aspect. But I'll recount, guys, so we have an accurate number, even including the small stuff. Because there was a couple smaller stuff that went down. Like Cody Glass to New Jersey. I don't think
I was just going to say Cody Glass was on there.
There's in the chat, Tyler Knights. Brad's scheduled media availability has been pushed from 3:30 to 4. Are they up to something? If that is true, Tyler, that could mean something.
HP. Thanks for the dono.
Thank you, HP.
HP.
Let's go. Sorry, let me see. HP with the 3. Appreciate that, HP. Keaton says Marchand to Vegas and Armstrong not making a move is crazy. Well, we'll see. Lee says Shanahan worse to Toronto than Ballard. Well, you're talking about an owner versus a president, so that's very different. Yeah, we'll see if Trey Living's media availability actually does get pushed. Let us know if that actually
it does. I just found it, John. Mark Masters tweeted it.
Oh, wow. So there is something.
Is that a
cooking.
real Mark Masters?
It is real Mark Masters.
Mark Mathers or Mark Masters?
Mark Masters. Don't you worry. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a Mark Mathers account yesterday that was tweeting some crazy stuff. But
dude, Mark, I've gotten fooled by that. Let's just say.
Well, it says Mark Masters officially at 2:26. What time is it? Did it get changed? It's still 3:30, or
it was a reply.
He replied to himself.
Oh yeah. Trey Living media availability pushed back to 4. Leafs currently on the ice for practice at the University of Denver. So that could mean one of two things. It could mean 1, it's pushed because they're pulling a guy from that practice, or 2, it could just mean that they're submitting a trade soon and they're worried that it won't get through the league office. Like, well, it will get in on time. It's just, Riley, what you said, like sometimes you'll see deals not get like announced, revealed until an hour after. So, like, 4 o'clock should give him enough time to, like, in case it does squeak through.
John.
Avatar.
Yo, Avatar with the 10. Appreciate it. Says, John, I hope for a great game between Toronto and Colorado tomorrow. Avatar, thank you so much, buddy. And Jameson with the 1. I appreciate that. Let's go. Yeah, Toronto, Colorado.
Great crowd today. Great chat. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, we got 700
I don't know
still
about
in here.
this chat, though.
They've been
they've been mean to me.
They've been a lot better since you stopped talking.
Well, bro, you were saying Matthew Nyes is overrated. What do you think's going to happen?
Hey, I didn't say that. I never said that.
I think they had just never met an actual Sabres fan before, and they're like trying to figure out how do we talk to this guy. Like, they actually like exist. Like they actually have like
I know
brain cells working to a little bit.
Boo for that.
Also, guys, we're almost at 800 likes. I think it's possible we could get 1,000 by the end of the stream. So let's try to hit that. And just quickly, Riley, give your shout. Like I want to make it definitely worth it in terms of the audience kind of going towards your guys' pages. So Mitch, give a shout to your socials as well. But Riley, talk just quickly. Just give like a quick 30-second on Next Gen and where they can follow.
Yeah, no worries. So Next Gen, we're trying to bring gamers together. So we actually have a tournament on June 14th. You can go on our website. If you guys play NHL, we're having an NHL tournament on June 14th in Brantford. You can go to our Instagram at nextgen_CAN, and we'll have updates on there. I believe you can sign up on the website right now, but if you want to just get updates, I would go to our Instagram at nextgen, NEXGEN_CAN. And yeah, guys, I would really appreciate if you followed along our journey. We're trying to really get into schools and bring programs and youth together through gaming. So yeah, thanks, John.
Let's go. And Mitch, where can they follow you? Because I'll probably have you guys.
Sure.
I want you guys to stick around past it. We're at 2:55. we'll probably have you guys stick around maybe 5-10 minutes past the deadline, then I'll probably do a winners and losers on my own before I have to go back on Bleacher Report. But yeah, give it where you can follow Mitch.
Yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter and Instagram. On Instagram, just Mitchell.Hartman, and then on Twitter, MAHartman17, MAHartman17. I just kind of talk about hockey, post some takes, talk about the Leafs and Team Canada quite a bit. I got their shirt today, actually, Four Nations Champions. But I'm actually going to be competing in next Trends tournament, June 14th in Brantford. So if you guys want to drop by and just say hi, it'll be a lot of fun to be there and play. Yeah.
Talk some smack to me about Matthew Nyes.
I was going to say, you guys can do it now or like after you hop off, but text me like your ats or whatever, and I'll put it in the chat description.
Beauty. Thank you, John.
But yeah, so just quickly, guys.
Okay.
This just came from Puck Empire, and again, wherever Puck Empire is getting the sources. As mentioned, Vegas is heavily interested in Brad Marchand. Let's see if anything gets done before the deadline. So as Riley, you heard me, and Chad, I hope you're following along. Remember, go back. I would have to look back at exactly the time, but I remember us struggling exactly like we were right now, like we are right now. Last year, we had some big moves, and there was a bit of a gap for some reason from like 2 to 2:30, and then stuff started coming out about Hurdle to Vegas. So again, we're officially 4 minutes away, or 3.5 away from the deadline. But again, as long as they get it in, submitted before, trades can trickle in. So as I see it right now, Vegas and Marchand could be a thing here right at the end, a little bit of a bomb.
I believe it. You said it. You heard it here first. HP with another dono.
Hey,
Let's
HP,
go.
Thank you for the three. Says Braden Shen did not waive no trade clause. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I don't think St. Louis got to a point where they wanted to make trades because they're in the playoff race. As I said, I have my opinion, and Riley, I want to make this clear. This is not just a Buffalo thing. I think for me, I'm getting a little bit more on the Buffalo thing because, as I said, I think you're being too nice to Kevin Adams. I think if I talked to a lot of other Sabres fans, they'd have frustration. But this is beyond that. Do I think St. Louis is ready to compete for a cup? No. So do I think they should be trading off some of their older guys? 100%. If they had talked to Braden Shen, they could have got a haul. Like, my rumor that I had that I was pretty confident in was a first and Cowan. I don't think the Leafs were going to give that up, but a knockdown from that is still solid. If you were able to get a first and third for Braden Shen, I think you do that. Is it making your team better? Is it building nicely around your younger players? No. And I don't want to go back to the Sabres conversation. I'm just saying on an overall sense, I'm saying any team that didn't
Raquel to Canes. They're saying Raquel to Canes. I don't know.
We'll see. I'm going to pull it up right now if that's the case. But
That's
I will say, like I said, I think if any team, they didn't feel like they were going to win a Stanley Cup this year or complete in the playoffs, they should be going into the sellers market. I think a team like Nashville also, major disappointment in terms of the moves. But yeah, don't fall for the fake stuff. I don't. Eric,
There's like 5 of them, dude.
Guys,
There's like,
what are you seeing for Raquel? Drop a source. Don't just say things in the chat. Come
Chris
on.
Johnson on TSN. I have Chris Johnson's noties on. There's no way.
What was I gonna say? Man, a good comparison to Nashville is Boston. Another team that kind of had high hopes for this season, kind of an older team. Boston knew that they were out of the playoff run, and they have not been scared to let their guys go. They have not been scared to make trades. Obviously, we'll see if they move Marchand, but they're doing like a small little retool and kind of preparing for next year.
I think these teams that are doing this, though, they have no prospects. When you look, like, St. Louis has some prospects, better than the Penguins have and better than Boston has and better than Nashville has. Like, it was needed for teams like Nashville and Boston to recoup some prospects and some assets for the future, knowing that this year is not their year.
Whereas, also, 1 minute till the deadline.
Yeah, I know. 1 minute.
Stuff's going to trickle in, hopefully, but
big stuff coming, 100%. I know. I don't want to talk about them.
We're not talking about the Sabres anymore. It's all good. We got into a bit of a heated thing. That's good entertainment. You guys should love that. You guys should love this spice. I would love that. I like watching debates. But yeah, guys, last 30 seconds. Get the countdown going. We got 750 people in the chat. Smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. I've been barely giving any shouts. Hit that subscribe button. Come on. All right. Let's see.
Cam Robinson.
Yeah, so Montreal is done for the day from Saravalli. They've kept both Armia and Savard.
Yeah, I don't know if Savard has as much value, but again, in this market, you never know. Armia probably could have been a good move just to get a
So Cam Robinson tweeted, "I'm told we're going to see a handful of noteworthy deals come in over the next few minutes." He said that 2 minutes ago. Dallas, Carolina, Vegas, all seemingly working. So, I mean, what would Dallas? Is Dallas making another move?
Predictions?
Dallas, you already won the deadline.
Get the
you already
predictions
won the
in.
deadline.
Get the predictions in.
Dallas gonna trade CARLO.
I think one of Marchand or Besser gets traded here at the end. I want to bet
I would
like
agree
a
with Besser
freaking
more.
arm and a limb or arm and a leg here. I mean,
I would put more money on Besser, but
I would put more money on Besser too, but I just see him as a lifetime Canuck. But
remember all the trade talks from a few years back? They had one.
I know, but he's like he wants to be there. He had all that stuff with his dad.
Bro.
I would love.
Kevin McGran is baiting a little bit, but he said Connor Dewar just left Leafs practice, but he was also a recipient of a bad high stick.
Connor Dewar, Connor Dewar he's on the team. Hasn't scored in a while. But.
Keep Marshy. I hope for Bruins fans' sake they get rid of him.
Bro, if I'm a Blackhawks fan, I am again. I'm adding to the list. Like I said, that's why I was saying
Did
it's not
Donato go? Donato hasn't even.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not a Sabres thing, bro. Chicago too, man. I should rip it to Chicago. What are you doing, man? Like, the fact that they have all these assets and they're not getting, like, I could go down the list. Donato, Murphy. I would even say, and again, I know he just signed, but, like, I would look at the market for Bertuzzi. He's a playoff guy. I know you want to build around Bertuzzi's play better around Bedard, but what I'm getting at is Chicago is actually so much further behind Buffalo, so I'll make the argument even more so. They should just look left and right for any kind of assets because I think for me, like, Bedard needs guys to play with them, but you're not going to do that this season. Create the space in the offseason to go after a big fish. It's obviously not Rantanen anymore, but anyways, we're past 3 o'clock, so we'll see if things spill out. But
Canucks are done.
Canucks are done.
Last minute trade, Friedman, John Friedman. Brad Marchand to Florida.
Yo!
Swear to God.
Yo!
That's brutal.
In division.
Brad Marchand to Florida, are you crazy?
That's brutal.
Bro! Bro!
That's why Krillevic's not going all in.
There's the drop.
You're not beating this team now.
I told you guys something was gonna drop! Oh my!
Florida is the new Vegas.
We're
Florida is the new Vegas.
Make this team any more dislikable, man. Love Marchand on Team Canada. Love him on Team Canada. On the Bruins. Leafs are screwed. Leafs are done. Leafs don't have a defenseman. And we got Tampa Bay makes 8 trades and trades all their first-round picks. Florida gets Seth Jones and Brad Marchand.
You're telling me the Leafs got to deal with Sam Bennett and Brad Marchand in round 2?
Oh my God, that's Team Canada's 4th line.
Hey, don't think past round 1.
You're gonna win the division now.
Oh my God, bro! Are you serious?
Columbus on round 1.
That's crazy. Bro, what was it? Kachuk, too. Dude, you didn't even say Kachuk.
Yeah, but...
Chuck for Haggy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
I'm saying as a rat.
I know, as a rat. I was just saying more so that I could see a realistic scenario where Bennett and Marchand are on the same line. I don't think that's the case for... I mean, I guess Kachuk could be on that line, but they've been running... I thought they were running Kachuk with Barkov, I think. Yeah, they were.
I thought so, too.
Yeah. So, well, here's the thing. On your point, Riley, this is what the Panthers... This is what the Panthers' top 6 could be if they're actually... Bro, what? Bruins fans are going to be so mad, bro. What is happening, man? Sorry, I'm going crazy.
Nemesis for the last 2 years.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Reinhart, Barkov for Haggy, Kachuk, Bennett, Marchand. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me?
They're a wagon. They are a wagon. They're running it back. I'm calling it right here. You heard it first. I mean, it's not really even a hot take. Like, they're stacked. They're so stacked.
Like, what is happening?
That team is disgusting, man. Like, dude, Bissonnette on the trade deadline Sportsnet penalty, his head hit the desk. Bissonnette's in shambles. Bissonnette's in shambles, man. That's insane. Oh, my God. Listen, this is the thing. You got to give credit where credit's due. No wonder Florida has a cup. No wonder Vegas has a cup. No wonder Tampa, Colorado all have cups in the last 5 years. No other team, other than maybe the Hurricanes and maybe the Stars, no other team is like less afraid to make big moves and trade away their futures to win right now.
That's so shameful from Cam Robinson. Sorry, I'm not trying to call him out, but that's crazy, bro. This guy goes, noteworthy deals are going to come over the next few minutes. Goes Dallas, Carolina, Vegas. And then right after Freeman tweets out Marchand, he goes, and Florida. Cam, buddy, that's crazy.
It seems like a bit of a prediction. That's... Oh my goodness.
Anyways. Yo.
These insiders have been nuts today.
Bro.
Dude, Brad's done nothing. Does Brad not look at the division and be like, okay, how do we compete with this? You can't keep throwing in the towel and saying, next year. You got to take a chance at some point. Dubas, at least, say what you want about him. At least he took a chance sometimes. Every year he at least made big moves, especially in his last year. He gave us a chance, and we won a series.
Oh, yeah, LeBron said it's going through Lee Cole. Marchand is going to Florida.
Yeah, you're not even in the playoffs, buddy.
Bro, it's pending Lee Cole, man. Marchand is going to Florida.
I hate Florida. I hate him.
Who likes that team?
Oh, my. Bro, why would Boston... Bro, this must be a haul. This must be a 2028. Like, do they have their 2028 first-round pick? It must be Mackie Samoskevich. Mackie Samoskevich has got to go there. Bro, this is crazy to me. Like, what was the deciding factor to do something like this? I don't understand, man. Bro, Boston must have got something crazy from Florida. Connor Timmins just left Leafs practice. Oh,
okay.
That's comparable to Marchand.
That's so late to leave.
I know Timmins has a good cap that we can move. If that's a thing, I'll take that. If Timmins is gone, it means we're making room for somebody else. If Timmins is gone to make room for a Ferraro or an Alexiak.
Oh my god, bro. Just make loud noises, yeah.
Okay,
bro.
So Frank Saravalli says they're in the trade call queue. If there's a queue, there's more trades coming. You know what I mean?
There
are more trades
coming. Brad Marchand going to Florida. The Panthers officially have the most annoying team in NHL history.
Oh my god.
Shout out, Nako.
This is insanity.
Bro, Marchand in Florida, bro. Like, what is happening, man? I'm sorry. Have some shame, Boston, unless you got the craziest return ever. That's nuts, man.
It's gonna be a second-round pick and like E2 Rustalainen or Luosterainen, whatever his name is.
No, man.
Watch.
No,
Florida does it all the time. Florida gets these gross players for nothing. Tarasenko for what, a fourth last year?
No, bro. If this is anything less than like a first, second, and Samoskevich, even that to me is not. Like it's gotta be.
I don't disagree. Just
Derek Lee says Sen's not done. Oh my god, bro. There's deals coming through. Canes are done for the day. That's nuts. The Canes are done.
That's bad.
That's bad, bro. That's bad.
That's where Raquel were there, man. They probably tried, but man, I don't love that.
That's really bad.
How could the Canes
done, bro?
not beat the package that Florida? I don't know what the package Florida gave, but I know that they don't have that much to give up, and I know that the Canes just got 2 first-round picks and Stankoven. You're telling me you couldn't beat whatever Florida paid for Marchand? I mean, Marchand probably got to pick where he goes, too. Did he have a full no trade? Full no move?
This is insane.
Oh, my God, bro!
Man.
Bro, Mitch.
Florida is stacked.
It's probably not even that big
of
a
a
haul.
John, what's up?
No, I'm just saying this is just a disaster territory, man. Talk about, like, the worst-case scenario. How is Marner going to be able to move around the ice with Bennett, Marchand, and Tkachuk out there? Explain that to me, bro. This guy's not going to be able to breathe.
Dude, I was saying this, right? Like, I was thinking, if we get, Scott Laughton, a big name D-man, we have a shot against Florida. Again, it's a bit of a long shot. We might push that series to 6 or 7, but I think they're still better than us. Now, we have no D-man, and Florida just got, like, our nemesis, our killer in the playoffs. Guy owns us. Not a chance for beating this team.
Bro. I was going to say,
Marchand
has a modified no-trade clause, so he had to submit a list of 8 teams. Here's the thing. As much as he might internally be like, F Florida, like, Florida can't be on the list of 8 teams, man. Think about how many markets, like, bro, I'm sorry, Riley, I hate to do this to you. I'm not trying to bring them up again, but I guarantee, like, Buffalo is up there on that list. Winnipeg's up there
100%.
on that list. Like, some of these markets are up there on the list for Marchand. Why would he say no to wanting to go to Florida? It's just the rivalry aspect, the in-division aspect, and, like, why would Boston want to help Florida win a Stanley Cup? It makes no sense to me.
I think I think this is a situation where.
Oh, yo, John, Chris Johnston, Leafs are getting Brandon Carlo. Finally, that's a move. Thank you.
Oh my god, are you kidding me?
Going up, yeah, but has
Bro.
a 700 left.
That's insane.
Man, okay, thank God. I was getting nervous. Carlo was a guy. But he didn't.
Oh! Sorry, I'm yelling over you guys. What the fuck is going on?
Thank God, we just got something out of that. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Brad just pulled that off. He was like, okay, we gotta try something. Get someone that knows how to beat Marchand. Jesus.
Oh my bro. Yo, Florida and Boston are gonna, or Florida and Toronto are gonna go to war in the playoffs, bro. Yo, Brad Tree Living, that's my GM. That's my GM. Watch Cowan go to Boston. I start losing my shit. It better
No
not be
way,
Vincent,
Cowan
bro.
from Carlo. I feel like. So you said Timmins.
Timmins is going
for
to
sure.
Boston. I would guarantee it. Timmins is going to Boston. 100%.
Timmins a second and what? What's
No,
Carlo's
man.
value?
I think it's a future first, maybe. Bro, I think it's another future, bro.
I don't wanna believe.
Yeah, but
that,
think
man.
about
I
what
don't
Tampa.
wanna-
Hey, Mitch, you got to think about this. The perspective. Tampa traded their 26 and 2027 first for that Bjorkstrand Gord contract. Think about it this: the Leafs did the exact same, but got Laughton and Carlo. Again,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
here's the thing:
Again,
is that better value? Maybe not. But Carlo and Laughton are under term, where Yanni Gord's a pending UFA. I think he might return to Tampa. That's besides the point. But what I'm getting at is Brandon Carlo was what everyone wanted. A right shot shutdown guy. You know how much he's going to benefit Morgan Riley day one? Or you
I
could put
hope
Chris
so.
Tanev.
I hope so,
You could
dude.
put Tanev back to Riley. Here's what everyone forgets, Mitch. Riley was playing so well with Tanev, but because the Leafs didn't have a shutdown pair and McCabe was struggling by himself, they had to put Tanev and McCabe as the shutdown pair. They've been brilliant. But Riley's obviously suffered from that. Now you have an option of Carlo or Tanev with Riley, and the other guy goes next to McCabe. Is this not the best top four the Leafs have had in forever? When's the last time the Leafs have had a top four like this? When? Tell me when!
If Morgan Riley can get to his level that he was at 2 years ago in the playoffs, 1,000%. I want, because you were right. He was very good with Chris Tanev. If they run that back, now they have options. And now they have a legit guy that can play on the right side. That's not a lefty. He's a righty. He's a righty. He's been in the playoffs. He's not much of a scorer.
He's also under contract for 2 more years, which is you guys get Riley and Carlo for the next, and Tanev and McCabe for the next couple years. That's your top 4 for the next couple years. Let's go, Leafs fans. Let's go, Leafs fans.
Carlo's not steep gold too. Carlo is like, what, 27, 28? Something like that. He's also like, he's 96 born player. I want to see this return because there's no way Cowan's going the other way. Not for that.
Bro, I don't know, man. Be careful, bro. I think I would not be surprised if it's Cowan or Minton in this. I hope it's, bro. If it's Minton, if it's Minton or Cowan, bro, I'm gonna be pissed. But I have more of a soft spot for Minton because I think Minton's going to be better for this team, Mitch. I've been saying this to people. What is Cowan? Here's the thing. Cowan's compete level is good, but what he showed at World Juniors is very concerning. I don't think anyone can deny that.
No, I don't disagree. It's just Cowan was not only the regular season MVP last year, he was the best player in the playoffs too. You're talking about big games. He at least showed up in the big games. No one on Team Canada showed up with the juniors. It's not all on Cowan. I don't think he was good at all, but it wasn't on him. It wasn't. Like, I agree, he wasn't good at juniors, but it wasn't entirely his fault.
Colorado's bringing back Eric
That's
Johnson.
real. Sounds like Sens are trying to close a deal with Fabian Zetterlund from San Jose.
I
That's
just
Bruce
saw
Carrier.
that, but I've been so my mind is crazy and locked up, bro. But
if we're gonna move Cowan, it's gotta be for a star. Like, or
Hey, the over smacked.
Kevin Kirsch just said something crazy. So he covers. So he
this
goes.
guy.
Johnson and Lawton quickly became very close friends. Maybe they'll meet in the Cup Finals. Eric Johnson back to Colorado.
Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh my god.
What is going on?
Good thing we stayed, eh?
Yeah, holy
This is a random
smokes.
trade.
This has been insane.
Yo.
I got to see these returns. I'm pumped for
Blackhawks are
these
taking Weber's contract from Utah, by the way. Again, it's just the rest of the contract, but they're getting some value for doing that. But
For what? Oh, just that's it?
well, yeah, they're getting Akurati and like a draft pick and another piece. But yeah, they're just taking the money, so Utah, I guess, doesn't pay it. But yeah, honestly, guys, I cannot believe this. Right, bro.
Stay at home
Yo,
guy, PK
Riley
guy.
and Mitch, bro.
Jay Fresh just posted the Braden CARLO card.
Oh my God,
Don't
man.
look at it.
So
Don't
wait,
look
just quickly.
at
Let me just say
He's
this quick.
6'6".
Let me just say this quick. That was the biggest reverse jinx for me. If someone wants to go back and clip it, I don't care. I'll soak it. Remember like half an hour ago where I said Boston and Toronto, there's no chance they're trading with each other? Remember? Bro, that's the biggest reverse jinx ever, bro. Marchand to Boston, to Florida, though. That's crazier, man. I'm sorry. Like, CARLO, here's the thing. I know Bruins fans love CARLO, but Marchand has been the identity for the Boston Bruins after all these guys have left. It's just been Brad Marchand. Like, after Bergeron, Chara, all these guys have been gone, Krejci. It's been Brad Marchand, the face of the Boston Bruins. I understand Pasternak's the star, but just Marchand just his identity is everything that the Boston Bruins stand for and go with. And the fact that they're trading him to a division rival in the Florida Panthers, to me, is kind of nuts. Like, it's actually crazy. And that could be the difference maker in terms of Florida winning the cup. Like, having Brad there. So that to
100%.
me is kind of crazy.
That's a needle mover.
We also might have Connor Dewar going to Boston as well, but that's not guaranteed, I don't think.
I wouldn't be surprised. He also left
option.
practice, but he also took a high stick, so I don't know.
I did see that. I did hear it. People are just pointing out like what could happen.
The Bruins, man. The Bruins are like they're totally transformed now. It's David Pasternak's team. It's a new era in Boston. Wow.
I'm tripped. I actually cannot believe this is happening. I don't even know what's happening. Like, I'm actually just I'm trying to like understand.
Zetterlund too.
But yeah, there's at least 4 or 5 trades in the queue right now. This is nuts.
I will give credit to Brad for making 2 good moves. Those are two guys that we needed. At least like the big needs for the Leafs heading into today, right? Third line center and a top 4 right-handed defenseman. We got it. Was it perfect? Was it the exact guy we wanted? Was I hoping for Noah Dobson? Of course I was. But am I happy with Brandon CARLO, who's got 2 more years left, and he's, 27, 28? And am I happy with Scott Laughton, who's going to be our third-line center for this year and next year at 1.5? For sure. I don't think Easton Cowan's going the other way. I still think
we'll see, man.
He's got a lot of.
I'm glad.
Not a chance, man.
Bro, I'm glad you're on here because I think we're waiting for this return. It's either going to be like celebrations or it's going to be the most mixed reaction ever. Because if they send like a legit prospect to Boston, bro, I'm going to be pissed if it's Minton, man. I will. If it's Minton and draft capital, I'll be kind of pissed because, like I said, I have a lot of belief in Minton. I think he got drafted by Toronto. He fits exactly what they need in the future behind Tavares and Matthews. And beyond that, it'll be so shit to see a prospect traded. Like, bro, I have the thoughts all the time about what the Leafs did. Rewind, once upon a time ago, trading Tuukka Rask to Boston prematurely. This could be a situation like that, I'm telling you, if they trade Cowan or Minton. I'm not saying like Tuukka Rask level, like top goalie in the league, but I'm talking about like big difference maker for sure. I think Minton's ceiling is the second line center. Cowan's ceiling, I mean, we never know with Cowan, but like that could be something. I don't know, man. I'm worried. At the same time, I'm going crazy because it's like you didn't think something like this could happen.
Cowan's a scorer, and Minton, we've seen him like even in the dub, even in the AHL this year, he's got half a point a game. He's never been much of a superstar scorer. So what does that make his ceiling? Does that make his ceiling a second line center, or does that make his ceiling just a really good third line center? But hey, if we turn Minton into a good third line center, he'll be ready, ideally, when Laughton is gone. And Cowan, again, we don't know what his ceiling or floor is going to be, but I think his ceiling is obviously far higher than Minton's. I'm not super concerned about losing Minton and him becoming a third line center on another team. I am concerned about Cowan though, because Cowan is a guy who people will love to, talk bad about. People love to dump on him for how he played at the juniors and his shootout attempt. Fair enough, but Cowan's got a much higher ceiling than Minton and one of the highest ceilings of all the prospects. His floor, I'm not sure. Could he turn out to be a bust? absolutely. But Cowan's got a ceiling, and I don't want to risk losing that. If we're gonna get rid of him, I want to get a superstar in return.
I hate saying it, but Cowan, like, whether he's traded or not, he is a Bruin-style player. He's got that grit. He's got that get under the enemy's skin. He is a Bruin, so he would fit the Bruins 100%. The Bruins are a whole new team.
They're embracing.
They got Middlestat. Who knows the returns for Marchand and CARLO?
Yeah.
I could see Marchand. I could see Don Sweeney doing him a favor and saying, "Hey, Brad, where do you want to go? We'll trade you to wherever you want to go, and we'll take a deal." I could totally see that happening. You see it all the time with older vets like this.
Bro,
I could see it.
Brad Marchand though is like he's gonna feel like home in a way that doesn't. Sorry, let me rephrase. Ignore the part of the jersey. He's gonna feel like home playing with like Bennett,
for sure,
Kachuk, all these
he fits
guys.
that mold.
And here's the thing: there's definitely a factor here to be talked about with playing with Bennett. Like, here's the thing: Marchand and Bennett may have hated each other, but then they played on Team Canada and won 4 Nations together. Like, that's a factor. When you win with someone, there's a bond there. And I think maybe that was a factor in this, is like Marchand was looking at like what the weather climate, like the team. They acquired Seth Jones. Like, I got to say, guys, as much as I'm going to be hyped for this CARLO edition, and hopefully it's not giving up Minton or Cowan, I will say, though, on the flip side,
There's no way.
Florida, like, I don't know how any team's going to get past the Panthers. I hate to be that negative Nelly.
Please.
It would be what is it?
Yoki Haru's
to Boston.
Guys, I gotta say.
This guy's going to celebrate now. This guy's going to celebrate now, bro.
Yoki Haru is gone. I don't need to hear about him. I don't need to see him on the ice. He is terrible. What is Boston doing?
Clip him.
What's Boston doing? They get rid of Marchand, CARLO, and now they're bringing in Yoki Haru and Middlestat. What is Boston doing? Did they like what they saw?
Some retool? I don't know. It's just like,
What is going on in Boston?
I know Yoki Haru is a former first-round pick, but you're not turning that guy into Brandon CARLO.
What's his name? Spritz Live, 100%. It was his goal in the 4 Nations in Boston that got him traded. Let's go. Shout out to Yoki Haru for scoring that goal.
Oh my God! So now the Leafs' path becomes even tougher because winning the division is even more important. At least Brad probably realizes that. He at least made the right additions. Did he go all in and get, did he trade 3 first-round picks to get Bjorkstrand and Gord? No. Did he go and get Seth Jones and Marchand? No, but at least he did something, and I can be happy about that. The thing is, right, winning the division is extra important because the level of the drop off, at least in the Atlantic Division, from the top 3 kind of sections of teams. I'm hearing Thomas clip.
Which one is that? That wasn't me.
But if the Leafs win the division, now we play a Columbus or an Ottawa or a New York in the first round, which I would much rather take over Tampa, potentially even the Panthers. We played the Panthers in round 1, man. Oh my God, I don't even want to hear it. But Tampa is beatable, but obviously it won't be easy. We've had their number in the past, even in the regular season, but that team does look really good as well. That team, Jake Gensel's just been unreal.
Zach, what did you want the Devils to do in this situation? They just lost their superstar a couple days before the deadline. That's
right move on the Devils. So I think.
Yeah.
I don't know why they got Dolan though. Fraser Minton's going. Potentially. Minton might be going to CARLO. Rachel Dory.
Oh my goodness.
Do you know what Rachel Dory is, John?
Yeah. She worked for the Canucks.
Yeah, she believes Minton is part of it. I'm trying to see what the I don't know. I'm trying to see what the actual return is, but
please no, bro.
And then they into Buffalo for Yoki Haru.
Where's his jersey, bro?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Are you seeing this?
You got a Fraser Minton jersey? That's
bro,
awesome.
No! He's about to get traded! No, bro.
No way. Why do you have a Minton jersey?
With the All-Star Game patch on it, too. That's probably if that's legit, that's like $200. Yeah, Fraser Minton jersey.
That's so random.
It's like I have a base in the cap.
No, please not Minton. Please not Minton, bro. Not to Boston, bro. Not to Boston.
Oh, true. Right. I didn't even think about that. Minton becomes a stud out in Boston.
No,
They already got their
please.
third line center. They already got Casey.
No,
Neistat.
please.
It did.
I will cry
think
myself
Minton
to sleep, man.
confirmed, but it's like 90% looking like it's Minton.
No. Don't
Oh, he's
tell
gonna
me
come back and haunt you
Don't
guys
tell me
forever.
that, bro. Don't tell me that.
Gonna score a game winner in the
No,
playoffs.
don't tell me that, bro.
Let me. But to be fair, John, let me speak some words of wisdom here.
Don't.
People are saying, I'm pissed too. I got high hopes for the guy. I saw him play for the Marlies a couple months ago. Me and him were playing eye tag the whole time. But Minton at his peak, I don't think he's any more than a third line center. I think he's going to be a great third line center wherever. Even on the Leafs, I don't think he's anything more than that. He's not a scorer. He's not a power play guy. He's not playing on line 1 or 2.
If it was Ben Danford, I'd feel better. I'm not even a Leafs fan, but I would still feel better for you guys.
I'm just being honest here. Like, what did we third line center in the future? Minton's gonna be great, and I hate to lose him too.
In this market, how is it not Minton and Cowan? To be honest, this market's insane.
People are pretty happy though. Like I'm very, very happy with getting Brandon Carlo, and if there's retention as well, there might be retention.
I want to.
It better not be Minton, man.
Get out of here. Minton is like, would you rather give away Minton or Cowan?
Minton for sure, dude. Cowan, like I said, Cowan has like if you were to go in Excel 25 and look up the trade value, Cowan's would be miles higher than Minton.
Okay, but we're not going off NHL 25 here.
I'm just being honest though. I'm going on off of ceiling. Cowan has a ceiling much higher than Minton's. Minton's a third line penalty kill guy. He'll be fine at that. He'll be fine. And would that be great to have? I disagree. He hasn't scored. I get he's still like he's my age. He's 20 years old. He's a wee lad still. He'll figure it out, I'm sure. But even in the dub, he was not a scorer in the dub.
You know what a curse is? This is a curse. This is a curse right here. This is a curse behind me right here. You're telling me this guy's going to Boston after I just got his jersey like a month ago?
I don't know why I got a Minton.
That's absurd to get his jersey,
Bro,
dude.
I've never felt that way about a prospect where I have to get his jersey immediately. Unless it's like Austin Matthews. But you're talking about the 38th overall pick that's played 10 NHL games and scored twice. Again, Minton's fine. I'd hate to lose him, and I would hate to see him be successful on the Bruins. Like, honestly, that's like my worst nightmare.
Okay, the Ottawa thing came out.
Oh, Ostapchuk? Okay.
Zetterlund, Robbins, and a fourth for Ostapchuk, Gregor, and Ottawa's 2025 second. So this year's second. That's not bad. Ottawa didn't lose out on much. Ostapchuk's pretty good. Second round pick. People are saying this year's draft is a bit weaker. 100% Evan. Getting CARLO till 2030 is insane. John, don't sit there that.
John, they're like no one's confirmed it, but they have. Oh man, poor guy. Someone clipped John being a crybaby right now. I'll post this on LinkedIn after. John, I'm sorry, but I'm being completely honest here. Minton, I cannot see him being a star.
Did Vegas get the bigger news? Is Vegas profit? Vegas got skunked. They got Riley Smith, and that's it. They got skunked. You know what, though? They don't have anybody really other than Shea Theodore on LTIR, so they didn't have room to really do anything this year.
John, as much as I hate
to
lose...
Connor French in the chat, by the way.
No, Connor French, no way. But I'm just saying, man, like, being completely honest, like, if we're gonna, we gotta fill our needs, and if we're losing a future third-line center at best, I don't think he's, like, his peak might be like a 45-point season.
Someone tweet at me though, bro. Like, just screenshot me with this Minton jersey. Like, this is just gonna go like viral, man. Are you kidding me? Like, this is a joke. That I just got this jersey, man, bro.
I know. That's a tough one, John.
John, you're probably one of 5 Leaf fans that have a Fraser Minton jersey. The other 4 is family members.
All right, I'll throw on a Leaf jersey if people are needing me to do so. I don't know. Where's my Leaf hats? Somewhere up here. All right. You guys run with the show. I'm going to get my Leaf hat and sweater on and just lose my shit. How about that?
What do we think in the chat? I think that's not even that bad of a deal.
I want to hear.
John's overacting a little bit.
Shout out Connor French, by the way, but let's hear the chat. What do you guys think of Minton, and what do you guys think of the deal? It hasn't been officially released yet. Sorry.
It said Yoki Haru got traded. Dreger said Yoki Haru got traded. This is not a Bulldogs pod.
The Bruins. Ooh, yeah, I don't know if I want to trust this or not, but
yeah, there's no way. That's so cap.
I don't want to. Yeah. Man.
What a crazy final minutes. That over smacked, by the way.
Man, I had it too. I was feeling good.
Best top 4 in decades, 100%.
Best goalie tandem too. Like think of the last time we had 2 goalies as good as Wall and still. I get a Joe Wall jersey, but
Wish it was Cowan instead. John, mute yourself. Trying to talk. I don't even know if he can hear us.
He's just talking to himself, man. First minute's gone.
2 shutdown D. Dude, they got 3 shutdown D.
And if you want to throw, Simon Benoit, I don't know if you count him as a shutdown D, but he technically is.
I love Benoit. Eric Johnson is a nothing burger.
He's a 7th D on Colorado. He's not doing anything on that team besides.
OEL bottom pair, 100%. I think you're paying him a bit too much for the bottom pair.
I agree, but if you had Riley with OEL. OEL's not a top pair guy. I think he's really good if you shelter him.
Trust, I think Camp. One of those guys has to go. Camp or
Domi,
Yarncroc or
they got
Domi.
Timmins. Timmins is on 1.25 or something.
Carlos 4.75 million.
Do you think they would?
You gotta get John to call him, dude. Call him.
John, mute yourself.
Okay. Leafs are scary. Yeah.
Florida is scary.
That's what he just said. Tampa and Florida are scary. Marcelo, 100%. 100%. It's a tough year. Minton in the first. Fraser Minton is part of the package, for sure. Minton's gone, John!
Also, John, you're still on.
He can't hear us. No. Who knows if they can even hear?
Oh, he's back. There you go. John, you look great, dude. I was just calling you, letting you know your mic's still on, but you're chilling.
Yo, were you guys calling me?
Your mic was on. I was just letting you know you're chilling.
I'm so confused.
Your mic was on while you were gone, but it's all good.
Okay.
Okay, going back to John, you were saying earlier, maybe it was Riley I was saying, but going back to what Julian Breezeball said earlier, I'd rather have good players now than draft picks and potential prospects that could be good in the future. We don't know what Fraser Minton is going to turn into. He could be great.
It is Minton.
He could.
Elliot Friedman said it's Minton.
Is it just? Did he say anything else or just Minton?
He just said Minton's part of the package going for Brandon Carlo. No, he didn't say that yet. Somebody might have, but Friedman hasn't, so.
James Myrtle, also take this with a grain of salt. James Myrtle also said they're giving up a first, a prospect, and there are multiple trades involved here. Complicated deals going on. So there could be more. There could be a retention, I'm guessing. That's what would make sense. If some other team is in it,
yeah,
Leafs are signing up a 3rd-round pick or whatever to retain Carlo for the next 3 years, which is crazy. Trilliving knows his guys, man. He knows the shutdown guys. If that's the thing, if that's what gets us a cup, I still think we need another puck mover. I still think we don't have a power play 2 guy, but
yeah.
There, Mike's been on the hold.
No, it wasn't on for this. It wasn't on for the stream. I'll just say what happened. No, I'll just say what happened. I had my drink spilled all over the place. That's why I was trying to figure that out.
All of that, yeah.
Yeah, someone just
go. Let's hear it out. Vent it out a bit, John. Let's hear it. I mean, you're clearly...
logically, Carlo's a massive fit for this team, and he's got term. But I'm sorry, Minton in a first to Boston. Have we not known Leafs curses in the past? This is what I'm getting at, though. This is my problem. I think.
Hear me out, though, yeah. John. Hear me out. Would you rather Trilliving did nothing today and only just got Scott Laughton? We'd be ripping the guy a new one right now. I don't disagree with, this could backfire, but you got to take risks. Every team takes risks. We got a guy that's a good fit. We got Scott Laughton, who's a good fit. We got Brandon Carlo, who's a good fit. They're not stars. We didn't get Brad Marchand, or we didn't get Seth Jones, but someone made a tweet I don't know who it was on Twitter. Some Leafs account made a tweet how we can't control what our opponents do, but we can control how we respond. And we at least got two guys who fill the two biggest needs for our team right now. And say what you want about the return. Say what you want. Always Fraser Minton too much to get rid of. Whatever. We at least did something. We still got Easton Cowan. We still got Ben Danford. We have a legit better team. The needle has moved at least that much more for us, at least in my opinion.
Look at the post. John, that's tough, dude.
I'm gonna take a picture.
To have your Minton jersey up. Oh, man. Yo, take Brad Marchand out of the best available, dude. He's gone. But, wait, Henry Jokiharju's gone, too.
This is one of
the,
one of the saddest days of my life, man.
Bruins got a first. That is not a robbery.
Yeah, I hate to see Fraser leave, but man.
That is not a robbery. I want to know what the return from Marchand is.
Way to waste your money on hockey. Poor guy, man.
Yeah, that's a tough look, man. I could have told you before you bought it, though, that was probably a bad call. Yeah, right, Barry the Biscuit. I shouldn't even have said your name for that.
Going to top for what? Henry Jokiharju.
I would love that.
No, you're the only person in the world.
Raquel stayed in Pittsburgh, eh?
What a fumble there, dude.
Bro, I actually could not believe this shit, bro. The deadline, he almost survived the deadline.
Dude, man, I feel like I know what you mean. I hate losing big prospects like this, but like going back to even like Matthew Nyes, that year where we traded for O'Reilly and McCabe, Matthew Nyes was a huge guy that people were talking about. Okay, he's getting moved. We got to move Matthew Nyes this deadline. Well, look what happened. We kept him around, and he was one of our best players in the playoffs, especially in round 2 against Florida. Fraser Minton is no Matthew Nyes. He's not even close. Not even close. He's good. But at the end of the day, that's just a second-round pick that has played a handful of games for us. He hasn't shown that he's a star. Okay, he's a really young player. He's probably got a good future ahead of him, but I can't see him turning into a star.
Caps are not getting out of the first round. I don't know if I buy that.
Well, the thing is, the top 6 in the East, or even the top 5 in the East, are really good. The wild card in the Eastern Conference is brutal. Caps are going to play Columbus, or maybe Ottawa, maybe Detroit. And those are all like decent teams that are going to be hungry, and they're going to be dialed in to try and upset a team in round 1, which is why, as a Leaf fan, I would like to play against a team that gets 91 points in the regular season, but you also got to be careful. We've got against
what you wish for.
Yeah, exactly. And you never know what could happen. But Washington will be heavy favorites. I don't see Washington losing in round 1. Maybe I'm just spitting off takes here that'll age like milk, but you never know.
All right, I'm going to rip this carpet out of here so it doesn't stain. You guys just keep chatting for a second. I'm just going to cry myself to sleep. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I really want to know what these returns are.
Yeah, they go at like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Yeah, I want to know what this return is. Florida is out in the first round. Yeah, right.
Imagine? Oh my God.
There's no. Oh, actually, Florida or Tampa or Toronto, one of them's out in the first round.
Same with Dallas, Colorado, and whatever.
There's gonna be some
Winnipeg.
Yeah, there's gonna be some teams that are upset in the first round. You, as a Leafs fan, you gotta hope that you guys get into first place. Of course, you don't want to wish to face a team because we've seen how that's gone before.
We got.
John spilled his drink.
We got a decor now. People are
Fire Fitz? Really?
What,
Dave? What would you have done? Put in the chat if you're the Devils. What did you want the Devils to do? Because there is no right answer for the Devils.
Man, I was looking at Twitter right now. People are quite happy.
Colorado. Once they could get. They have the potential. They're a cup contender. They have the potential to win a cup, but they just happen to be in a division where 3 of the top teams are, or 4 of the top teams are cup contenders. So
the NHL this year, especially in the Central and the Atlantic, is very I'm trying to think of the right word, but like there's it's very top heavy. Let's just say that. Because you look at the teams in the wild card spot, like Calgary's in a wild card spot right now, and you have like maybe the Canucks, who's been a dumpster fire this year, in a wild card spot. You got St. Louis potentially contending for a wild card spot, even like Utah. And then in the East, same thing: Columbus, Detroit, Ottawa, the Rangers, who were looked at as contenders, but then completely season fell off the rails 20 games in, and now are just kind of getting things back together with JT Miller back.
One thing, Dave said he personally would have gotten Besser or Ryan O'Reilly. Well, Besser didn't move. They're going to try and extend him, so I don't think he was going to go anywhere. And Nashville, who knows? They might want to compete next year. Ryan O'Reilly's locked up. It's one thing to say, how did we not beat this offer for Brock Nelson or something along those lines? But to say that you want somebody that never got moved, who knows if they were really ever available?
I think if you're the Devils too, I think you can look at this season and honestly, like it's a shame that to write it off considering how good the Devils were at the beginning of the year. But you're not winning a cup without Jack Hughes. Hate to say it. It's better that you guys did it.
Oh, wow.
Go all in.
Pedro! Whoa! Avatar!
Yo, Pedro with
Holy
the 3
shit,
and Avatar with the twice. I hope this helps towards a new carpet, John.
Maybe
Thank you so much, Avatar.
I can't
I'm
hear
sure,
him,
I'm
but
sure
maybe
John
they
said a
can
lot
hear
of nice things we can't hear.
Yo, sorry, guys. I'm back. But I know the stream can hear me. Yeah, bro, that was so down bad, man. I had like this sick white like hockey ice carpet, and I spilled a red drink all over it. Anyways, that's right when the Fraser.
I know what red drink down was, Mr. Starbucks.
Bro, thank you so much for the donos. Connor Timmins to Pittsburgh, though.
What?
What?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
For what? Kyle Dubas, man, getting his guys, getting his Sault Ste. Marie
guys.
Jeez, what? Devils are not built for the playoffs. Crosby to Avs, yeah, okay.
John, we do got to wrap up, though.
I was going to say, I saw your text. I'll let you guys go, but yeah, guys, I will drop their things. Or you guys have access to the chat. Do you want to just drop it in the chat?
Yeah.
Your names? Yeah, you guys have access
sure.
to the chat. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just going to add it to the description after. But yeah, guys, now go buy a Cowan jersey. Yeah, that's going to be I am so down in the dumps, man. That's crazy, bro. I didn't even get to wear it to a game.
That's the worst, man.
Bro, I literally bought this like 2 months ago. Bro, it was a great deal. I got it for like $120. It's authentic.
Oh.
Yeah,
it looks real good actually, but it's just tough. Did you send yours already?
I put mine, yeah.
Oh, I'm not getting that money back.
John, that's like a collector's piece though. Guys, remember that random prospect we had that was
with Boston, he ain't gonna be random. This is gonna haunt me forever.
Dude, people are saying on Twitter though, like he is not all that, dude. Like unless he turns into Brandon Hagel, which how funny would that be? But I cannot imagine. I wonder why Timmins is going to whatever. But like yeah, like I'm just looking at here, it was barely above a point per game in his last year in the or the Dubs, sorry. And then this year at the Marlies, he's been all right. But Connor Dewar also to the Penguins? No way.
Okay, one thing before we head out, I just want to give one more quick shout out to NextGen. NextGen_CAN on Instagram. That's NEXGEN. We're doing some big things. NHL tournaments are coming up, so join it. June 14th. Big NHL tournament in Brantford, Ontario. So there's spots open.
Well, that's cool.
Also, just want to say thanks. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
It's awesome meeting you. Thanks for having us, John. It was a lot of fun. Hope to do it again someday.
Yeah, thanks for joining, guys. Yeah, we'll definitely do something more organized. I feel bad again. I'm sorry for like the shit going sideways with the audio.
This was perfect. This was awesome.
It was great. It
turned out awesome after we got things figured out. So thank you so much, John.
Sweet. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, God. See ya.
Shouts. All right, guys, we're going to do our winners and losers. I also have to hop on Bleacher Report in like 40 minutes. So it's your guys' call if you guys want me to come back after that. Totally up to you. I just dropped my phone, too. I'm just a disaster right now, chat. Unbelievable, man. Frank! Disaster right now. How many people we got in chat right now? I'm sticking around, guys. I'm sticking around for a bit. So, oh my god, bro, I love Mintz, man. It's not about, bro. CARLO is such a good fit for this team, but it's not about that, man. I understand the value. I'm not complaining about the value. Mintz just screams Toronto passion and just. Sabres are acquiring Eric Branstrom from Rangers for Abe Kubel. Kind of random, but. Bro, I'm actually just. What is happening, man? Oh. Oh! Avatar with a 50 towards the new carpet. Avatar, you're a legend. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that is going towards the new carpet because that carpet is toast. Oh my god, bro. Thank you so much. And James with the 2, thank you so much. This is Brandon Tatum to the Jets. Avatar, you're a legend, Avatar. Appreciate it. Hey, I'm still sticking around. We got 700 people in here. Thank you so much, Avatar. I'm so depressed right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. There's got to be contracts going the other way. I keep just thinking this is it. There's going to be more to the trade. Bro, it's nuts, man. Oh my goodness. Guys, just laugh at me. You can just laugh at me. Just get F's in the chat. You guys can all laugh at me. I'll accept it. This is nuts, man. I can't believe this. At least subscribe. Subscribe if you're new. Hit that subscribe. I appreciate all the support. I don't even know if this phone's been charging the whole time, man. Probably not. Hopefully it has. But yeah, man. I, like... Ooh, Dallas is in the trade queue. We'll see what it ends up being. Oh, it did charge a bit. Oh my god. Are you, like, you guys are seeing this, yeah? This is the biggest L I've ever taken in my life. So it's a 3-way deal? Did Pittsburgh retain on CARLO for Toronto? Yo, Knight, thank you so much for the 3 says you're the best. Love ya. Hey, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate the dono. Man. So this is a 3-way deal. I didn't know that. All right, let's take off the best available here. I can't believe it, man. Oh my goodness, man. So yeah, Evander Kane's going on LTIR, so I'm surprised Edmonton didn't make another move. All right, guys. Brandon CARLO's on TSN. I want to hear what he has to say. Crazy going from Boston to Toronto.
Right now, but not sure if you probably can't see this, but we've already put your head on a blue and white sweater, which, considering the past of the Boston Bruins and the Toronto Maple Leafs and playing in the playoffs last year, is it a little weird to you that it's Toronto?
Yeah, definitely a shocker when I heard that it was Toronto. But then it's pretty.
Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. We gotta get more people subscribing to the channel. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Try to get 55,000 subscribers. We're on our way.
Facilitated by so much. So, what an opportunity for me to go in there and try and help this group win.
Well, as the panel was saying, you're pretty much exactly what the Leafs need at this point. I guess you haven't had a chance to talk to Brad Treliving or Craig Berube about exactly your role. We have a pretty good idea what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think we all know that I'm more on the defensive side of the game for sure. I want to come in there and just get the puck as fast as I can into the forward's hands. Do my side on the defensive side of the puck.
Unbelievable, bro.
Should be a lot of
This
fun.
is Easton Cowan on
It was
TSN,
such
by the
a
way.
fine line. The Bruins were very much in the hunt, and we were just saying a few minutes ago that moment last night, which must have been heartbreaking, was Zadorov's stick snapped, and instead of potentially going to overtime, potentially winning a game, being 1 point out of a playoff spot, you lose in regulation, and you wonder if maybe that's the point that your management decides we're going to make deals like Brandon Carlo to Toronto.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Definitely above my pay grade, but for our group this year in general, as I had my time in Boston this year, a lot of bad bounces at certain points, and last night was no different. But hopefully I can just continue to go forward and grow my game to be the best Maple Leaf that I can be.
9 excellent seasons in Boston. The folks in Toronto can't wait to see you on the ice there. I know it's the first time you've been traded in your NHL career, and it's a hectic day. Going to be a hectic next 24 hours or so, but really appreciate you taking a few minutes out, and I look forward to seeing you in Toronto.
Awesome, me too. Thank you for having me.
All right, that
Thanks
is
for
Brandon
subscribing.
Carlo, who is the newest member of the Toronto Maple Leafs.
my
And I know
goodness,
from Edmonton,
man.
the Oilers sending out a release that Evander Kane will not be physically ready
Oh
to play the
my,
rest of the
bro.
regular season, so he will be on LTIR the rest of the way. The Oilers goaltending situation, for more on that, Gino Reda and company.
All right, James, we were trying to talk before about who missed the boat the most, and now we know it's official. The Edmonton Oilers are not upgrading in net. This is a guy, now they've got Stuart Skinner, who took them to game 7.
Bro, I have such mixed emotions, man. I cannot believe this happened, bro.
71st in goals saved above
Poor
expected.
Mintz, man.
That's out of 94
He was
goalies
such a
that played
Toronto
this year.
boy,
Exactly.
man.
They fit the qualification. How much did the Oilers miss the boat, and how badly here?
Yeah, I think they missed the boat. They were saying we're not going to get a goalie, but in my opinion, they should have gotten a goalie because, last year Skinner didn't have a good start, but recovered in the second half, went all the way to Game 7, the Stanley Cup Finals. And the Oilers were a different team. They played a different game when Knobloch came in. This year, it hasn't generated the spin that they wanted to. So I'm thinking maybe the fragile part of the Oilers is, well, you don't trust your goaltending. You play fragile as a team because you don't trust the goaltending. So I thought there may have been an opportunity to maybe get better. It's not easy.
I'm literally in
It's a trade
depression mode,
deadline.
man.
The teams that have good goaltending, they're in a playoff spot.
Unbelievable, bro.
They're not looking to make trades. So I don't know. I feel like maybe they missed the spot, but it's trade deadline. It's not easy.
Well, that's what I think is the case for the Edmonton Oilers. They missed the time to make the goaltending move because as you get later and later into the season,
that image is
we
so
don't see
depressing, bro.
goaltending
They
trades
didn't miss the
happen
boat
at the
today. They
deadline.
missed it before.
Right. If you wanted to make a goaltending trade, that should have happened well into the season. Like the Colorado Avalanche. They addressed it when it was an issue for them. They obviously believe in Stuart Skinner, and they weren't going to try and make a lateral move for a goaltender that might have other issues. John Gibson, every couple weeks, I see that he's left the game. It's like, those are things that would worry me if I'm making a lateral move. So Stuart Skinner's your guy, and you have to stick with him because you've gone down this road with him as your goalie.
Also is going to be facing a lot of questions about why the Edmonton Oilers did not upgrade in net. Their general manager, Stan Bowman. This is what he had to say just a few moments ago when he was asked about it.
Hi, Stan. Preston Hodgkinson, Daily Hive, Edmonton. Goaltending has been a hot topic in the city this season. You obviously decided to stand pat. Just want to know your philosophy on that position deadline.
So depressing, man.
It's definitely a hot topic. I see that's something everyone likes to talk about, and I understand that. I think goaltending, right or wrong, gets the most attention in a game, and I think with our two goalies.
Okay, I want to watch this reaction.
Hasn't been their best, and that's
apparently Bizanet had a hilarious reaction.
I try to look at things over like the bigger sample, and I think
Let's watch this.
Last minute possibility. We're hearing that Brad Marchand could become a Florida Panther.
Holy! I said get out of the East, Brad! I said get out of the East!
So he and Sam Bennett rectified their differences at Four Nations, and now potentially they can be teammates.
I don't know. I don't know how this is going to look. He's out for a little bit of time, but I'm starting to get people telling me that they're hearing that Brad Marchand could be traded to Florida.
Wow. Okay. We have the Woj bombs. That's a Freed firecracker plus.
Last minute possibility.
Oh my
We're hearing that Brad.
Oh. Yo, James, thank you for the two. Says Bruins and Leafs have not made a trade in 14 years. That's nuts. And they trade Fraser Minton. Was that like the Tuukka Rask trade, the last one they made? That's what I'm saying, bro. This is going to be a jinx, man. I cannot believe this, man. Unbelievable. Did I miss another dono? No, I got it. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. Oh, the Caberlet trade was last, and I should have known that. It was Joe Colborne and a first-round pick for Caberlet. I remember that. Big shout out to Leo for that poll. Thank you. Oh, Daniel Sprong in New Jersey. Ah! Bro, where did I... Oh my god, man. Bro, what are the odds, bro? I could have bought a freaking Ben Danford jersey. Like... Oh my god. Bro, Mintz was such a Leaf, man. He had the passion. Yo, can we get 1,000 likes? If there's one thing that I would like to see, guys, every year for NHL trade deadline stream, we get 1,000 likes. Can we get 1,000 likes? I know there's 200 people in here that haven't dropped a like. Let's get 1,000 likes. Everyone hit that thumbs up. If everyone works together, we can get 1,000 likes together. Yo, that looks weird. Brock Nelson in Avalanche colors. We don't know Marchand's return yet. Oh my goodness. Guys, I don't even know what to say anymore, man. You hit the like button? Hey, we're 5 likes away from 900. Let's get to 1,000. We're right there. We just jumped like 100 likes. Oh, Berube 100%. Laughton and CARLO, though, are some good gets, man. But my God, I cannot believe it. Bro, this is actually crazy, man. I can't believe it, man. The Panthers play in Boston on Tuesday night. Thank you, Kobe, for saying that. From Johnny Laz. They got a conditional first for Marchand. That's it. Are you kidding me? Bro, I'm going to freaking lose my mind. Well, Trey Living loves his big defenseman. So there you go, the official trade. Have the Leafs tweeted anything out yet? Yeah, they tweeted out the Laughton one just now. Crazy, man. Man, I could not believe this happened, bro. How many trades? 21? Oh, we were close. We got close. Josh, big shout out. I'm going to read a bunch of comments right now, guys. We are 100 likes away from 1,000. I would love for us to get there. Wow. Garvin says Brad made some good moves today. I don't like the Minton part to Toronto, to Boston. I really do not like that. I really do not like that at all. But I guess that's what it took to get CARLO. This is crazy, man. Crazy, man. I don't even know what to say. I'm in shock. I am literally in shock. All right, you guys ready to do like a winners and losers in a bit? So I'll probably hop on Bleacher Report, but I'll keep the stream going so you guys can listen to me and we'll record kind of a winners losers. But my goodness. Laughton's a Leaf. Official. Chris, what happened? I don't know, man. I'm tripping out. What's the most surprising trade made today? Kyle, 100% Marchand to Florida. That's actually stupidity, man. Bro, I don't even know what to say anymore, man. Bro. Yeah, in that picture he actually does look like Hyman a bit. Yo, Mike Grinnell, bro. He's going to lose his mind. I'm sorry. How did... It's actually so stupid, bro. Did Puckpedia update yet? Puckpedia. Let's go to Puckpedia. But we don't even know the official trade yet, do we? I mean, it sounds like Pittsburgh gave up a late pick. No, so they haven't adjusted it yet. But CARLO's going to be in there now. It's actually crazy. So it's going to be... What is it going to be? It's going to be Riley and CARLO. Probably. Or Riley and Tanev. Probably Riley, Tanev. I want Tanev to boost. And then McCabe, CARLO, OEL, Myers. Crazy, man. Yeah, bro. Grav makes a good point. How the heck did Pittsburgh get a second-round pick for Viveiros, and all that Boston got for Marchand was a conditional second that could, I guess, turn into a first? Oh my goodness, man. All right, guys, get your early winners and losers. I'll at 4:30 once we get the rest of the trades in, because I think there's gonna be a couple more that's kind of come in here at the end. Give me your winners and losers for what you see right now. Yeah, Timmins and Dewar combined is about 2.4 million, I believe. 2.35 and around there. Crazy, man. What an L I took today, bro. What an L. Dash says Wings lost. Zito Fleece. Yeah, I think you have to put Stars, Avs, and Cats as winners. Guys, what do you think with the Leafs? With the Leafs additions and what you know about the trades so far? Are the Leafs winners or losers? Or neither? Winners? Are the Sens winners or losers? I think they're winners, to be honest. I like what the Sens did in terms of that trade. I like the Cousins ad. I think he's going to be a lot better than what he's shown this year in Buffalo. Losers? Probably Devils. I don't think they did enough. Hurricanes, probably. Even though they got a good return, I feel like they're not better for their playoff run. Canucks are probably losers in my eyes. They didn't do nearly enough. I think the Penguins are kind of winners for what they did. They got good value for their guys. Again, they're losers for the situation they're in. I think Sabres are losers, man. I'm sorry. I know Riley's going to lose his mind on me, but I just think they're losers, man. Like I said. They're a team that's bottom of the basement, and they didn't do much outside of that. I mean, that's a big deal. Like Norris and Cousins, that's a massive deal. But here's the thing: all it takes is Norris just to like have like a career-ending injury. Like he's had bad injuries, man. All it takes is for something like that, and like Red Wings. Yeah, Red Wings didn't do much, but I feel like they weren't going to do much. Avalanche are losers? How could you say the Avalanche are losers? They made some big additions. The Avalanche are winners in my eyes. Mike Grinnell is pissed. I will say, in terms of what the Leafs added, man, I am happy. I'm just like, I'm such a Fraser Minten guy, man. The fact that he's going to the Bruins is such a gut punch. Like, here's the thing. If Fraser Minten got traded, I don't know, to like San Jose, I don't know. CARLO is like the perfect fit for what this team was needing. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Yeah, that's hilarious, actually. All right, guys. So I have winners. Maybe Avs, Stars, Panthers, Lightning, Leafs, Sens, Penguins. I'm gonna go through my analysis of them. Losers: Devils, Hurricanes, Canucks, Sabres, Red Wings. Am I missing anyone? What's up, Jess Incredible? Yeah, Mark, I don't know. I'm a little higher on Minten. Maybe I'm biased, but I think he could be a really good second-line center one day. Yeah, the Golden Knights didn't really do much, I guess, eh? But apparently they have a trade in the queue, I thought. Charlie Cole's old and not good. Well, I don't know if I'm on that lens. I don't think that trade was great, but the Avalanche got better depth-wise for a playoff type roster. Like Coyle's a better playoff player than Middlestat. I don't know how anyone could deny that. I think that's a great deal for Boston. Don't get me wrong, but I think for what the Avs are trying to accomplish. Utah losers? I wouldn't say like Utah. I didn't expect them to make a lot of moves. The Bukestad one's weird though. I thought they were for sure going to trade Bukestad. What's up, Caden? We got 550 still in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Brock Nelson's a stud, and the Avs got Brock Nelson again. They paid a lot. I'll say this: like for me, the Avs are in terms of value gave up a lot. So like. As much as I'm claiming they're winners, it's just because like I like the boldness of it. But they gave up a lot, man. It's crazy, man. I literally cannot believe Marchand actually got traded to Florida. I actually cannot believe that one. That one I'm more shocked by. I don't know how more people are not like really shocked by that. It's actually crazy, man. So we're setting up for this Bleacher Report stream. Again, I'll keep the stream live so you guys can listen in, but go join the Bleacher Report app as I'm doing it. Get in that chat. Show Bleacher Report how great the Hot Take Hockey community is. Crazy, man. All right, so we're just waiting for the rest of the deals to come in, guys, and then we're going to do our winners and losers. We'll probably do our winners and losers in about 15 minutes. So, guys, stick around. It's crazy, man. Marchand to Florida is nuts, man. I actually still can't believe it. I still can't, like, Marchand to Florida. Like, I keep saying that out loud, and every time I say it more and more, I'm like, how did this happen? Like, seriously, how did it happen? It's crazy, man. It's actually crazy. All right. We're going to get through our analysis soon here. But the reality of the situation is this was one of the craziest deadlines in my memory. Like, just from shock factor to big moves. Pretty crazy. Like, I don't know how people can say there was many other trade deadlines that were this crazy. It's actually nuts. All right, let's pull up chat. Guys, what was out? Let me ask this, because I think this is like a good way to go about it. I think the Marchand one's the biggest shock factor. If someone says something different, I'm kind of shocked by that if you say it's different. After the Marchand to Florida, and maybe don't say Toronto and CARLO either. Don't say the Boston-Toronto or Florida-Toronto trade. Say something else. What was your biggest shock factor trade that popped up today that you were just like completely shocked? Let's read chat here. Let's see. Brandon said Cousins. Seeing Rantanen, Josh Norris to Buffalo. Yeah. Sens fleecing San Jose. Was it the Zetterlund deal? Yeah, I feel like that went a little bit under the radar, but that was a massive move for sure. All right, give me a second, guys. Let me just wait like 20 seconds or 10 seconds. I'm just gonna refresh the stream. It'll freeze for a second, but then once you guys refresh, I'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Yo. Are we back? Let me know if we're back. So a small trade from the Islanders and Devils. This looks crazy, man. Wanted that ad money? No, Robert. No. I'm setting up my Bleacher Report live stream, so I just needed to like exit out just to get the video and audio source in. But yeah, as I'm doing it, I will definitely have you guys listen in. But make sure you guys go check out Bleacher Report. Oh my goodness. Are you seeing this, guys? Holy. That's a bad bout. Yeah, you got the app, Andrew? Great. Yeah, I hope I see you in that stream. Make sure you guys go support. I mean, Bleacher Report supports me in a big way, so I really hope if you guys do that. Lag? There's no lag, is there? Tell them to refresh in the chat, guys, if they're saying lag. Right. Crazy, man. Everyone's happy with Trey Living now. Everyone's happy with Trey. Unreal. We got 400 legends in the chat. What's up, Warrior? You joined Bleacher Report app? Yeah, I appreciate that, Avi. Craig Berube on CARLO. He's top 4, shutdown guy, penalty killer. Yeah, that's the other huge aspect for the Leafs. Like, now they have, like, 4 really, like, just stud-worthy penalty killers. So that's good. Jumbo says, are you going on CP24 anytime soon again? I think they tried calling me earlier, but obviously I've been on the streams. So I'll give them a shout back. I'll see if they maybe they reached out on email or something. Ah, yeah, I missed it. I'm seeing the email now. Let's see. Yeah, Eiserman says the plan is to keep 3 goalies, Talbot, Lyon, and Mrazek, leaving Costa and Campbell in Grand Rapids. So they're letting Costa get development going. I actually can't believe this happened, man. Like, the fact that Boston just went nuts with this is nuts. I can't believe Marchand was just traded like that. Like, wow. Like, Don Sweeney just has no loyalty, I guess. Where's the commentary? Sorry, Ram. I was just like, I was zeroing in on what was happening. But, yeah. I can't. I personally can't believe it. I'll read some comments, guys. Get some comments going in the chat. I'm going to read a lot of comments here. So get it going. Hey, McDiesel, you're always welcome here. We got 450 in the chat. Guys, we are 70 likes away from 1,000. I know we can get there. These streams have been notorious always for getting 1,000 likes. I think we can do it. Or now we're 60 away. Oh, wow. J-Dub says, if Stars, Avs, or Tampa wins the cup, I will go ballistic. Ram, is the trade deadline today? Yeah, it's past 3 p.m. Yeah, the Panthers are the favorites to win the cup, I'd say. This man on SBP, the man. Michael Sachs, appreciate the 2. Big shout out to Michael Sachs. Let's get Michael Sachs hype in the chat. Let's go. Appreciate you, Michael. Crazy, man. Cousin says, Boston fans kill me. Try being a Flyers fan. I'm 47. I haven't seen a Stanley Cup win in my lifetime. I want to climb. Jeez. Ram, good chat. Appreciate you. How many likes away are we? Yo, we're 35 likes away from 1,000. So just to kind of go off this tweet from Josh. Florida, Tampa, Colorado, Dallas are arguably the 4 best teams in the league after deadline. Florida, Tampa, and Colorado, Dallas might be first-round matchups. Great series, sure, but further proof that we need 1-8 bracket. Those teams shouldn't meet in the first round. Bro. It's crazy, man. If you've noticed, neither Dallas nor Carolina have officially announced the Rantanen deal. Not expecting a hiccup, but it hasn't been processed yet by NHL. Still in the queue. Crazy. All down to the business. Okay, so Palmieri wanted to return and remain with the Isles. So they should probably get an extension done. Kyle says, what are your thoughts on Wallman being traded to Edmonton? Is that the missing piece? Kyle, I don't know. I still think they should have tried to go for a goalie. Like, no John Gibson. Like, another deadline Gibson survives. I can't believe Minton got traded to Boston, bro. It's so bittersweet, man. Carlo's such a good ad, but it's just, like, it's so bittersweet. Like, I don't even know what to say. I do want the Leafs to make the CARLO trade official so I can actually like look at Puckpedia and then go through the cap picture, but I don't think they've made it official yet. No. Crazy, man. Yeah, Andrew, go check out the Sports Spirit if they're live tonight. I'm not sure if they're live tonight, but yeah. Brock Nelson's a great ad. Yeah, Plain, it's weird if they just got a conditional second for Marchand. I still can't believe the Marchand thing, man. I still can't believe it. Like, it's one thing to trade your captain and all this. Like, I'm just so, like, confused, if anything. I think that's the best way to go about it. Also, guys, we're 30 likes away from 100 or 1,000. Sorry. I'm a little confused. It's your captain. It's like your identity. It's everything. And you trade him only for that. But not only do you only trade him for that, you trade him to a division rival in the Florida Panthers to basically push them over the top as the cup favorite in the East. Like, I don't know. Here's the thing. I love Washington, what they're doing this year. I think they're the best story outside of Columbus in the East. Florida's the team right now. Florida's 100% the team. Like, Florida, Tampa, and Toronto all got significantly better, but, like, Florida's the team. But thank you, Andrew, for being here. Crazy, man. It's actually nuts. I gotta update that that thumbnail, because people are just gonna get a good laugh at me for the Minton thing for a long time. People can just get a good laugh, and honestly, I'm down in the dumps about it too. Like, what are the odds of all teams Minton could get traded to? It's this. Oh my goodness, bro. What do we think, chat? What do we think? It's crazy, man. Oh, craziness. All right, I'm just making the thumbnail for that video because people can get a good laugh at me. And then I'll answer some comments, and I'm going to go live here on BR in a second. All right. What's chat saying? Can more trades happen? They had to be submitted prior to 3 o'clock. So if they were submitted into the league, then 100%. The trade can still be made official. But if it's not the case, then no, they can't go through. All right, let's go live on BR here. So make sure you guys join on Bleacher Report. I'm going live right now. Let's go. But if it's not the case, then no, they can't go through. All right, let's go live. Wow. What a trade deadline this was, guys. So I'm going to go over the recap, the reaction to some of the trades that went down. Winners and losers. We definitely got to go through winners and losers and have that conversation. And I do think that when you're talking about winners and losers, there's some winners that, like, you feel like you made a great move for a playoff run, to be a cup contender, all of that great stuff. But I feel like at the same time, there's also the winners that just got great value. Like, I look at the perspective for me with Pittsburgh and Kyle Dubas. There was some great value. The fact that they got a second-round pick for Viveiros. Or Colorado, on the flip side. Maybe not the best value in terms of the deals they made, but they definitely are one of the most improved teams in terms of depth, like getting Coyle and getting Brock Nelson. So I think that's massive for the Avs in terms of value and in terms of being a much better team. So let's go through it. I got my notes here, and I kind of want to go through each trade. So Winners and losers. Winner. Let's talk about it. I think when we're talking about winners and losers, winner has to be the Florida Panthers at the top. I'm just not even going to bury the lead. The fact that they pulled Brad Marchand for such a little package, essentially, like Brad Marchand, captain, identity of the Boston Bruins, they pull him from a division rival. And now the Florida Panthers have the biggest boost, instantly Eastern Conference, I would say Stanley Cup favorites to go back-to-back. They have Marchand, they have Tkachuk, they have Bennett. They have the biggest rats, the biggest disturbers in the league. And I think when you look at that, like, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. And then you check the schedule. Florida plays Boston on Tuesday. What a trade for the Florida Panthers. So they're massive winners. They also got the Seth Jones trade in. Of course, that was Spencer Knight and a first. But the fact that they brought in Seth Jones, they brought in Nico Sturm, and then on trade deadline day, they bring in Brad Marchand. They have to be the ultimate winners. Losers, I'll keep flipping back and forth. Losers have to be a team like the New Jersey Devils because for a couple reasons. One, completely out of their control. The fact that they lost Jack Hughes to injury. They didn't really do much. I thought maybe, like, Patrick Alvin's quote out there for the Canucks was, if I told you what was offered for Brock Besser, I think I would have had to run out of here because you would not believe me. Clearly, they did not get what they thought they were going to get for Besser in terms of offers. But the Devils should have been that team, in my opinion. They should have been aggressive to try to get a Pettersson or Besser out of Vancouver or try to get another guy. Like, I also look at how little value Middlestat had. Like, go look at what... The fact that Boston got Middlestat and a second for Coyle, and Coyle's not having the best year. Like, I look at some of these scenarios for New Jersey. I feel like New Jersey should have been doing their due diligence a little better. Like, Middlestat, his ceiling, I think, is still there for me. So, New Jersey had options. They could have tried to pull Middlestat from Colorado earlier on before that deal materialized. Then, if you look at it in Colorado's perspective, they still could have went after Coyle. They probably would have had to, like, trade another second-round pick on top of that. But that was the scenario for me. So, I think the Devils just didn't do enough. That's my take, and I have talked to a lot of Devils fans or even interacted on socials here, and I don't think that Devils fans are overly happy. Winner. I just kind of spoke about them. Colorado, again, do I think that what they gave up was fair? No, I think they gave up way too much for their additions. Like, I look at this trade, like Charlie Coyle and a 2026 pick from the Boston Bruins in exchange for Middlestat, Zellers, and a second. It's like they're almost like hiding the pick value, but to me, it's kind of crazy. It's a lot. I think Coyle is definitely the better fit. I will say that for free. I think Coyle's the better fit, but value. I'm talking about asset management and value. I do think that Callum Ritchie, a first and a third for Brock Nelson, a pending UFA, is nuts. And there was rumors that the Islanders offered him $7 million per year on a 3-year deal. It sounds like Brock Nelson wants more term and potentially a higher AAV. If that's with Colorado, that's a tough one to absorb. Like, I don't think Colorado wants to re-sign Brock Nelson at over $7 million per. That's tough. They let Kadri go, and Kadri was going to sign for that amount. I think you could make an argument that Kadri's been better than Brock Nelson recently. Like, I think there's an argument to be had. So, again, could Colorado have made that work back then? Maybe not. Now, I mean, their center depth is great. Don't get me wrong. The fact that they have McKinnon, Brock Nelson, and Coyle, that's great. At the same time, again, I feel like I'm talking myself out of Colorado being a winner. They are a winner. Let's not get it twisted. They're a winner because they are one of the biggest Stanley Cup contenders right now. They also got Ryan Lindgren for a bottom pair. Like, I think Lindgren's going to turn it around a little bit. Like, I think he's going to be better than what he's been with the Rangers. So, I'm trying to be positive. Losers also, and again, I'm prefacing this in terms of the Mikko Rantanen trade. They honestly got a great return on the surface in terms of, okay, so they lost Natchez, they lost Jack Drury, they lost a second-round pick. I do think that what they got in return for that, technically, like, ignore the Mikko Rantanen part, the fact that they got Logan Stankoven, 2 firsts, and Taylor Hall out of that, I think is great value for Carolina. But they're losers in the fact that they are a playoff team. And I don't think where they are right now in terms of their current roster that they can do much in the playoffs, especially against these teams I just talked about. So that's kind of where my head's at. I do think that, again, when I look at the value versus them as a playoff team, 100% I think that the value they got is great. But I am definitely on the lens that I think when you're a playoff team, you have to sacrifice some of that value. So if they didn't think they could flip those picks for a Brock Besser or for a Rickard Rakell, they definitely should have gotten more of like guys ready now for the Rantanen deal. I do understand that probably when you look at it, Stankoven I think is going to be a top line player. And I do think that 2 firsts is really valuable for them to flip at the draft, for example. But again, Carolina is a playoff team now. And I think for that reason, they are probably losers for me. Winners, the Dallas Stars. So I went from Carolina to Dallas. I think the fact that Dallas made the trades they did, like, we'll pull it up here. I don't think the Stars have made it official yet as I'm recording this, but regardless, they extended Wyatt Johnson. I think that's part of the win today. And they acquired Mikko Rantanen and signed him to a long-term extension. And I think that long-term extension is such a win. The fact that the tax situation probably benefited Dallas here is another big part of it. But this ended up being the contract. Mikko Rantanen, 8 years, $12 million per year. With the cap going up, that's such a massive, massive, massive win for the Dallas Stars. So they got to be winners here. And that's honestly my top 3 winners. I would say the argument here is Colorado, and I'll jump back to another winner and then go to a couple losers. Tampa Bay is also a winner. I think when you go into what Tampa Bay did, like, so we're going through all the trades here. I mean, it was crazy. Like, you could just go to, like, Elliot Friedman as an NHL insider. Colorado, like I said, they got Brock Nelson and they got Coyle, but you look at what Tampa Bay got a few days ago, and the fact that they got Yanni Gourde and Bjorkstrand is massive. So if you want to have a good time, just go to Elliot Friedman, NHL Insider's X page, and you'll just have a good laugh because it's been chaotic, and there's been some massive, massive deals. But this was the Tampa Bay trade to revisit it. Bjorkstrand and Gourde, they gave up a lot. Isamont, a first in 26 and 27. So 2 first-round picks. There is top 10 protection in there, but a second also for the extra retention. That's a lot. That is a lot. But again, Yanni Gourde onto that third line. The fact that they have Bjorkstrand now who can play with like Cirelli and Hagel or on that third line as well. Tampa got a lot deeper. And I think regardless of the picks, the fact that Bjorkstrand also has term going into next year, they got a lot better for sure. I don't think anyone can debate that. And then I'm repping the Leafs. I want to get to them as a winner in a second. Losers, I still think I got the blue and green for the Canucks back there. The Canucks, to me, are losers, man. I think they should have, if they don't re-sign Brock Besser, this is the biggest miss I've ever seen. Like, this is how I look at it, right? The Canucks trading JT Miller was a step back. Even though they got Hedel, they had a tough situation on their hands, but Pettersson's been brutal. They are currently right there in the playoff race, and they could make the playoffs. But if they miss the playoffs and lose Besser for nothing in free agency, how much of a miss does that look? So that's my problem right now with the Canucks is, again, I've already seen Canucks fans frustrated. So that's the conversation around Vancouver right now. I think when you look at what other teams did, I think Vancouver clearly, like I said, this is the quote from Patrick Allvin. He thinks people wouldn't believe him if he talked about it. I mean, I wish he would kind of give some incentive or some conversation, but the fact that he's so public about it makes it known that they were looking at trade offers for Brock Besser. How do you think that makes Brock Besser feel? Like, that's my issue here. How do you think that makes Brock Besser feel? And that's kind of where I'm at with the losers aspect, is there's that public aspect of Besser being in those trade conversations. He doesn't end up getting traded. If he walks in free agency for nothing, this is a massive, massive L for the Vancouver Canucks. Going back to winners, I'm repping the Toronto Maple Leafs. They got to be winners. Again, you look at what they did with Scott Laughton. And we'll revisit that trade here for a second. We keep talking about it, but this is the deal. Scott Laughton, 50% retained. The Leafs also get a 4th and 6th round pick. They trade Nikita Gorbenkin and a conditional 1st round pick in 27. That's top 10 protected. Scott Laughton, 50% retained. That means there's only $1.5 million against the cap for Toronto. That's massive. So huge. So I love this deal for Toronto. I think this really pushes the needle in terms of playoff style hockey in their bottom 6. Laughton can be physical. He can drop the mitts. He can also score playoff style goals. He scores those greasy goals that, I mean, the Leafs don't have enough players like that on the roster right now that can score the Scott Laughton type of goals. So Laughton's very versatile. He can play up in the lineup in the top 6 on the wing, or he can be your third line center. I think that's massive. The only negative aspect for Toronto here, and I'm going to talk about the CARLO trade here in a second, and I can't believe I have a Fraser Minton jersey behind me for the CARLO trade, but the Leafs didn't acquire a right shot center. They do not have a right shot center. Of course, Nylander can take faceoffs here and there, but they don't really have a right shot center, and that sucks. So their center depth right now, coming out of the deadline, is Matthews, Tavares, Laughton, Domi maybe, Kampf maybe, right? So it looked like they were interested in Luke Kunin. I'm kind of surprised again. Like, I feel like San Jose would have just taken Yarncrow's contract. They could have paid up a 3rd round pick to get Luke Kunin. Say see you later to Yarncrow. I would have much rather had Kunin on the Leafs roster than Yarncrow. Like, I'm surprised the Leafs kept Yarncrow. I thought they were just showcasing him for a couple of games because they wanted to trade him. The CARLO part for me is really interesting because that's the perfect fit for the Leafs. Bruins fans are really frustrated. I think the Bruins probably fit in like the slight losers for me because, again, I love the value they got getting the middle stat and 2nd round pick for Coyle. But trading CARLO and Marchand is a tough pill to swallow. I like the value they got for CARLO. Like, getting Minton in a 1st round pick, if that's the case, is big value. But the Marchand one just like squashes all of that. Like, the Bruins could have been winners. But I think that Marchand trade kind of overshadows that a little bit. And Charlie McAvoy, Instagram photos, just the memories with Trent Frederick, Charlie Coyle, Brandon Carlo, Brad Marchand. It's definitely an end of an era for Boston, right? Like, we saw the end of the era kind of moving past, like, Bergeron, Chara, but now truly saying bye to Marchand, like, huge factor. And Carlo's also been, like, a staple on that team as well. So I do think it's a bit of a tough pill to swallow for a lot of Bruins fans, seeing those guys gone. So we'll see what kind of comes from, like, Don Sweeney over the next few days. I'm curious. I'm definitely curious. Going back to winners, I think the Sens are massive winners. I really think. Let's go to Bruce Garrioch's page here. And when I just look at Bruce's conversation, there's some cool trades the Sens made. This is probably my favorite in terms of an underrated trade. Getting Fabian Zetterlund, and they didn't give up much. They really didn't. Like, they got a 4th, gave up a 2nd. I think Zetterlund's going to be really good in that middle 6. David Perron just hasn't had that production this year, so getting Zetterlund in there and getting Dylan Cousins in there, I think that was the other deal that I was just so high on. Because, again, Sabres fans are going to say what they want. But at the end of the day, the structure of that deal, I look at it this way. Dylan Cousins is at rock bottom in terms of value. Josh Norris' rock bottom value probably came back in the offseason after so many injuries and not knowing what he was going to be. Josh Norris has played games again and looked decent. Where Dylan Cousins, again, my friend Riley, Sabres fan, said it best. It looks like he forgot how to play hockey. His confidence was just down in the dumps, and he was one of the guys probably most affected by the Sabres just losing locker room. And when I look at this trade, I just think the Sens have much higher ceiling for this deal. They get a 2nd round pick on top of getting Dylan Cousins, who was a highly sought after prospect, high drafted player, and I just think it's such a perfect fit for the Sens. I think going forward, like, this is also helps them right now in terms of Dylan Cousins playing with a bit of edge. He might not score as much as Josh Norris. Like, Norris is definitely more of a scorer. and maybe that's what Buffalo is wanting here. So again, if Josh Norris can stay healthy, this is where I'm going into the Sabres losers category. So this is like a perfect transition to talk about the Ottawa Senators as winners, the Sabres as losers. I just don't like this trade. I know Sabres fans like it. Jacob Bernard-Dockers, nothing special, so maybe he changes it with Buffalo. But Josh Norris has to stay healthy. That's a big if. If anyone's followed Josh Norris's career, that is a massive if. Dylan Cousins, I love the bet for the Sens, and they get a second-round pick on top of that. Like, are you kidding me? And then, as I said, that's why the Zetterlund trade is great, because they basically flip the same value. A second-round pick, they also get a fourth-round pick back, and they get Fabian Zetterlund. So the fact that they get Cousins and Zetterlund from that package, massive. I will say, shout out to the Sabres for getting rid of Yoki Haru, because he's had his struggles. But, yeah. I will say also, I like the deals that the Flyers made and didn't make. I don't know if I necessarily make them winners. I'm going to make the other Pennsylvania team a winner, though. I think the Pittsburgh Penguins did some great stuff in terms of value. I think they're probably in one of the worst situations in the NHL in terms of having Sid, having Malkin, and not being able to compete. But how I look at it is this. You got a second-round pick for Beauvillier. I think that's nuts. You got a second and fourth for Luke Schenn after you literally got him for Michael Bunting. You also got Tommy Novak in the fold, who's going to be a good third liner for you next year. So you got Novak, basically a second and fourth for Bunting, and you also got a second-round pick for Beauvillier. That's great business from Dubas, getting a second, and a fourth for Schenn and Beauvillier. Crazy. In my eyes, that's a big win for Pittsburgh's value. Are they winners in terms of where they sit in the standings, or winners in terms of how they sit as a franchise? Maybe not. But when you win 3 Stanley Cups, you struggle out of a core. They've got to be creative. So I think Dubas could have maybe been more aggressive on the Ricard-Raquel front, but apparently Raquel and Besser just weren't getting those offers. And that's what I kind of said. I was like, the market should say, like, these guys get a first, maybe even 2. But I think people weren't just going to follow suit just because Tampa did something like that, you know? Another loser I have, I mean, a couple losers. Like, I just didn't think the Red Wings did enough in terms of, like, their spot in the standings. I get it. They don't really want to take risks or trade first-round picks when their first could be, like, top 15. I don't know. Joe Veleno's values just dropped over in recent memory, so I understand why they're getting Mrazek, because they want to keep Costa developing in Grand Rapids. But I don't think they did anything, and they still have brutal contracts like Hall, Petrie, Sherrod. So, like I said, they didn't really get better. And then beyond that, the Golden Knights, I'm kind of surprised. They're kind of losers for me in the way that I don't think, like, I'm going to say, oh, they're losers, like, based on their current roster. I think the Golden Knights are Stanley Cup contender, I would say, in a top 6 or top 7 list, or in that mix. But where I am with the Golden Knights is I was expecting something from them. They were the big splash towards the end of last year's deadline, acquiring Hurdle. And here's the thing, maybe a trade still comes through and I look like a doorknob because there are some trades still squeaking through here as of, I mean, we're close to 5 p.m. Eastern time. The deadline was at 3, so almost 2 hours ago. But we got like details of a trade as recently as like 20 minutes ago. So we will see. But I will say the Golden Knights just didn't do anything big. And I thought they were going to maybe go after like a Besser or Raquel or like I said, a Marchand. Marchand ends up going to Florida. So that's where I'm at. I think that's a fair winners and losers. There's other teams that I could give some like respects to. Like, I think Edmonton, what they did was fine, but trading a first-round pick plus for Wallman to me is a lot. I also think the context, San Jose are massive winners in terms of what they just wanted to accomplish overall. So I want to include San Jose as winners. I was just thinking about what they did today. They didn't really do anything special today, but the Wallman trade, I guess, officially broke this morning, even though it broke last night. So it was confirmed this morning. So that's massive. I mean, I said for free because they acquired Jake Wallman along with a second-round pick from Detroit. Basically, Wallman was being treated as a cap dump. And then they trade Wallman to Edmonton and get a first-round pick. So they get a first-round pick and a second-round pick for free. So Mike Greer and San Jose, I don't know why I forgot about them. They are 100% a winner. So that's clear. Beyond that, I'm not too sure past that. Like, I'm very concerned for Montreal in terms of what they just, like, they could have got a first-round pick for David Savard. They could have got a lot more. So we'll see. But again, I understand the perspective that, like, you want to put confidence in your room, in your roster. Montreal's been great. So I get that. Let's see. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it in terms of winners, losers. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone else. But yeah, and also just kind of predict the rest of so I want to spend the last few minutes here on the stream just talking about the future moves. So moves that didn't happen. The fact that John Gibson survived another deadline to me is nuts. I think that part of it is crazy to me. I think Anaheim is not getting any better right now. I think John Gibson deserves to be on a winner. So that's kind of shocking. Also, I'm seeing this. This is crazy. This is the first time since 2002. BR Open Ice. We got to pull this on the screen here. This is the first time since 2002 the Bruins roster will not feature one of Bergeron, Chara, or Marchand. Identity gone. That's crazy. But yeah, like next moves. Gibson, I'm sure will be in there in the offseason. Erik Karlsson, he didn't get dealt. I think the cap hit was a huge barrier. And then again, I said Pittsburgh was a winner in terms of value, but it's probably frustrating for some Penguins fans not seeing some of these guys dealt because like maybe they could get value. I don't know what the offers were for Raquel. Also, Carlson's cap. I think a lot of teams weren't going to make a deal unless the Penguins retained, which just probably wasn't going to happen. Also, I'm also kind of curious about like where Crosby's opinion is. Like he wants to stay with Pittsburgh. So is he holding up some of these deals? Like is he saying, no, you better not trade Raquel and Russ? Like I don't know what's Crosby's voice in this. So we'll see Pittsburgh make some moves in the offseason, I think. Anaheim makes some moves. The Vancouver and Elias Pettersson one is the most interesting to me beyond those two because I think there's a real chance if the Canucks miss the playoffs and Pettersson doesn't improve, he could be gone by the draft. Like I think they're giving him one more chance here to not move him at the deadline, to give him a chance to lead the Canucks into the playoffs and maybe do something, make some noise. We'll see. I didn't title Nashville as losers because I don't know. I'm kind of confused what Nashville's doing, to be honest. I probably should have called them losers, and maybe some people in the comments can kind of put that out there. I don't know. I guess for me, Nashville's one of those situations where I feel like they got a second-round pick for Nyquist. They didn't do anything stupid. I think the Novak Shen one was more about creating cap space for the next season. Like they took on Bunting. He's hurt. It just seems like whatever. They got a 4th round pick. I do think it's a little weird though because they could have just kept Shen and then traded, but I don't know. That one was really weird. I will say. Now that I've seen what Shen got in the market with Winnipeg, it's a bit weird. It is definitely a bit weird. So I probably could have called Nashville losers, but past that, yeah, we'll see. Other moves. I wonder like what Minnesota's going to do here. Minnesota and New Jersey, like the injury issues, and they didn't really do much. Like Minnesota acquired Nyquist. They didn't do much past that. And then New Jersey, they didn't really do much. They acquired Cody Glass. So I'm curious for comments and just to talk to different fans from those fan bases. Like, that's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. Losing Jack Hughes, and then it's really tough. I also could have called Winnipeg winners. Yeah, I just realized Winnipeg's probably winners. If I put 2 more in the chat after, that would probably be the 2. Winnipeg winners, Nashville losers, the more I think about it. Yeah. Also, let's look at this conversation. So Dave says, I've been tracking the roster all day and noticed that neither Jonathan Lekary-Mackey or Elias Pettersson, the defenseman, were papered down by the deadline. Maybe they were sent down for Abbotsford. Like, there's just weird stuff happening in Vancouver. The fact that they didn't make trades. Also, this is nuts. I got to pull this up from Kyprios. He's saying that the Maple Leafs had the best offer. Oh, this is crazy, bro. Like, more is coming out. This is nuts. He's saying that the Leafs had the best offer for Rantanen, and the Canes refused to take it. They wanted to send Rantanen to the Western Conference, it seems like. You know what? That's fair. But clearly Boston couldn't care less. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, the fact that that's the mindset for the Hurricanes, and again, albeit they got a good return. But, yeah, who knows? I think Stankoven 2 firsts. I don't know how you beat that in Toronto's perspective. Was it Cowan, Minton, 2 firsts, a second more? Like, is that, in Caprios's mind, is that better than what Dallas gave up? I would definitely put a lot more value on Stankoven than Cowan, at least right now. I mean, Cowan's unproven. And then looking at what Carolina will do this offseason, I think they're also a huge conversation what they're going to do in free agency. Are they going to go aggressive after a Mitch Marner? Are they going to go aggressive after a Brock Besser? Do they feel like, hey, we didn't want to give up much for Besser in trade, but we believe we could sign him in free agency? This was the quote from Eric Tulsky, general manager of the Hurricanes, on Rantanen. He says, I think we have a great organization. I think we have a great coach. I think we have a great locker room, but it doesn't fit for everyone, and it just didn't feel like him to him as far as I can tell, and that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was a risk worth taking, but at the end of the day, yeah, this is the result of the Rantanen in Carolina, which is, like, really unfortunate, right? Like, I think that's just sad. So I've been really curious to see kind of the aftermath. And we're going to get more quotes. We're going to get a lot more conversation. This is from Anders Lee on the trade. Anders Lee tells Andrew Gross about the Brock Nelson trade. On a personal level, it's just weird. Spent a lot of time together, a lot of great time, and have shared a lot of great experiences and grown up together in many ways. We started families at the same time. So that's the part that's sad about this, right? Like, of course it's the business, but it's also, there's a lot of personal relationships in this. And I was also going to say that I feel like the Islanders are another team to watch. Like, I think they did really well. And again, I should have actually listed them as winners. So I kind of sold. But I'm realizing the return they got. I still think the only mixed aspect for me on why maybe they're not winners is, like, they didn't trade Palmieri, they didn't trade Pajot. They made that one move and they didn't really commit to the all-in aspect. Like, I just think that's how you should go about trade deadlines. You commit to being a winner, or you commit to being a buyer, or you commit to being a seller. I think that's the best way to go about this, because at the end of the day, if you want to be half and half, like, so for example, the Islanders, they got a massive return, a great return for Brock Nelson. And I think that is unreal. But you left more assets on the table to be received, and at the same time you got worse for, like, a playoff push. So what ends up happening here, for me, in my opinion, is you have a lot of these veteran guys, or a lot of the guys that want to be in playoffs, whether it's Palmieri, Pajot, Nelson, Lee, not Nelson, Nelson gone, but like Anders Lee, Pajot, Palmieri, go down the list. They're going to push for playoffs. It's in their DNA. But the problem is for the Islanders, you don't want to finish in, like, the 9, 10, 11 spot in the Eastern Conference, because you don't get a great draft pick and you don't make the playoffs. That's where I feel like the Islanders are. They're good enough that they're not going to be bottom. Like, I don't know if they're below the Penguins, Sabres, or any of those teams. So in this draft upcoming, the top 4 is great, and then it's a bit of a drop-off. Is there, like, a consensus number 1? Defenseman Matthew Schaefer of the Erie Otters has kind of jumped into that category, but at the same time, I feel like there's been back and forth. Like, at times I've said Higgins is the number 1. I've said Schaefer's the number 1. I think that top 4, after Higgins and Schaefer, however you want to go about it, then it's probably Porter Martone and Michael Misa. After that, to me, there's maybe a bit of a drop-off. So if you're not in that top 4, then it's tough. So my final takes on kind of the trade deadline and what to see in the offseason. We went over the winners and losers. I think some sellers didn't utilize the seller's market as much as I would have liked. You could name Buffalo. You could name Chicago, who didn't trade Ryan Donato. You could name Montreal. Again, Montreal kind of went back in the race, so that was the reason for it. Nashville. There was 3 or 4 teams that should have utilized it more, at least. Teams like Calgary, Columbus, Montreal, Detroit. I understand them being in the mix, so they don't want to do a lot and they don't want to dump off assets. Like, a team like Columbus was a perfect example of, like, they already had Provorov, so they're not going to trade for a rental. They traded for Luke Cunnin, only gave up a 4th-round pick. So I think that's a good value. They didn't want to mess with that room too much. So overall, I think there's some good fits here for some of these trades, and also for the teams that didn't make moves. They don't want to mess with the locker room, and they're kind of in the in-between stage. So I get that. All right. Boom. Am I frozen or am I back? Let's see. Are people still in the chat? I'll probably go on for a little bit longer. Yo, are we almost at 1,000 likes? Hey, let's go. Thanks, guys. Yo, guys, we are like 30 likes away from 1,000. If we could get there, that would be amazing. Thank you so much for being here, guys. I'll answer some questions on the way out here. Then I'll post that winners and losers video. And then, again, I'll own it. I should have put Islanders. Yeah, Islanders, Preds, yeah. Winnipeg. Oh, yeah, Islanders and Winnipeg as winners. The CARLO trade. Yeah, I'm bittersweet about that one. Very bittersweet. Bruins retaining 15% on CARLO deal. Wow. So $3.5 million for the next 2 years for CARLO. That's pretty good. Oh, so Dallas just made the Mikko Rantanen trade official. Bro, Minton's a beauty, man. I'm a huge fan of Minton. All right. Last couple questions. Florida has both rats now. Will they bring back the rats for the playoffs? Yeah, potentially. Govin says, only hope for Vancouver is if the NHL forces the Canucks owner to sell the team. Ducks Blues a big game tonight. Nova, thank you so much. All right, guys, put some W's in the chat. I want to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. It's always great. I'm sorry for the interrupted part of the stream with Bleacher Report and all that, but I'm so thankful for Bleacher Report having me part of their team. So it's always great to be on there. We're 25 likes away from 1,000. So if you guys could please hit the thumbs up on the way out, it's the easiest way to support subscribing and hitting that like button. So I appreciate all of you guys. And hey, we're going to have a great NHL free agency stream this year. There's going to be a lot of great streams, so I'll make sure I do some great streams going on for you guys. But we made it work. Thanks, Avi. Thanks, Lagodley, Julia, Govind, Avatar, Josh. Appreciate all of you guys. Hope you have a great night. Thank you so much. I'll be back for a live stream soon. Some more videos. Look out for the videos over the next couple days, over the weekend. Yeah, hope all of you guys have a great one. Reach out to me on social media if I haven't heard from you. And yeah, like I said, have a great Friday. We'll talk soon. More videos to come. Peace.